sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello and welcome to day 8 of the Pinnacle Cup 25-year anniversary. And one way to celebrate the quarter of a century, they might have a giant Dota 2 tournament to the 100,000 prize pool and some of the best teams in the world here. We got Team Falcons, we got Alliance, we got Virtus Pro, and of course we got Team Tickles here. I'm Atomo, I'll be guiding you guys through day 8, well the first half of day 8. I'll be doing the first 2 series, and then Harry Freak is going to come and do the second 2 series. So what exactly do we have in store for you? We're going to open up with B8 versus Na'Vi Jr. It's a little bit of Na'Vi versus their most famous former Na'Vi player, which is Dendi on B8. This one could go to all 3 games. I'm leaning slightly towards B8, but it could really go either way. I'm liking our first matchup. It's a pretty important. We're going to go to the standings a little after this. Second match is going to be Virtus Pro versus MarsBet. A little bit more one-sided here. Virtus Pro, easily the strongest team in their group. MarsBet struggling in around 4th place. Afterwards, Harry Freak comes, and I don't really care what the match is. Nah, I'm just kidding. Alliance versus the Dudley Boys. I believe this one's pretty close. Dudley Boys doing fairly well. And finally, Boom Esports versus Sibe team. Boom, South American squad. And there's a lot of like hype around them. So it would be nice to see them do well. But so far, they've kind of been pretty hit or miss in the tournament. And this is the standings for the first group. So B8 and Na'Vi Jr., they're roughly neck and neck. Whoever wins this is probably guaranteed at the upper like bracket spot, which is 2nd place. B8 hasn't played against Team Tickles, but it's likely that they're gonna, lose the series. Just Team Tickles has been looking really strong. So B8 versus Na'Vi Jr., winner of the match will very likely secure a spot in the upper bracket. Loser will very likely have kind of have to still compete to make it there. 3rd place gets you lower bracket, but there's a chance KZ team and Level Up could come back. So that's a little bit close there. And this is Group B. Team Falcons staying pretty at the top. Everyone else kind of neck and neck. Atlas Burden, they played their last match yesterday, so they have no chance of advancing the tournament. A little bit sad to see, but they just did not really look all there when they were playing. I think they had like 1 win and 8 losses. So, youch. But now VL, some Moneymakers will be competing for that upper bracket spot. Moneymakers, actually no, I believe Moneymakers doesn't have a chance. Yeah, it's basically there. And this is going to be the second match where we will see Virtus Pro versus MarsBet. As we said, Virtus Pro looking pretty, and MarsBet kind of struggling there. This will be their last match, so if they can get a victory under their belt, they might be able to sort of scrounge up the points and move up there. But it's very, very unlikely. Since this is day 8 of a 10-day group series, we're kind of almost done. Nothing. Some teams still not solidified, but most of the teams are like, oh, we know the last place, we know the first place, and it's just kind of a bit of a rumble in the middle. Let's see, Group C here. What do we have? And yeah, Dudley Boys and Alliance. They have been kind of neck and neck here. I believe Dudley Boys was former D2 Hustlers. Then they changed their names to Hustlers, and now they're the Dudley Boys, which is an interesting name, I must say. You know, I have Clem Sandwich at the bottom, and then the rest, you know, it's kind of a free-for-all here. But Dudley Boys or Alliance winning kind of secures them a spot in the upper bracket, and that's going to be it here. So if you make the upper bracket, you're still not guaranteed the money. You have to be top 8 to start getting some of that cash. But you want to get first. First, you get half the prize pool, 50,000 for coming in first, which is pretty awesome to see. And yeah, it's been a pretty interesting tournament. This was the last tournament for the previous patch, 7.34D. It's the first tournament for the current patch, 7.34E. And it's been interesting to see the sort of the meta shift a little bit. We see like Templar Assassins just shoot up in popularity. Everyone's like, yeah, TA is the best hero now. Because refraction, burst damage is really good. We also see like Heart, because it got nerfed, and Mice got nerfed, a little bit of those strength heroes getting less popular. So we're going to look at some of the picks that B8 has been picking a lot of. They have been going for a lot of the ethereal heroes. Their most picked heroes have been Pugna and Muerta. They also picked Konka, Faceless Void, Grimstroke, Centaur, Spirit Breaker, Night Stalker, and Earthshaker. Nothing crazy there, apart from like the Night Stalker. We don't see that too often. As for Navi Junior, they have a little bit more of an interesting draft. This is a team that they're not necessarily new players, but they are new to the competitive scene. I believe for 4 of them, this is the first time they play competitively. And yeah, we're going to be looking at that. Gotta say, the B8 logo is very nice. Navi Junior is like Navi, but Junior, which is still cool, but yeah. Yeah, Navi Junior, they have some interesting picks. They have Marcy as their most picked hero. They also pick Morphling and Dragon Knight. So we don't really see these 3 heroes being picked too often. But Navi Junior, they believe in them. And I think some of that does come from a little bit of inexperience in the meta. Not in the meta, the competitive scene, sorry. Whereas you think, oh, I can sort of like pick my own stuff, and very rarely does it work. Most often, sticking to the meta is just generally the safer option. It's like, oh, everyone's picking Spirit Breaker. You'd better pick Spirit Breaker too. That's just kind of how it works. And we have a picture of the lineups. There we go. That's B8. There's Bait Esports, Nande, Dendi, Stonebank. I don't know how to pronounce the positions for his name. If someone can write for me on Twitch, I will love you and pronounce it that way. We have Mary. And Dendi is rocking that mustache. Holy moly. Reminds me of certain movies from the 80s. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Love the logo for B8, I gotta say. And it's awesome to be here and casting Dendi in a professional match. You know, it's like you watch this guy growing up and now you cast him. It's like awesome. There's Navi Junior. They got the Juice, Nico, Daniel, Days, which is a stand-in. Sorry, PMA is Days is a stand-in, and we have Riddies. Days played okay yesterday. In fact, Navi yesterday's game, the first one, they looked pretty good. They were outdrafted pretty heavily, but they still put up a very nice showing. But in game 2, it feels like they weren't really trying anymore. Their match was against Team Tickles. So yeah, they can put up a decent fight against Team Tickles. I imagine they're going to do a little bit better against Bait Esports. Not at least, well, that's what I'm hoping for. You know, no one likes a quick 2-0. No one likes a quick 2-0 except our producer. He's like, I love quick 2-0s, and I can finish and go home. And I was like, how could you say that? How could you say that? You know, I want to see a slugfest. I want to see a 60-minute game, tier 5 items. That's what I want to look at. But you know, some people, they just don't respect the Dota like we do. Oh well. So yeah, we talked a little bit about the meta, so we can always go back into that. AA has been nerfed a little heavily. His Ice Blast only lasts like 10 seconds now. It used to be level 12 and 13, so he's not as popular. Kunka as well, which is a hero that both teams, I think this is the 3rd picked here for both of these teams. And Tidal Wave does less damage, Ghost Ship gives you less damage reduction, and you have Torn Storm lasting less and having a longer cooldown, so he does feel a little bit weaker. Grimstroke's fairly popular, but whenever I see Grimstroke, it's just mostly for the Inkswell, which is a good point. You get the shard, you get this spell that you can like on command turn on, cast from a mile away, and then be like, you can cast and then you can go in and you'd be like, okay, they're in trouble, I'll turn it on now to dispel them. It's nice, but no one seems to really play the hero for the soul bind, which is what he was popular for in the beginning. And of course, Spirit Breaker remains very strong. One hero that has completely shifted away from the meta has been the Chaos Knight. People look at him and it's like, alright, you lost too much damage, you don't farm as efficiently, you can't go jungle as early as before. So the hero has sort of been phased out. We see him come out from time to time, but he's not looking too good. In general, though, another aspect of the meta is global presence is really highly valued. Nature's Prophet tends to be picked or banned first. Same thing with a hero like Spectre. we also see, of course, Spirit Breaker. He's global. You know, you're not gonna tell me he's not global. The guy is global. He just charges from the fountain. He uses anywhere he needs it within 5 seconds. That's pretty global. That's global enough for me. So Dawnbreaker sometimes gets picked as well. Storm Spirit sort of a little bit, and you know, a little bit of sprinkling here and there of Storm Spirit, which is just the amount you want. It's enough spice that you feel it, but not enough that overwhelms everything. So global presence has been also heavily valued. Lycan got heavily buffed, and I have seen him a little bit picked here and there, but not working so much in the competitive scene just yet. It's looking okay, but hasn't done too well for them. And overall, in terms of the team standings, I think for a lot of the teams, they're kind of where we expect them to be, right? Like Team Tickles looked really strong, so everyone expects them to take over Group A. Team Falcons has, I believe they're the only team that has not dropped a single. Actually, the Dudley Boys, which is D2 Hustlers, also has it. So 2 teams haven't dropped a single map. Just Team Falcons. There was an interview with Crit, and he said, "Yeah, I think we're the strongest team in this tournament." He was like very honest about, which I appreciate. You know, it's like a lot of times you ask the pros, like, "What do you think about this tournament?" He's like, "Oh, we're gonna come and do our best." And it's like, well, obviously you're gonna do your best. We weren't asking about that, but do you think you are the best? And they just go, well, "There's many strong teams." But Crit came out straight. He said, "Yeah, I think we're the best team in this tournament." And I look forward to seeing that once we get to the playoffs. They are secured in upper bracket. For Group C, Virtus Pro has looked very strong. Top 8 at TI, so it makes no surprise to see them really dominating their group. Then Klee and Sibe team are also doing okay. Dudley Boys haven't dropped. Alliance, I'm glad to see Alliance is back. You know, it feels like Alliance gets a lot of eyes on them, even when they don't play well. And they're doing okay. I'm happy to see it. You know, a bit of an Alliance fanboy. How can you like Dendi but not like Alliance when it's like they surged at almost the same point? So I like to see it. I imagine we're going to have our draft available in just a moment here. We are now. Alright, I'm so sorry about that, guys. It looks like we had a tiny bit of a delay here. So a bit of a delay due to the admin. So we are, in the meantime, people are asking, where's the new patch? We just had a new patch. We can't have a new patch just yet. And please don't call me Johnny Sins. I'm Johnny Halal now. I have changed my ways from what I used to do. And let's see. Anything else to discuss? Pugna has also been rising in popularity. A lot of teams like the way that Decrepify can save allies from physical damage. You can push buildings, which is pretty good for support. And the heal is just fantastic. So I like... B8 does pick a lot of Pugna. It does give them... Or is it Pugna or is it Pugna? You know, like whatever you want to go. So that's a pretty solid hero to have at this stage of the game. Not Grimstructure. I would say Gyrocopter has also been rising in popularity as a support because you get 2 extra damage on Rocket Barrage at all levels. So that's, used to do like 6 damage a tick. Now it does 8 damage a tick, and you're doing 10 ticks a second for 3 seconds. So it's a pretty big increase, 60 damage at all levels you've gotten. It's very nice. So the hero gets picked as a support. You get the homing missile. You buy some aura items, and it's looked okay. You know, does lack a little bit of scaling because you can't later on be like, I'll take Flak Cannon and Daedalus. It just doesn't work that way. But overall, I've been enjoying seeing a little bit of the Gyrocopter here and there. Dragon Knight has been a bit of an odd pick. He can push towers, but a lot of teams seem to just, you know, they get like a couple of silver edges and the hero feels very weak. I don't think I've seen that Dragon Knight do well, and I believe only Navi Jr. has been really spamming him. You know, oh, someone said my audio is too low. I don't know how to change that. It's pretty high on the mic, but yeah, there is a few minute delay. So if there's an issue here, it will take some time for me to sort of sort out the stream stuff for it to affect the stream. So thank you everyone for letting us know, and thank you all for being here. It has been a fantastic tournament so far. It's great to know that Pinnacle has been doing this, and I'm excited. I'm excited to see how it goes when we get to like the bigger teams, you know, with Falcons and Virtus Pro facing off against each other. And but I think the producer said me too. I'm like, what? Excuse me, you want to talk? You put the mic on and then you join the stream. You can't just put me in here awkward and you can just comment whenever you want. That's just not how it works. Not how it works at all. Yeah, Morphling is another hero that has been picked by Navi Jr. Actually, which makes me think, reminds me, another hero that has really risen popular is the Magic Lina. It's just in high MMR pubs, in this competitive tournament as well. People pick Lina, you go Aether Lens, Boots of Travel, Aghanim Scepter, what's it, the ethereal blade, Kaya, and you just go around and you just one-shot people, and it does seem to be pretty effective. I was kind of not a believer of the Magic Lina before it happened, but then just seemed to work. I'll be frank with you, it worked in a pub for me, so I'm like, it must be good, you know, it looked pretty good. So, but in general, even in pro matches, like you can output something like 2,000 damage in a couple of seconds. It's pretty useful, and I like it. One hero that we also have seen picked very seldomly has been the Zeus. As a mid, it's kind of, I like it. I like the global presence from the Zeus, but teams generally not shy away from it, but don't seem too intent on picking it up just yet. So that is a little bit, I like the hero. I hope we see him a little bit more often. What are we looking at here? Dazzle has kind of fallen off a little bit. He was falling off even at the end of the previous patch. It used to be people just go hand of mice and Aghanims, then just Aghanims. Then they said, well, we don't want Dazzle. We don't like him very much. And then someone was asking about starting the game. It's not in my hand. You think I'm holding them hostage? You think I'm telling them don't start? It's not. That's not how it works. I'd love to have a draft to talk about, but that's just not how it is right now. Dark Willow has also not been picked up very often ever since the nerf, because Hand of Midas has a much longer cooldown. You don't get your gold as quickly, which means you don't get the Aghanims as fast. Plus, the Shadow Realm has been nerfed. And you know what? You know what, guys? I'm gonna go in the draft. I'm gonna tell them, I'm like, I want draft right now, this second. Thank you very much. And see, how much earlier do you want? There was literally no bans that we could work with. All right, well, there's Spirit Breaker immediately from Navi Jr. I believe they banned it in like 20 games in a row. They just do not want to play against this guy. I like the Spirit Breaker myself, more as a support than anything. Hey, Dazzle, we just talked about him, and he's being banned by B8 or Bait. They don't want to play against it. The Dazzle ban. Alright, I mean, doesn't really tell us a whole lot here. We'll see once we get into a couple of picks. Dazzle and Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker on paper makes a lot more sense, but unless you have first pick, you always want to ban it because you're never going to get it, you know? And they take out the Primal Beast. Now, this is a hero that also has taken a few hits, but still isn't. I think he's more in the meta just because he's super tanky. Highest strength gain in the game. You put a Blade Mail on, you send him forward. Sure, he's not as effective just because Pulverize, longer cooldown, onslaught less damage, all that stuff, but he's still the strongest body you can send forward. In the meantime, we have the Nature's Prophet being banned out as well. We talked about global presence, and Nature's Prophet, it gives you the most of it early on, more so than Spirit Breaker, just because instantly he shows up and the damage from Sprout's pretty good. Then we have Pugna. We talked about that being the most picked hero for Bait, but he's also heavily contested by Navi Jr. So you just want to get it out of their hands. You're not picking it, you don't want them to have it. With Pugna banned, that doesn't mean that Bait wants to go for a little bit of a longer game here. Phoenix is in the pool. I don't think any team wants to first pick Phoenix. Even Treant Protector is not really being first picked. Well, what does Bait want to go with here? It's the last ban. We still have another ban from Navi Jr. We'll see what they're going to be opening up with. Is it going to be the Marcy? Potentially a Grimstroke. Grimstroke, I would imagine, would be what Navi Jr. wants to open up. It's just a solid pick. They ban out the Grimstroke just as we talked about it. Alright, so they still have Kunkka as well as Marcy. And I think of the two, you want to take the Kunkka. As much as I don't think as much as the hero has taken hits, he's still Kunkka. He still does what he needs to do. You know, he still has that damage, that durability. The damage falls off, but the control is always there. If not Kunkka, then I think Centaur is an option. So it's like Marcy, Kunkka, or Centaur will probably be the opening pick for Navi Jr. Alright. Still waiting here for Navi Jr. What do they not want to play against? What do you want to remove? What is Bait? What do you want to take away from Bait? Do you want to take away the Morta? If Pugna's already banned, these are the two most picked heroes. If you ban Morta, you can take Kunkka. You do remove a lot of what Bait kind of relies on themselves. So that could be an option. I think that might be a path for them. Then again, they might think other things are more problematic here, like Night Stalker for bait, which is a hero you can just fit into any draft, and he always looks fairly good. They are taking their time with this one, by the way. They're taking a lot. And yep, they banned Morta. They take the Treant Protector. Okay, so Kunkka is still in the pool, and of course, bait is gonna take it. They're like, well, if you guys aren't gonna take it, we will. I'm surprised they took Treant Protector over the Kunkka. I mean, I am glad they banned up Morta just because bait loves the hero. But I thought they would take the Kunkka themselves. Always a solid opening pick, where Treant Protector can kind of suffer if you're up against like a dual range heroes in the lane. Fast push, yes, you can slow them down, but you still suffer from it in the end. Alright. Let's see. What's the second round? Phoenix doesn't get removed from Navi Jr. They're probably going to be, you know, your Treant Protector does nothing against the egg, and they might not be thinking about going for high attack speed heroes, or in general they're just worried. You know, now bait plays a lot of Faceless Void, which is a great combination with the Phoenix. What about bait here? Oh, and AA has been removed. The AA and the Phoenix being removed makes me think that Necrophos might be an option. You know, like that could, oh, there you go, Necrophos gets removed. Like, just as we say it, they take it out. Let's see, bait, what do you want to take? Too early to take a Faceless Void, I think. You could take Centaur, honestly. You could take Centaur, and then you have this double, oh, they go Shadow Shaman. I like it. I like the Shadow Shaman quite a lot. This is a hero I feel is a little underutilized. Great push. It's fantastic lockdown. Solid in the laning phase. I mean, he is, of course, slow. Requires a little bit of farm because you want 8 lens shard, blink dagger. These are things that take some time to farm. Maybe you get the shard from the torment, but you really want a shard. Like, the shard gives you so much. So you want to kind of buy it even at the 15-minute mark. Arcane, you know, he's a solid hero. I like what bait's working with here. But he's also very fragile, although the Kunkka does solve a little bit of that. Oh yeah, I'm liking the Shadow Shaman. I feel like when you have Shadow Shaman on your team, lockdown just becomes no issue. And of course, Centaur gets picked up by Navi Jr. I was thinking bait might take it, but if it's not, if it's in the pool, Navi Jr. is like, we want it. We're happy to take the Centaur. What would Navi Jr. want to go with as well? Very durable duo from the start. Then, I mean, Treant Protector does fall off in durability, but Centaur is pretty hard to bring down. What else? Dragon Knight? Marcy maybe? Would that be something they're thinking about? They go for the Dark Willow. They do go for the Dark Willow. Pretty good against the Shadow Shaman, by the way. You are often going to be standing still, so it's easy to hit him with the Bramble, easy to terrorize him, and easy to just kill him. Plus, you can put the Bedlam on the Centaur, just send him forward. That's pretty damn good. So Navi Jr., they've showcased their support duo. It's Dark Willow, Treant Protector. You have offlane Centaur. So very clear with what we have here. Which I like it. I like what we're working with here with Navi Jr. It's got, like, you know, anti-tower push. It's got global presence with a Stampede. I am thinking that Spectre should be on the table. I think Navi Jr. might like Spectre a little bit more. You know, you can put the Bedlam on Spectre and send her forward. Works pretty solidly with the Centaur. And you can just jump on like a Shadow Shaman anywhere. This Chen tells me that bait, they are looking to push fast. Spectre may not suit their lineup quite as well as it would suit Navi Jr. At the same time, if you take Spectre and Navi Jr., you really have to delay. Like, you gotta delay the game. And that might not be so easy. Great team fight from the Kunkka. You have heals from the Chen and as well as the creeps and the Shadow Shaman doing tower damage. This is scary. Like, Navi needs to start planning for this. They've got to be ready for Navi Jr.'s got to be ready for the push coming out. Morphling coming out from bait. This is Navi Jr., one of their most played heroes, actually, and bait takes it for themselves. Oh yeah, of course, you can take the Aghanim Scepter on the Morphling, transform to Dark Willow. You're amazing. She will suffer. All right. I'm okay with this Morphling pickup. I don't know if it's the best carry in the game, but that, don't. I'm not gonna be doubting bait here. Navi Junior, you're gonna have to start showing us another core, preferably a core who can sort of split push a little bit. What are we looking at for Navi Junior? Who's in the pool for them? I wouldn't mind a Dragon Knight. Just put him in the front line. There's the damage from bait is good, but a Dragon Knight should be able to sort of withstand a lot of it, especially with the Centaur. You have also your push, which you're lacking. So I wouldn't mind a Dragon Knight for Navi Junior. I only say because they pick it quite a bit. So that is going to be why I think that they might consider taking it. They take the TA instead. Alright. Not exactly the best anti-push, but that spill damage can help you remove a lot of these creeps coming at you. Okay. I wasn't really thinking about the TA, to be honest with you. I mean, Torrent Shackles do a pretty decent job of removing those refraction charges. Train Protector is going to have a tough choice for himself right now. You have to decide, do I want to max out Living Armor to slow them down? I mean, they got Chin Shadow Shaman. Or do I go for the max Nature's Grasp Leech Seed, which is the more standard and I can do some damage? It's tough either way. Alright, bait. They need an offlaner. I'm thinking Lycan. Well, Lycan, Brewmaster, both would be pretty solid. Navi Junior, a little more flexible, but most likely they want a mid. Almost every time I'm seeing the TA come out, she's being picked as a carry. Puck might not be the worst thing for Navi Junior. You know, you have that long range poke, a way to hold them down. Works pretty well with the Terrorize. I of course said the Dragon Knight as well, but you know, Dragon Knight Puck, we'll see if that's something they're interested in. They removed the Timbersaw though. It is pure damage. We've seen Timbersaw go mid against Kunkka and usually win out the lane, so that's a nice ban coming out from them. I don't know what to do about the sound volume though, guys, but I will let production know that apparently there's low sound volume. Yeah, sorry about that. Hopefully it gets better. And Huskar comes out at as the last band from bait. Alright, production said they turned me up. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hopefully you guys can hear me better. And that warms the heart that everyone wants to hear. Alright, Navi Junior. That's gonna be their last band. Is it Lycan, or will it be some sort of team fight that they want to go up against? That's one thing that they don't have they have a decent amount of it for bait. I mean, you have Kunkka, you always have team fights basically, but you might want to, you know, why have one team fight when you can have second team fight? Ooh, 2 team fight heroes on one team, game breaking stuff. But who? Or of course you can go for a heavy push. They take away the Brewmaster. We mentioned that this guy's gonna be what? Arc Warden. All right, the game just got a little bit more interesting here. This hero can definitely delay pushes. Gives you decent global presence as well if he goes for the Boots of Travel. I like this. I like this Arc Warden pick. It does require a bit of farm, which the TA also needs, but it does give you global presence. All right, bait. What are you guys going to be giving us here for your off lane? Oh, man. Oh, this Arc Warden. That is really cool. I'm glad to see him being picked up. I'm very glad to see him come out in this draft. And what does bait? What will bait's answer be? Up against Arc Warden. You know what would actually not be that bad? A Mars. You know, you're up against mostly range hitters. The bulwark's pretty good, but no, they go for the Night Stalker. It is one of Stonebank's heroes. I mean, it's one of their most played on B8 as well, so it makes sense that they go for it. Jump on people, do some damage, silence them. Just a pretty solid hero, very durable as well. Can find the Arc Warden. So it's going to be mid arc. It's going to be carry TA, and you know the rest of those are very obvious. Position for Dark Willow, off lane Centaur, the usual. There's the Dendi. Hey, what happened to the mustache? I wanted the mustache. The mustache is gone. There's no more mustache. I'm sad. I gotta say. All right, so yeah, still not sure how to pronounce Bates position 4 name. Sitoma. Is that right? I don't want to say the wrong thing. And I don't want to be like, oh, you're saying some sort of bad word in a different language. All All right, so the two drafts. Once we go in, I'll be able to like give my thoughts on it better, because you will always forget. You're like, oh, I forgot that one hero. But I do like the Night Stalker. I don't like the Morphling for bait. I don't. The Morphling, you know, it's very flashy. When you play good, he looks amazing. When you play bad, you're like, why did they ever pick this hero? It always comes off as like meh-ish, a bit of a high risk, high reward sort of approach. I've always been kind of iffy to it, but I do like some of the other picks. I like the Shandu Shaman. I feel like you have great push coming out from that. Raccoon gives you team fight, so bait has that. For Navi Junior's side, you have the Dark Willow. If you go Hand of Mice, you can scale, but it takes a little bit of time. Train Protector can keep your buildings alive, but if you go for max living armor, your contribution team fights becomes a lot less. So it's just it's a bit of a tough one. I'm gonna lead on for bait on this one just a little bit, and we are going to go into the game in just a moment. There you go, 10-man smoke. Of course, Arc Warden's in the pool. I mean, well, in the game. That's insane. There's an Arc Wardens. Damn. Alright. But overall, yeah, I'm going to go with bait on this one. I just feel like this fast push is going to be very hard for Navi to deal with. Smoke breaks. They realize someone's nearby. They do plant this Observer Ward. I don't know if it caught anyone. But looks like Navi Jr. probably... I was going to say probably not going to catch anyone unless Stonebank decides to go a little crazy here. And whoa, PMA cuts. Oh wait, someone cut the tree. Night Stalker's Quelling Blades off cooldown, but then again it's very short cooldown, so I might have used it, and by the time we didn't check. And hey, it looks like Mary actually streams on Twitch. Let's disconnect here. Oh, I like the Centaur horn. It's pretty solid. Yeah, it's pretty solid. Yeah, if you're a Centaur in this game, you might consider getting Agatims and putting the TA on top of it. Just be like, come on, girl. You hit them. I ride. Train Protector. This is... I feel like there's going to be a lot of eyes on what Release can do this game. Because it really does depend on him how long Navi can stall this game out. Because you know with the bait supports, they want this to end fast. You know, they want to be... Well, not knocking on high ground, but they want the map to be locked down for Navi by like 20 minutes. And although the map now that's so much bigger, you never really lock it down like before, but you are still able to like prevent them from forming maybe 2 lanes. And Dendi. Dendi on the Kunkka. Let's see what he can do with this. I'm expecting attacker level performances from this Kunkka. Meanwhile, looks like Stonebank, he decides not to go for it. It is going to be 2 for 2 in terms of bounty ruins, so nothing special there. Mid, Kunkka versus Arc Warden. I think generally both of them should be able to farm pretty well for themselves. You know, Kunkka, you have the Tidebringer, and you have your melee, so denies will be a little bit easier. Nico might have a bit of trouble harassing. Like, yeah, you have the ranger harass, but hitting them with the that spirit, I forgot the name of that ability, but hitting them with it is just not the easiest thing in the world, since there's going to be a lot of melee creeps next to Dendi, so should be generally okay. Bottom lane, what we're looking at, it's going to be... I think Chen might suffer in this one. It's Dark Willow and Centaur versus Chen Morphling. I favor Navi Jr. a lot in this lane. If Chen can get good creeps, he can equalize, but holy moly, in the top lane, they do get first blood here. I was gonna say though, in top, my lord, the Shadow Shaman and the Night Stalker looks pretty strong. And then like Train Protector, he's pretty good laner, but TA, she gives you a bit of damage and that's it. And Refraction is really not an offensive tool on this one, just because Shackles doesn't care. And Nande, he's taking the hits, he is morphing away, and he is gonna be just fine. But this is the problem, right? If you're ever caught as a Morphling against this duo, you're not living most of the time. Or you are living, but it's gonna cost you a whole lot of health. He's got the Cobalt Foreman with the speed aura. That's nice. Oh, might get the courier. Nicely done there by Mary. That's worth a lot. That's 125 gold for the team. It's like, what, 3 creeps total? It's pretty solid. Still, overall, Navi Jr. expected to do well bottom, and we'll see how it's going to go. Mid lane, we can see Nico is not exactly zoning out Dendi, but he is making him cautious. The Flux comes out. Spark Wraith, that's the name of the ability. Oh, and when I see the icon, somehow I remember it. Yeah, the Spark Wraith is the name of that ghosty thing that he puts on the ground. But overall, Dendi, tiny bit, suffering just a tiny bit. It is the problem of being ranged against, immediately against the ranged matchup. God, the Juice takes some damage, and as we mentioned, Refraction not really a tool in this lane. So far, Riddies doesn't want to take any points of living armor, which is standard. You know, you don't want to take it level 1 or 2. You want to start thinking about taking it level like 4 or 5. Once Bait thinks about pushing. Overall, Nande a little behind in terms of CS, but it's not the biggest deal here. And Bait's generally okay with the way the lane phase is going so far. Just to see how Dendi builds Kunkka. It's just been the standard go, you know, the Aghanim upgrades, maybe add a Blade Mail on top of it. That's just how Kunkka is these days. And it works. Especially like Tidal Wave is super good against Stampede. He wants to run away, you bring him back. Feels pretty good. Daze is taking a lot of damage here. Reminded that Navi is playing with a stand-in. I believe Daniel is their position for, but they brought Daze in for this, not this tournament, just for a couple of days here. Oh, you're taking some damage as Kunkka? It's like, okay, it's alright. I'll just X mark me and go back. Puts the bracer as well in the backpack just so he can heal faster. And of course, fills with bond. Look at that, he's back with almost full health. I'm looking at Nande. I think he's a little worried. Oh, 1 point in retaliate. Yeah, that is unusual. For PMA is taking 1 point. It's pretty good. It's just that most of the time players prioritize the double edge and hoof stomp for the burst damage. Retaliate, you know, it's like it's good, but unless you're being harassed very much, it generally doesn't really like. It's not worth the value that value point. Even though it's just 1 point, it's like it matters a lot. You only have a handful of them. Top lane, we can see Riddy is taking a little bit of damage, but looks like Stonebank wasn't really willing to commit for and use his mana for anything right now. And then Shadow Shaman just manning up, you know, standing in. Oh, this could be a kill now. They have the slow. Looks like Lich is up. I think they do get it. Stonebank though. He loses a bit of health, but in the end he is going to be just fine. Got the juice, trying to get those side blade hits on him. He did get a couple, but nowhere near enough. And this is what we talk about. Like, Treant Protector, solid laner, but TA just gives you damage. Like, TA wants someone like Chad the Shaman on her side to make sure that people can't run away, because Treant Protector, he's not enough. Nice deny of the water ruin there. Nico does not get the refill, and Bait, top 3 CS all on their side. They're sitting very pretty. This is the start they want. This is going to give them that momentum to push the lanes. Do they want to go for it? The slows are out, and oh, awkward time to pause here. Not what you were hoping for. Stonebank the top lane. This may be why, you know, he's in a bad spot, is that he just disconnected. Pretty tough. Can we look at? No, there's not enough mana for a shackle, so that's not happening. Did Riddies throw out the Lich Seed? Oh, Stonebank's gonna come back, and he's like, "Can I leave, please?" And Navi Jr. I don't think they'll be showing him that level of mercy. Go when ready. He's like, "Go when ready. I'm waiting to kill you." You know, he's got Leech Seed, he's Nature's Grass. Yeah, nah, there's no way that the Magic 6 charge are enough. He dies literally 2 seconds. Oh, sorry, like 0.2 seconds. What I'm talking about. Nico does lose his life. Dark Willow is here. They do get a kill on Mary, but it's not really the biggest deal here. That Arc Warden is worth a lot more, although losing Stonebank is painful. He was having a really nice time in the top lane, but unfortunately, disconnect gets him. There you go, level 6 on Dendi. Is he gonna go for the X mark combination? I think he wants to. Yeah, gets the X mark, gets the boat, brings her back, but not enough damage. I don't think it was enough damage. Nope, it's not. Just barely. However, Satoma is like, "Hey, lightning!" and gets the Dark Willow. He might pay for it with his life. He can just TP out though. I think Nico knows that, so he's like, "Yeah, not worth the chase." Even if I get him down to a bit of low health, it's not really gonna benefit me that much. Bait off to a nice start, and Phase Boost is gonna be coming up fairly soon for Dendi Boss. What about Night Stalker? Echo Saber, first item. Okay. Sometimes I see Hand of Minus, sometimes I see Blink Dagger. Not that, I mean, Echo Saber is a good item for the hero. You do hit pretty hard early on. The extra damage is pretty solid. Stoma. More hit. Nope. PMA is gonna live. Did he put a second point to retaliate? I'd love to know if he did that. Shadow Shaman, maxing out the shackles. It does give you more life heal. It's not exactly life leech, but yeah. So it's very, I like it. You generally want to max out shackles first, just because it's the best combination of damage and lockdown you can get. I really like the buff to Hex now, giving damage amplification. Feels really nice for the hero. And looks like Wisdom Runes are going to be spawning. There's a fight. Radiant Jungle, they're actually fighting over it. And Stonebank makes sure that he's able to get it. Riddies does not steal the enemy Wisdom Rune. Would have been very nice if he could, though. Those levels would have been very helpful. And looks like Dandy is going for it. Yeah, he does get the run buff. Much needed. But he is caught in a bit of a no man's land right now. And Dandy, you may have bitten off a little bit more than you can chew. It's taken. Yeah, I don't think he's making out of this one. Did not really go back to his team early enough, and does pay for that with his life. Although look at that, now that's a juicy one. I believe that's a 4 stack. Pretty good here. Mary takes the Satyr Mind Flayer or Mind Stealer. Does give you a bit of mana drain. It's fine. I don't think there's anyone here that you really care about mana draining too much. But it's just in general a solid ability. Also gives you mana regen. Niku double bounty rune. Alright, can we look at what Arcworn is building? I know that Arcworn, your first item is either Hand of Mice or Maelstrom, and he's looking like he might go for. Well, sorry, hard to tell. He has both possibilities here. Gleipnir is available. Niku loses his life, and Ward they're just gonna get Stoma in return. But you're very happy for bait. You get the big kill. Dendy's got his phase boots, and you are shutting down this Arc Warden, who's lowest net worth among all the cores. Youch. Bottom lane, PMA, he's got Infused Dream drops in Vanguard and the Ring of Protection. You're not killing him. And he's going to be the Hand of Mice on the Arcworn. I saw the gloves, and I was like, is he considering power treads? Probably not. And I saw he had no gold. No, I was fairly certain it would be the Hand of Midas. Look at that. Dendy. Nice big stack for him. He is eating good tonight and just brings them all down. 4.3k net worth at this stage of the game. Very solid. And ooh, that's a little unfortunate. He's actually maxing out Retaliate on the Centaur. Can we see that? This is a little unusual. It is maxed out. This is a little unusual. It's only really worth it if they're like giant stacks. Then Retaliate kind of helps you. You know, if you have like Vanguard and Retaliate's kind of a little bit better than just spamming double edge. But does Navi have giant stacks? I don't really see this Retaliate value max on the Centaur. It's not ideal. I'll go with that. Let's just say it's not ideal most of the time. Alright, Stone Bank. He is taking the hits. Might need one more hit and lose it. Yep, he gets it in the end. I think the Juice was actually hitting his own creep to get that deny and got it. Either way, very impressive kill. Solo killing the enemy offlaner is very good. And there is the stack that we talked about. Looks like it's going to be a triple. He does get the stack off on the Ancients again. So, yeah, and in situations like this, the max Retaliate is good, but I think the Ancients actually still damage you enough, unless you have like living armor, that it's pretty hard. Riddies, where are we on living armor? Is he putting any points on it on the Twin Protector? We'll see in a moment. Oh, yeah, he's got 2 points. Alright. Yeah, you put that on the Centaur, then he can take stacks. Could be alright for them. Meanwhile, though, it's looking like we're ending the laning phase fairly even in terms of net worth. That's, yeah, you can see that he's still going to take a decent amount of damage without the living armor. The Retaliate helps, but it's just not enough. Living armor would help even more. But Riddies is like, no. I don't really want to do that. If he can get the the neutral item, the healing seeds on him could go a long way. Although I'm not sure why he's removed the gauntlet, so he heals faster. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so that he can get the salve on. and he should be fine. Takes a little bit, but he does level, get, I think almost 2 levels from that stack, and does recover decently from it. So at the end of the day, maxing out Retaliate, not the biggest deal, but it does limit his offensive power quite a bit. Because you're not going to be, oh, looks like the snakes are out, the X mark is here. Can they get a kill on the God that Juice? Stampede is used, God that Juice should be able to make it out in time. Stonebank, will he be so lucky? It looks like he, well, no, he's not. But it does bring down the Arc Ward. Arc Ward Illusion still around, and Nande's here. He wants to fight. Terrorize looks like they were thinking about throwing it out here, and good use of the Shadow Realm here by the Dark Willow. Okay, get the Terrorize in time. He does, but still loses his life. And also Toma is here. Oh my god, those shackles are annoying to deal with, but in the end, it's not enough. Nande, he is morphing as much as he can. In the end, looks like what? It's a 2-for-2 trade. They do get a tower, and yeah, and I think that's going to be very likely a kill on God the Juice. Oh wow, nice move. They throw out the center just a second. Well, just a second in time, I'd say, because they do still get him with the lightning at the end. Very, very, very messy fight, but with the kill on God the Juice at the end, it does favor Bait, especially because they also got the tower. And this was you can see the value of Shadow Shaman, the fight like that. He was just shackling everybody. You can't ignore him. You just cannot ignore him in these fights. He threw 3 shackles, 2 hexes. He's very happy with how the game is going. Pact loss. It's like this has been something Bait has been struggling with the entire game. Is that they've just been lagging a little bit here and there. What is the Kunkka going for? Looks like Blade Mail is going to be the choice. And alright, yeah, let's look at some items here. Nande did go for Power Treads, and looks like he's going to go for Manta after. Satoma, he's got the Arcane Boots. We'll see if he wants to go Blink, Aether Lens, or Aghanim's Shard. I'm a big fan of the Aghanim's Shard just because it helps you, like, brings a lot of damage and pushing power to the team. 77 in favor of Bait? That seems a little much, don't you think? I mean, it's like, Navi, they are holding. Yeah, they're not losing too much towers right now. I think it's fine. Very efficient use. Hit the creeps, bring them to your side, so then you can kill them all with one Tidebreaker. I love when they have the gun attached to Kunkka, so when he does his Tidebreaker hit, it's like the gun goes off. It's very cool. Level 2 Hex on the Shadow Shaman, not maxing out Shackles at this point of the game. Okay. The extra damage is very nice for the damage amplification, and PMA does have the Blink Dagger, so Centaur should be able to join these fights. Niku, despite being Arc Warden with the Hand of Midas, is lowest farmed core, barely ahead of, sorry, a little bit behind Stomach. Now he's equal to him basically, but you generally expect Arc Warden to be farming not the same as an Alchemist, but comparable to an Alchemist, inferiorly so though. TA wants to just go for the fast BKB. No, wait, sorry, it's going to be the Deso first, just because he has the other Mithril Hammer, then he's going to go for BKB. Oh, alright, that's fine. Not a big jump in, but I think he was already strength morphing, so he's going to be fine. And PMA at least makes it out alive, so nothing to worry about here for Nande. Check out the creeps that Mary has. He's got, oh, Satoma. They just want to go for him. The fear is there. I think they're probably going to be killing this. Oh, no, they're not. No, with the heal coming out, they do get it in the end, but it does cost them quite a bit. And the Shadow Shaman decides, I want to come back in the fight. They do get PMA in the end. Where is it? Do we get a Hex? Do we get anything? Looks like Nande wants to go for a kill on Riddies, but they're just going to kill Nico. They didn't really need the buyback from the Shadow Shaman, but it's still, still cost them so much just to get him. That does hurt his economy quite a bit. A death followed by a buyback, you lose like what, 500 gold early on. Daze is farming pretty nicely for himself on this Dark Willow, I must say. Is he going for the Hand of Midas on Dark Willow? Arc Morden. He's got nope, going for Yules first. That's fine. I've seen them go Hand of Midas into Yules, which I like the Yules. I think Yules is great, but it does mean that it's gonna take a lot of time before you start really racking in that gold, rather than going like Midas first into Yules or Midas first into Aghanims. And TA does have the Deso, so she hits hard. Smoke up. It's a 5-man smoke. Can they find here? Na'Vi, they've lost their mid and top tier 1 tower, but it's still not a big issue for them. Who did they find? Scan misses Stone Bank. What does he got? He's got a great healing Lotus. He might get in trouble as well. Good use of the silence. But is it enough? I don't think so. Alright, so good move by Na'Vi. A tower and a kill on an enemy core. Roshan is on the Radiant side, and guess what? You have TA on your side. You can definitely go for it. Stoma, he may not want to be there just a bit. Oh, can he actually make it on time? Good use of the Tumbler's toy. Is he gonna be able to make now? It was some very fancy footwork, you know. He sees them coming, jumps away, good hex, but in the end, it's just not enough. Oh yeah, the shard on the Train Protector, so you do get that root ability now. A little bit more lockdown is always nice. Train Protector, maxed out living armor, by the way, so he can't put on 2 people. Doesn't want to walk into the dust. He does walk in, actually. They want to go for this. Not enough mana for Ogre, but he has to use the wand. And this Chen looking like he's dead to rights. Stonebank not interested in joining that fight at all. And bait. Stonebank, then their supports dying, has all led to pretty much an equal net worth across the game. Across the 2 teams, sorry. I don't know if I want to go ultra late against Na'Vi's draft. You know, it's like TA is hard to kill, Arc Warden's a problem, it's freaking Centaur, Dark Willow could scale. Maybe you can say that Chain Protector is not the best late game support, and I agree with that. But, I mean, on the other side, like, Kunkka and Night Stalker's damage isn't incredible. Chen does fall off just because creeps fall off, so it's not the best. It's not the best late game. That's what I'm thinking about. So I'm worried if this game continues on the trajectory it's been going on for a while, that bait won't have a chance. Awkward. He's gonna go for the Gleipnir next. Atos before the Maelstrom. It does help you lock down people in team fights, but it also doesn't get you the farm that you need. But he's very close to the Gleipnir, actually. Not that far from it. Well, not that close, but close-ish. And yeah, you can see they've lost quite a bit of momentum here on the bait side. To be frank, they're not playing the way I thought they would play, which is group up as 5 and make sure those towers, you teach them a lesson. They've kind of been playing a little bit more spread around the map, pick-off style. It's worked, but it hasn't like completely won them the game. Alright, so they are ready. And levels, yeah, kind of expected, really. First, Morphling does have the mat style, so can remove. Yeah, you can dodge the hoof stop. You can get it out of the overgrowth. And oh, Nande gets the strength morph off in time. Yeah, it's nice dodge with the Manta. Oh, actually, I think that he might have stopped terrorize in the last second, but either way, very nicely done with the Manta style. We're just there. Oh, looks like that courier's gone. Not ideal. That's actually a good amount of gold coming out there. It's alright, Scepter being used, and oh, the pause gaming today, boys and ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Chen is not around, no screen, and I don't think Na'Vi Jr. is going to be showing him a whole lot of mercy. For a guy without screen, though, he was able to get the TP to where he needs to. Very impressive. Oh, and it looks like, yeah, Terrorize was used, actually. Yeah, Terrorize was used. But then I was thinking, well, maybe it wasn't. Maybe I'm crazy. Chen disconnects. He's gonna come back. Hopefully, he has a screen ready. Morphling. He's got to replicate in a second. I don't know if you want to take the fight though. Xia Shaman is going to go straight up Blink Dagger first. All right, that's fine. Eighth Lens is great, but it's sometimes a bit risky. Like the Blink Dagger gives you way more catch. And Centaur's already got his blink. He's going for a pipe. I like it. And I like how every time the god is just like, go. Just go. I won't play. Can't blame him. He's got Stonebank dead to rights. Unless something pretty impressive happens right now. Yeah, he's got the Lotus. He's got the Chen heal. He's got teammates kind of nearby-ish. He could survive. He could survive. We'll find out. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Oh boy. And look at Stampede's use. They want more. They want more. Big jump in by PMA. Gets a stun on 2, and they bring down both supports. Overgrowth on Nande, but of course that Manta style is great for getting out of that. And Dendy nowhere in that fight. He wants to get the Agam Scepter before he fights. Which is, you know, a good way of thinking. Unfortunately, the bait, they're using their bodies to make space for him.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
But I believe he is very close. It's just just the point booster left. So the Chen heal was not enough in the end. This game is, for the first time, the net worth goes in Navi's favor. And again, this is very scary. This is very scary. And of course, you're going to get Roche because you have TA. You could always go for Roche. TA, Arc, Centaur late game. A fearsome trio. A Dark Willow. Actually, Dark Willow, can we look at Dark Willow if he's building Hand of Midas now? I imagine Days. I think he did this yesterday, where he went for Yule's into Hand of Midas, doing the exact same thing today. I wouldn't mind saying Hand of Midas first, but overall this is a very strong build. Gives you a good amount of control and late game scaling. Alright, so God the Juice has the Aegis, expires around 24 minutes. If you are bait, you're thinking, alright guys, what exactly is the plan? Do we play aggressively? Well, while the other team has the Aegis, that's not great. Do we wait? Our lineup doesn't scale quite as well. Looks like X-Mark is available. Who they catch? They catch the guy they want to catch. Although the Stampede is there, but he does get the shackle at the end. Can they kill him? They do. But that's only the Aegis. The boat is not out. Looks like the big jump in by PMA, but he might be losing his life. Nico and PMA lose it as well. And God the Juice gets X-Mark again. Dandy doing an amazing job with X-Mark. The fear, it's not even going to be used. Looks like the dust is lands, and that's a 5-0. Yes, Days lives, but the Aegis counts as 2 lives. A huge catch. The double X mark by Dendi, making sure that God the Juice can't go, was fantastic. And the Navi levels, they feel a little bit more durable than you think. You know, PMA jumps in, he wants to get those kills, but he just can't. Like, you shackle, you get lifesteal, you have Chen healing you. Like, these supports are not, you know, they might have like what, 1.2, 1.3 health, but they feel a lot more durable than that. And then he wants to go for, oh, X mark. Don't know if you have enough damage to kill him though. Fuels just to make sure he doesn't get marked, returned in time, so he's gonna be just fine. Has a tier 2 token, hasn't picked one yet. And is there anything you want? Oh, yo, Mary! I love how they stop attacking just so Mary can actually make it out in time. And he gets the shard. Alright, so shard for Chen allows you to get the ancient creeps. Granite golems, pretty good. There's an ancient creep that reduces cooldowns by 10 seconds, by the way. That's the time wrapper or something like that. It's pretty good. And it's based on the level of your ultimate. So at level 12 you can get 2 ancient creeps. At level 18 you can get 3 of them. Alright, TA. I don't think that Navi can fight without BKB. Unless you're able to burst down the Shadow Shaman. But even then, there's still a Konka. Like, the amount of control coming out from bait is very hard to deal with. We're doing here on Mr. Night Stalker. Then they continuing to farm away. Third highest net worth in the game. He really shut down Niku. Like, he really did a great job against him. I was expecting a lot from this Arc Warden. I was very excited to see him very active, but so far it's kind of like, with Arc Warden. It's like, okay. And there's a Granite Golem that we talked about. By the way. You have a Granite Golem for extra health, and you got that Centaur for extra magic resistance, and I think you get extra movement speed from the Kobold. So you're moving faster and a lot more durable, especially to magic damage. This is kind of scary. Yeah, the Cloak Aura. How much is it? It's what, 14, I think? 14 movement speed is good. How much did the Cloak Aura give you? It's not that much, I think. It's also 14%. Not bad. Not bad. 14% movement speed, and they bring down Riddies. 40% movement speed, 40% magic resistance, and oh, if you can get a Hex off, Stoma is actually going to be fine. Yeah, the Chen heal makes him a lot more durable than you'd expect. Not, I think, durable enough to stand 3 cores, but more durable enough to make sure that... oh, look at the Tidal Wave. Well done by Dendi. It's another gigantic victory for Bait. They lose only the Shadow Shaman, but they bring down the TA. And I think the Arc Ward and Illusion was also... I thought it was 2 Arc Ward. Both Arc Wards was like... oh no, it's just the one that was the TA. And there's a Dead Daze as well. Oh, Navi, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. The power of Bait's draft, it's fully on right now. As they're looking at this tier 2 bottom, they're saying, yeah, we want it. How do you kill them? Like 70% health, 40% magic resistance, 40% movement speed. This is why Chen... oh, Assault Crest on top of that. This is why if you're a position 5 and you can play Chen, you can easily grind to like 6,000 MMR because you bring so much auras to your team. It's like you buff them up insane amount value. And you can just push by yourself early on as well. Chen is... he's a really strong position 5. And Puppy's claim to fame as well. Alright, there's like this guy coming down from Riddy is here. Let's hope he makes it out in time. And now Bait is like, can we go? Any interesting items? What do we have? We have Arkwright got the Gleipnir, but that's all he has, by the way. He's going to go for... oh, thank you for all the items. Nande, he's got the Butterfly, cool. Navi is not going to get MKB for a while. Stoma's got the Aether Lens. Still, I imagine Agnum's Shard is going to be next. Stonebank's got the BKB. At disable his Echo Saber for it. And Mary of Solar Crest. God the Juice needs the BKB. Oh boy, does he need it. Nico, he wants to go for Octarine Core. I like it. It's quite expensive though, so it's gonna take some time for him to go for it. PMA, he's got the Pipe, which is good, but I don't think Bait is really relying too much on their magical damage. You know, it's like it's a nice layer, but most of the damage is gonna be physical. It's just the Kunko does a huge amount of magical damage that you kind of care about. And Dark Willow, as we mentioned, going for the Hand of Maya is pretty good against the Chen, since you can eat some of his creeps, which does help. The best combi. I mean, you might want an Alpha Wolf if you are. Oh, top lane, and that's really is just dead. He does use his snakes for it, but I think you're very happy. Oh, Eye of the Vizier on the Shadow Shaman, along with an Aether Lens. What's that? 375 extra cast range. You're super happy. It's what, oh, 225. Oh, it's 350 because I have the Veer gives you 125. I forgot that Aether Lens was nerfed from 250 to 225. He takes the Hex cooldown talent rather than a more Shackles damage. Alright, I think both of them are fine, honestly. Ring of Aquila on Chen, so more auras for the team. Does anyone miss the item that Vlad used to upgrade to? The one that used to summon that totem? Oh! They got oh, it's an illusion. It's not the real Niku, but it's still what, 300 gold? Nope, he expires in time. So at least you don't feed away that gold by Navi. Yeah, what was the name of that Vladimir item? Wraith Pact. Yeah, does anyone miss Wraith Pact? I kind of do. I feel like I shouldn't have been removed. Just reduce the damage reduction to like 10%, and it would have been fine. You know, like 30% was wild. But having it completely removed, I don't like seeing items removed. Maybe it'll come back as a neutral item. That would be interesting. Although then it'll be a bit too broken because one team can get it, one team can't. It's too much. Alright, Bait. They're looking at it. They're saying, let's just go high ground. They don't have snakes available, but they have so much like beef in this front line. Like it's so hard for them to engage. Like yeah, they're forced to use the glyph. Is it gonna be enough? Oh, there we go. There we go. The Arc Warden bubbles there. Does slow down this push a little bit. And Bait, they might need to come back fairly soon though. Otherwise the Train Protector will be healing that tower up to full. Centaur has no gold this game. Have you guys noticed? He is really behind. Barely ahead of the Chen. At that point, Blizzard probably going to be turning into a heart. Which is nice, but And he does have the shards. It's not like PMA doesn't have anything. It's just he is behind. Arc Warden getting fairly close. I think what 400 gold away from the Octane Core. It does help you. You know, your hand mice becomes a lot more efficient. You can split push the map better. It's good. I just kind of wonder if it's going to be enough. Snakes come out. Bait, they have no intention of leaving this tower. They want this. Although they're not even heavy commit. It's just kind of the supports. The supports by themselves are pushing. Like, this is it. They don't have... who's here except the supports? No one. And looks like, is he going to be... Yeah, he's macroing the snakes so that some of them hit the ranged racks instead of the melee. The melee should be fine. Yeah, just sending the creeps together. They're like, let's just get the ranged racks. No real commitment. I mean, yeah, you are forced to use the Shadow Shaman ulti, but this is the use of the Shadow Shaman ultimate.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Nande takes the mid tier 2. Does not refresh Glyph. Oh, actually, Glyph is sorry. We got refreshed when the tier 3 top fell, and they're just continuing. Black Dragon and Granite Golem. Well, that's it. It's more than enough to overwhelm the regeneration for the living armor, especially with the creeps coming in right now. 87% for bait, and that's looking pretty strong. Na'Vi. I'm surprised that they're not bringing the Arc Warden to defend. You know, just put out that bubble, it should be alright. Yeah, here an X mark, but good blink coming out from the juice. As he wants to jump in and get the hoof stomp, but they actually hex him in time. Great use of the overgrowth, catch pretty much everyone. But Nande is so damn durable. Stoneback, he wants to go. He's going for blood here. He's on top of Daze, uses the BKB, but just walks out. In the end, a lot of punches being thrown, but so far no one has lost his life. Tidal Wave catches Riddies, but it's not really enough for the Kunkka. He needs a little bit more firepower to bring him down. Still, Bait, you walk away happy. You didn't lose anything, and you did get the range. Sorry, all the racks is in the top lane. Tickles got Blink Dagger. I like this a lot. Although this could be a fight here. Chen's nowhere around. This could be an issue here. Who do they jump on? They're going to go for Dendi, but he is durable. He is very durable. And then they lose Release. They lose PMA. He is not quite as durable. Daze jumps in, trying to get something, but I don't know if you want to be there, buddy. As the Stoma gets the catch. GG is called. Yeah, the writing's on the wall. Bait, once they got that push draft ready and kick in, they got those creeps coming in with those auras. There's just no way for Na'Vi to take them. And Bait, this is the exact way you want to play your draft. It took them a little while to sort of put their foot on the gas, but once they did, the snakes and the creeps from the Chen were just, that's all they needed to bring down Barracks. It's very strong and really well played by them. So, impressive performance from Bait. They are the favorites coming to this match. And it's also, I believe, their last match. So they need to rack up this victory, especially at 2-0, to secure themselves a spot in the upper bracket. Na'Vi Jr., they're looking decent. They're likely that they're going to go to the playoffs, but they would definitely like that victory. And we'll see if they can come back in game 2. They played okay, but this Arc Warden did not pay off at all. I thought that we'll see a lot more from the Arc Warden. So hopefully Na'Vi, they tend to get out-drafted. Hopefully they come up with something better for us in Game 2. But for now, we're going to take a little bit of a break. And we'll come back to you guys with Game 2 of Bait versus Na'Vi Jr.
come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello and welcome back to Navi Jr. versus Bait. And it was a pretty interesting game 1. Bait, they went for this fast push draft, picking Chen as well as Shadow Shaman. They want to go and, they had Dendi on the mid Kunkka for that bit of team fight. They just won the game. Like, there was really no big response from Navi Jr. We saw them pick this Arc Warden last pick. I got really excited for it. I was like, Arc Warden! But didn't really get the Arc Warden experience. We've all seen these games where Arc Warden puts like 3 bubbles on a tower and keeps it alive. Nothing. They first picked Treant Protector. He wasn't able to keep these towers alive, which is kind of expected. Like, against a massive, heavy push draft, Treant Protector is just not enough. And overall, Navi Jr., the draft was just a little bit too greedy with the TA as well as the Arc Warden. So do we have? Oh, I thought we were going to the draft for a second here. But we are going the draft. Oh, thank you. So Navi Jr., what they ban out? They ban out the Spirit Breakers or the Primal Beast. For Bait, they felt like, you know what? That Centaur on PMA is a little problematic. So let's get rid of him. They also ban out the Dazzle. Navi Jr., they do not want to go up against Dendi's Kunkka. I cannot blame him. He had some incredible tidal waves, bringing people back, getting them those kills. And I love the fight when he was able to catch God the Juice twice with X Mark. It's been, once with the Aegis, then he brings him back after that. Alright, so what does Navi Jr. not want to play against? I don't think do you want to ban out, I don't think Shadow Shaman was the main issue, I think Chen is more problematic than Shadow Shaman. So I don't think they're going to be banning out something like that. Imagine if you have to ban out Shadow Shaman against the team. You'll never feel good because he's not a meta hero. You want to ban out some stuff that's like a little bit more viable and heavily contested. What are we working with here, Navi Jr.? What do you feel like was the problem? What do you not want to go up against? And they ban out the Nature's Prophet. Remind you that both of these teams are big fans of the Pugna. So it's a little bit like, if you leave it, both teams will want to take it if they can get their hands on it. Especially what we saw from Bait, where they can go for this fast push. My god, they immediately pick up the Pugna. And Navi Jr., what did they take? They take Muerta, which is, if I'm not mistaken, their most played hero. So Pugna versus Muerta, both the 2 ethereal heroes in the game have been picked up here. If you're Navi Jr., you might want to take up a Necrophos. Not quite as good for Bait, just because, Muerta can be like, I'll just shoot him. I don't really care. But it is pretty good for Navi Jr. if they want to go for it. Not like Pugna does a whole lot against it. Magnus is removed from the pool. They banned the TA, which has just been... I'm glad to see the TA banned out. I know she's like very strong, but she's not the flashiest, coolest hero to watch, you know? She's kind of like, oh, there's TA again. And that's kind of to me. What are we working with here for Navi Jr.? What do you not want to play against? Well, they want Treant Protector. It's still in the pool. We'll see if that's something that they're either teams can think of contesting. If they're thinking of taking Necrophos, oh, they bounce Spectre and they take the Tusk. I like Tusk. I feel like this is a hero that has a very high skill ceiling. You can do damage. I like the way the attack team works now with the passive slow. Snowball saves are amazing. You can do a huge amount with the Tusk, but it's also not super easy to do that. You know, like high skill hero requires a lot of practice. So not anyone can just be like, yeah, I played him last night, bro. Give me the Tusk. Doesn't quite work that way. Now, what we're looking at here for the Pugna. Definitely don't want, again, I don't want the Necrophos for bait. The Tusk save is another factor that makes me not want it. And it's another factor in favor of Navi Jr. because bait can't, you know, pick up that save. They do take out the Wraith King. Probably going to be Stonebank's hero. Could be Nandays. This hero can, you know, we've seen him in both. General idea is to get a Hand of Midas, get Radiance, Armlet, Refresher Orb. That's kind of like the hero. Sometimes we see them go for the Blade Mail Blink. Armlet as well is also kind of like, there's a bunch of ways you can build the Wraith King, but I'm a big fan of Radiance myself. I feel like that's one of the best items. If you can get it, if you have someone on your team who can get Radiance. Always get Radiance. Radiance is always good. Never bad. Heaven's Halberd's actually pretty good this game as well. I mean, this Mortis is probably going to be a core, and you can just do a lot with the Heaven's Halberd on her. What am I thinking about here for bait? Taking a bit of time with this one, I must say. They have decent frontline with the rating. Actually, their pushing potential is very impressive on bait. You know, the skeletons as well as the Pugna Nether Blast. That by itself can just melt towers. But, so do you want to add more to it? Is Chen bad? I don't think Chen's bad at all, actually. I think you can, you know, run it back again. Basically, you're like, let's just take the Chen. Push hard. What are they going to do? They got Tusk Morta. They have time to adjust, but let them adjust. This is this is quite a long one. Grimstroke, no one seems to want the Grimstroke. Bait could take the Grimstroke. Double Decrepify, double Life Drain. What they go with? They go with Treant Protector. Alright, so they slightly bring down the speed on the bait draft, you know. Treant Protector, he'll focus mostly on he don't attack, basically. So he'll just be living armoring all of his own towers. He's still very useful with the Leech Seed as well as the Nature's Guys. And you look at the other side, not Nature's Guys, Nature's Grasp, I believe is the accuse. You look at the other side, there's really not much tower damage coming out from them. So pretty solid. Tidehunter. Treant doesn't mind Tidehunter so much. You know, Nature's Grasp is really good against the hero. But does give Navi a lot of team fights, and your Roche potential physical damage shoot up, right? Gush and tag team. Oi! Very, very, very painful. What else do we have here for Navi Jr.? I feel like you have enough frontline. You can afford to take some sort of ranged spellcaster. As mentioned, Grimstroke would be an option here. Oh, sorry, he's banned. Sorry, my bad. I did not notice that. They go with the Pango. So kind of showcasing all their cores. We are assuming this is a Morta carry, which would be a safe assumption. I'd like a Morta carry just because you can have the Pango, the Tide in the front, and the Tusk. Like you have Navi, you don't need more frontline. You know what I mean? You need like high damage dealing heroes right now. Well, Bait, you're also pretty solid though. Wraith King can go in, cause some chaos, die, come back. He's not too bad with it. This is gonna be a relatively tough game for the Pugna. Pangolier can jump on you. You can't really life drain when Ravage is around. Tusk can blink and snowball. Like this is not a good Pugna game, I'll say. At least if you're falling behind. If you're ahead, you know every game's a good Pugna game. What do you want though for Bait? I wouldn't mind. Honestly, I wouldn't mind Undying. I'd like to see Undying right now. But of course they have both of their supports, so we can't pick that. Unless they do something crazy like put Pugna mid. No, you're gonna have to pick cores here. They go for a Morphling. Alright. I'll just be back in literally a second. Sorry about that. We're entering the last stage here of bans. Looks like Bait believes that this is going to be a core Morta. So they get rid of the Shadow Shaman. Navi Jr. they're saying you guys need a mid here. And it's very and then since that we have Morphling, we know Wraith King's guaranteed to go off lane. Wait, wow. No, they also banned the Slark, so they're definitely not sure. They're like, well, we don't know. We know what the worst heroes matchups can be, so we're just gonna get rid of them. Bait, what is the mid that you want? They go for the Earthshaker. Alright. I kind of like it. You can just stay behind throughout the fissure. It's pretty damn solid against the Pangolier. Although your low-ish mana pool means that Diffusal is really good against you. So it can work out. It can work out. It's a little bit hard to play Earthshaker against Tidehunter as well. Just because if you blink in and try to do an Echo Slam, you might just like be caught as the Ravage comes out. It's a bit of a tough one for the Earthshaker. I will say I don't feel as confident with the Bait draft in this game as I did in the previous game. I thought the previous game looked a lot better for them. And like it's still a solid draft overall though. Navi Jr., what's the last pick that you're going to bring together? Are you going to give us a core? Or are you going to take a support and put this Morta? I would like to see, again, I really like the Morta. Ideas of a Morta going core in this one. Pretty damn solid against the Morphling. If he goes full Agi, you're like, yeah, I don't care. I did magic damage with my ultimate. Like, who gives a crap? In which case you'd want a support with some stuns. What's the support that you would like to have in this situation here? I don't know if you want Undying for Navi Jr. What else can they take? They play a bit of Marcy, but I don't like that. Grimstroke's gone. They go with the A. Alright, I mean, let's be honest. How is it? I'm surprised I didn't think of it at all, but the whole time I was thinking, Morta could be core, or it could be support. Morta could be core, could be support, so I wasn't thinking about what the actual options could be, but AA, amazing in this game. Of course, like, and we've said before, like, Morphling, he's been playing a lot of high agility. The AA Blast can just crush him every time. I've seen one game where AA got 6 kills on the enemy core Morphling, and that was a professional game, so it's a huge counter in favor of Navi Jr. And I really like it. And I'm not a believer in the Morphling to begin with, and then you pick the counter. Great team fight coming out as well. You have Pango at Tidehunter. They haven't looked amazing on Navi Jr. And I'm very hesitant to say that they're going to win this game, but I am thinking well, we're likely going to a game 3 with the way the two drafts match up against each other. Like Earthshaker's a good pick, but it's not the easiest one to play in this one. Same thing with the Pugna. Very difficult. I don't know if the Trained Protector can keep buildings alive long enough. That's I mean, I don't even think it matters, right? It's not if the Trained Protector is on one side, you can just be like, well, we don't have to hit buildings until 30 minutes, so we can just crush them in one go, rather than sort of like chipping them down a little bit. And I think that's yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one for Bait. I'm hoping that we get a very close match. Will it go to game 3? Who knows? But Navi Jr. is definitely in my eyes, they've won this draft on this one. Bait does look like the stronger team, and I'll say we're hopefully gonna get a game 3 on this one. A lot of eyes are going to be on Niku to see what he can do with the Pangolier. Let's go in the game actually. I think we have the smokes ready. Everybody is ready to go in right now. Was it 5-man smoke? Yeah, a lot of eyes are going to be on this Pangolier. Can he get that Diffusal Blade? You're up against fairly low mana heroes with the Wraith King, the Earthshaker, and the Treant. Like a couple of swashbuckles, you can burn their mana down to nothing. So, and you can do some amount of damage with the Orb Corrosion as well. A Blast is a huge counter to the Morph. Like, you have everything on Navi to win. Alright. Let's see. Oh yeah, they do have, yeah, someone was pointing out that there is a lot of heals on bait, but the AA is such a counter towards it, right? Like, Morph, Life Drain, and Living Armor all become useless abilities against an AA Blast. Of course, to be fair, AA has been nerfed, which is that this lasts only 10 seconds. It used to be, oh, it used to be 10, 11, 12. I thought it was 11, 12, and 13, but either way, it doesn't last as long. Level 1 is exactly the same, but level 2 and 3, to be fair, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. Like, about 1 second at level 12. That's annoying. Oh, and Ice Vortex, that's the bigger one. Ice Vortex does less damage. That, I think, is actually a bigger deal. And we're starting off, Bait does get 3 Bounty Ruins. They definitely feel like they're going to need it. Mid lane is going to be Pangolier versus the Earthshaker. Thanks to Enchant Totem, you should be able to get those denies off fairly easily, but then Swashbuckle, you're going to take a lot of harass with the Swashbuckle as well as the shield. Did not plant the ward here on Nico. It's slightly unusual here. Actually, I don't think there's any wards in the mid lane in general here. And without when Swashbuckle is not available, there you go. That's the deny that you want. You know, just take it out. Boom, another deny by Dendi here. Enchant Totem, you get so much damage, but Nico's like, I don't need to do that, and I think he misses that deny. You know, top lane down, Day takes a few hits. And it's actually going to be Riddies is position 5, but he's going to the top lane. They want him in this matchup. They don't put the Tusk Bomb. I like this. I generally find two melee in one lane to be a problem. So this melee range for Navi is a nice adjustment. Plus, I think you get a decent amount of killing power with the Tusk and Mortar combination. So overall, nice one by Navi. As well, Stoma just here, gonna be trying to get a little bit of experience. And again, he needs to be very careful on this Bugna. I feel like it's all too easy for an Ice Shard to come out, and you lose your life right after. Mid lane, this is quite something. The 8 and 5 to the 5 and 2. Like, I was thinking that he's gonna do pretty well. He's got a decent amount of armor, so all this harass from Nico is not really hurting him that much. Although I think, oh, the denies come out just as we praise him, you know, just as we praise him. Nature's Grasp, amazing against the Tidehunter. You just can't walk through it, and you can see he is struggling a little bit in that health department. And then I think, oh yeah, that was the ball being delivered. So mana, well, not quite the issue it used to be, you know. And I believe he can go for the River Ruins if he wants to. Good deny coming out from Dendi Boss, and he does have that level 2 Enchant Totem. So, you know, level 1 you can sometimes mess up. Oh, first blood for Nande. Did not think that this was going to be that bad for PMA here, but he just lost his life. Youch. And this is with the lane swap, so they can give him a better matchup. Yeah, a little unexpected here. You know, like same as the previous game, Bait top 3 in terms of CS, all on their side. Kind of a familiar spot for them. Of course, last on the tower forgot the juice as well. Whereas Bait, they're just gonna be pulling those. The range creep looks like he wants to deny it on the Tusk, but unfortunately that's not gonna happen. And how's Dendi? 8 denies so far. Again, it's not like a massively one-sided. We do see Nico is actually having an acceptable time so far. Well, looks like it is going to be the Orb of Corrosion first item for Nico. Arcane Boost, and I imagine Diffuser is going to come right after. He's got his whole shopping list right there. He's like, I'm going for this. Oh my. Nico. Whee. That was painful. But then again, it's not like Dendi didn't cup a few hits himself as well. So both players go away, lick their wounds for a little bit. Dendi misses the flag pair. A little unfortunate. But I don't think he had enough mana to enchant Totem, and sometimes that's just how it happens. You know, you can't actually like get it, no matter what you do. You know, the way the creeps hit and the towers come out is just it's all against you. Days, he's going to go for this ruin. I mean, he's still. It's good for the mana, but in terms of health, he doesn't get too much. Nice, cripple 5 by Stoma. Oh, the courier. He would love to keep this courier alive, but I think the Tusk should get the slow comes out.
been killed.
What a that was a lot of effort by both players to get the courier. Tusk also eats a tango. He eats it from the iron branch, so he gets the double. And he starts high-fiving. He's like, "Do you see that? Do you see what I did to your courier?" Well, got the juice. What's he looking at? Nothing crazy. Power treads. And looks like he's going to go for the Falcon's Blade. Mary. Looks like he barely survives, PMA. Couple of more hits. One more from Nan. They should get it, and they do. But they do lose Mary in the end. Solo kill for Reddies. That's not the worst thing in the world, because that fast AA blast could be a huge problem for Morphling. So it's kind of it's okay. Bait, slight advantage right now, but not the biggest deal here. Although again, the kill on the Tusk, sorry, on the Tidehunter, that one stings a little bit. We're looking at for the Wraith King, just the magic wand. It's just to see if he's going to go for the armlet, is he going to go for the Radiance, the Midas? What exactly does he want to build first? Take over, of course, you're going to be up fairly soon. Snowball on those skeletons. They kind of know. Nice dodge, by the way, by the Pugna. He sidesteps the snowball so he doesn't get stunned by it, and does land the Nether Blast right after. Good rotation by Treant. Just shows up, gets a kill, and I gotta say this. I love the what's it called? Warp gates, time gates, whatever they're called. The portals that we got. They're great. I really like them. I know they're not warp gates. I just forgot their names for a second. There's a lot of Twin Gate. Thank you. And if you guys thinking, wow. If you guys think, oh, he remembers, like, no. My producer was like, you idiot. It's Twin Gates. It's from StarCraft. It's from StarCraft? Oh, yeah. I think it's a Protoss thing then if it's from StarCraft. Well, looks like they're going for God the Juice. Snowball comes out, but immediately he's going to be fine. Stonebank, he was just trying to get a little bit of damage there. I think he was actually going to go for the kill. Has the phase boots ready, has 800 gold, and I think this is the point where he's going to be like, okay, what do I buy? PMA, going to be rushing the Meteor Hammer. I've said before, I love that build from Tidehunter. I love the Meteor Hammer. Gives you tower pressure, gives you a way to sort of like have more influence in the game. And Reddies, I think he might get it. Oh, nicely done by Na'Vi, getting both Wisdom Ruins. PMA was able to ensure that he doesn't get stunned days. That was actually really well done by him. He was standing on top of the area where it spawns, and he snowballs. So you can't like be next to it. If you be far, like if you're far, he's still gonna stun people next to it. It was really well done. It was really well done. Oh, Echo Slam. Does he have enough damage? Who cares? Apparently, no. It looks like Nico, one more hit. He does lose his life. Yeah, look at it. Look. Oh, this is him escaping. Oh. I think we didn't go back far enough on the replay, but who cares? I thought for a second Nico was gonna be able to make it out alive, but on a sliver of health he loses his life. Na'Vi Junior does double wisdom. He does bring their supports to level 5. It's pretty good, but Bait or with a huge net worth advantage early on. And Mary loses his life. Reddies gets another kill to his name. He's 2 and I think 0-0 on this AA. Very good game for him so far. About Morphling, Dragon Lance, Falcon Blade, just the early farming items that he wants. And he's still playing with a lot of agility just because he knows that there isn't, there's no Ice Blast. Once Ice Blast is available, you're gonna be plenty worried if you're Morphling. Although that high farm that he has may not really may mitigate that. Stoma, fancy feat, but not fancy enough. He couldn't save the courier earlier, can't save himself now. But PMA on the Tidehunter, PMA, Tidehunter, there you go. Gets them in the end. And it's a bigger win for Bait overall. Tidehunter, he's really poor. Like, he's obviously a core, but actually, all of Navi's cores are fairly poor. I mean, Deadly's not doing too hot either, but Stoneback and Nandi, they are just enjoying life. Life's good. Life's good if you're a Stonebank. And it looks like we might see Radiant's first item coming out from Stonebank. I'm cool with it. You know, it's like if you're getting a good amount of gold, getting a Hand of Mice would actually like kind of delay it. You're like, let me just get the Radiance. I'll farm faster anyway. I don't really need the Hand of Mice if I can get a fast Radiance. And Dandy, is he gonna? Yeah, gets it. There you go. Flag bearers give so much gold. It's kind of insane. They actually give 10 gold more on average than the creep's natural bounty. And only, I think, what, 900 gold? Almost 800 gold away from that Sacred Relic for Stonebank. It's, Navi, they're not thinking about punishing him too hard. Maybe they'll bring someone down later, but they seem okay with what's happening. And in general, I don't think Navi is thinking about aggression in general. You know, it doesn't seem like any one lane is actually suffering a lot. Maybe Dendi has been pressured a little bit, but that's about it. Both Nande as well as Stonebank have been completely ignored so far. And net worth shows that. 6k net worth for the carry Morph. Morph is almost half of that. Can we look at the win percentage? Because this is looking rather brutal. 71 for bait. Like 72 actually, as we were talking about that. And they actually have the experience advantage despite not getting a single Wisdom Rune. And Bugna, oh, beautiful use of the Fissure, but will it be enough to keep him alive? Good use of the Enchant Totem, but again, it's not enough to stun him down. Dendi, he might be in no man's land, but he does have a lot of health, a Fairy Fire, and 8 Magic Wands charges, so he's going to be okay. Yeah, great use of Enchant Totem, gets him just as he exits the Snowball. Bait, their ability to play around the Tusk is unmatched so far.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Looks like BMA is saving that skill point, thinking about, well, if he puts it on like a Kraken shell as he's running away, or Ravage in terms of team fight. They're going for something here. A blast comes out. Yeah, you're probably dead, man. Mary, no way you're making out through that. But if you're Nande, you're also like, hey, no AA blast for me. I'm unkillable for the next minute. He'd be worried a lot more if this was the old patch when Ice Blast was 40 seconds cooldown. Now it's like 60, 50, 40. So it's definitely not quite what it used to be. At the same time, apart from like Dendi falling behind a little bit, I say falling behind, he's third net worth. But in general, compared to the other two cores, he feels behind. Major Hammer finished on the Tantrum. Nice. Now we could see some pushing power coming out from PMA, which he desperately needs. And, oh, okay, Mary. Alright, there's Ravage available. Does not want to throw it out just yet. Looks like Mary's going to be losing his life. So that's 2 kills on Mary, the top lane. That's, I would say cause for concern, but does raise an eyebrow. You know, where you're like, okay. Not ideal, but of course at the same time, Stonebank is farming, Dendi is doing okay, so it's not like Riddy is dying for no reason, it's just more like maybe not really necessary that he does die. That's not too far from that. Link Dagger, about 1,000 gold. We'll give them the save that they need. If he can sort of dodge Echo, and then he does Echo people, he can sort of jump in and catch them one by one. I know this is going to be this is an off-lane Wraith King. So you don't expect this level of farm coming out, but he is very, very close to this Radiance. I think, what, a minute and a half, and he'll have it? Very, very worrisome if you're Navi Jr. Yeah. And it's not like you can AA blast him and get him out, he'll just come back right up with the second life. Meanwhile, Riddies gets, I was going to say solo killed by Nande. It does bring him down. He's like, aha, my rival, I found you. I wonder what Morphling would want to transform into in this game. Ooh, look at the stacks. Very nice. Although, to be frank, I mean, not the easiest. Oh, is he going to Echo Slam them? I think he's going to Echo Slam them. Is he? There you go. I was like, yeah, unless the Echo, I was thinking there's no way he's going to get it without the Echo Slam. And look at that. He goes from kind of struggling-ish to being third of net worth by comfortable margin. I like that. Then he's like, you know what, I'm just going to Echo Slam. I literally don't care. And the way they break them all together. Very nicely done. Wraith King, he's got it if he wants a talisman. And this time they do get one Wisdom Rune, so they are able to trade 1 for 1 here. And this Radiance gonna cause no end of problems for Na'Vi. Blink is going to be cancelled. The Ice Blast. I mean, in general, Radiance, like, you already have Resurrection, but Ice Blast is gonna feel pretty weak. Tag Team is maxed out. Is gonna be maxed out on the Tusk, so they might consider an early Roche here. You do have Tide Hunter, and they don't know Echo Slam is down. That's the thing. If you knew it was down, you might be more willing to go for a fight or get in the Roche pit. But because you don't know, you're thinking, oh no, what if we go in there, big Echo Slam? We've all seen TI5. No one wants to be, you know, that was what, the $6 million Echo Slam? This could be the $50,000 Echo Slam. Which is still a lot of money, by the way.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Dendi, he's got Blink Dagger. I think he just bought a belt of giant. Sorry, not an ogre axe. And going up straight up for the BKB. Symptoma. Yeah, he's losing his life. A Blast comes out a bit. I don't know if you really need the A Blast, but now if Bait knows that it's down, they might consider taking a fight. And you see, really, he's on the way here. Throughout the Nature's Grasp, just to get some damage out and so on the creeps. I don't think he has any points of living armor. At least I'm not seeing any points of living armor. Yeah, no points in it. He's just gonna deny the tower. If he cannot heal them, he will offer them a merciful death. Man, Truth Protector is a dark hero when you think about it. In that sort of way. He's very close to his shard as well. Rudy is 2 points in Chilling Touch. I don't see that very often, I must say, on the AA. Most of the time, they max out Ice Vortex and Cold Feet, and 1 point Chilling Touch for Harass, but 2 points in Chilling Touch. I'll let the let you guys in chat tell me if that's a good thing or bad thing, but it's certainly very unusual. Nico loses his life, not where he wants to be in that situation, and I think they know that there's a Tusk in the area as well. That's kind of a problem. Nico was having the best time on Na'Vi Jr. Not ideally gets shut down. By the way, when you max out the tag team, your farming speed as a Tusk is pretty atrocious. Because you have like minimal burst damage to clear out creep camps. So you're going to be seeing punching creeps for like, you know, 30 seconds to bring them. You're like, oh, for the love of God, thank you.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Well, 6,000 gold advantage for Bait. Things going perfectly for them right now. Not really seeing any of the hiccups that I was thinking was going to happen. And oh, Wraith King. All right, there you go. Wraith King comes back to life, and that's a hiccup. Holy moly, that's a massive hiccup. That's someone. Well, that's not at all what you want to happen. Ravage wasn't even used. Oh my! Looks like Stonebag just not the position you want. While getting Radiance first does give you a huge amount of farming acceleration, it also means that you're just not durable. You know, like you need more items on the Wraith King before you can comfortably like survive these fights. One thing as the Sanjin, yeah, this makes sense. The stats resistance is all you need. It does remove 2 seconds of the Ice Blast. Going from 10 to 8 is a big deal. So you really want to be able to reduce the duration as much as possible. I wonder if anyone on Bait... Oh, this could be a kill on Dendi Boss as well. Is he gonna be fine? Oh no! That is not at all ideal here. And looks like Nande should be... Nope, he's not gonna be fine at all. He waveforms in just as the Ice Blast comes, hits by the Ravage. And I believe that is Bait's advantage cut from, what, 6,000 to just nothing in a little bit.
It's quite nice, actually.
And Andy, he was, we were just talking about the value of this Sanjin Yasha. And, I mean, it's still valuable, but Dendi tries to go for the TP. And he just dies. You know, with the Ravage comes out, cancels it. Would have survived if that didn't come out, but Nande, there's nothing you can do in that situation. Meanwhile, I'm seeing someone rolling. Looks like the roll is over, and they weren't able to get. Oh, maybe they will actually. Pugna, he's gone. These Ice Blasts are becoming a huge problem for Bait, which is the expected outcome actually. Oh, Trinity Ox. Oh, dead in the water. He gets hit by the anchor, and looks like Nande, he wants something here. He wants to fight. Is he able to actually survive this? Nice stun coming out. Huge echo, and the save from these is not enough. This is the problem we mentioned. You might blink in, but you gotta time it real perfectly, because you might blink and just get hit by the echo slam. Alright, bait. A nice bit of a comeback for them, and they have vision there. PMA. What a block by Mr. Dendi here. Continuing to find PMA. He's dead. Roshan's gonna be coming to the dire side in about 10 seconds. But bait, it's still risky for you to fight the Roche Pit as long as AA is alive. And I believe that Titan's Ravage it's not gonna take too much long. By the time he's alive, I think he's gonna have it. Oh, there you go. And Roshan's back to the Radiant side. Toma just taking away. Alright. Again, this is risky. This is Radiant, which means that the outpost, they can just teleport to it. A blast is available here. They're making their way. Radiant scan. They know. They know. Alright, Tidehunter, where are we on the Ravage? A blast is going to miss. Yep, he comes back. It's immediately active. But a blast missed, and I think Bait knows this. That's a double damage rune on Stonebank as well, which means that he should be able to do a good amount of work. And because the A blast lands on nothing, I feel like Navi are like, yeah, it's not worth it for us to go any further in this. Ooh, Hand of Midas on H Apparition. He's very close to it as well. You know, only the Gloves of Haste left. I like what Ridley's doing, by the way. He's not bringing out the recipe. He's making sure that he assembles it in the base. By doing so, you get the cooldown to like start instantly. I've not seen much of God the Juice. He's 103, has the BKB, has Falcon's Blade and Maelstrom, and is going to go for Molineer. But generally, it's been a quiet game for this Morta. Morphling has 7 kills. Wow. Nande is he's putting on a show. He is putting on a real impressive performance so far. And now that he's got the Aegis, he can eat 16 AA blasts and he won't care. As long as they're at the same time. Like, he doesn't want to eat 16, you know, one separated by minutes. Bugna just pushing bottom. Someone's got to respond to it. Nether Blast, 65% damage to towers. It does 340, so that's a lot. That is a lot of damage.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's 170 plus 51, so it's 221 damage every time you use another blast. We got there in the end. I'm sure someone will correct my math if I'm wrong. 65% of 340. Yeah, I think it's 221. Alright, where are we here with PMA? Blink, Meteor, Dead in the Water. Pretty much the exact item build you want. We'll see what he wants to go for afterwards. Halberd is pretty good. I like the idea of Halberd. I like the idea of a pipe as well. Would mitigate so much of what Dendi is able to provide for the team. Pango, he's got the Aghanim Scepter, the Diffusal, the Orb of Corrosion. He's going for the Shard next. He's packing. Nico can do a lot of damage if these fights, if he's left alone. And there's not much that Bait can do to deal with him, apart, of course, from the Overgrowth if he's hit by it. Then they can need to farm away here. He's got the BKB, wants to get the Aghanim Scepter after. Jumping around. Mobility in this game is nice, but, you know, you are up against, like, Pango, Tidehunter, Morta. Like, it's not the easiest game to be able to move around too much. And looks like we do have Silver Edge finished for Morphling. This means that Kraken Shell is no longer the factor it used to be. I believe you can also break, like, Gunslinger, which is cool, but, like, not really relevant. It's like... Most of the times in Dota, you're thinking about damage for cores. Survivability is also important, but if you buy Silver Edge, you're thinking about breaking the enemy's defensive ability, not their offensive one. Harry, I think that he's got that Blink Dagger coming out for him. Will be very nice. Takes Living Armor level 1 at this point of the game. Boy, that's a late Living Armor. And, oh, Daze finds him. Great Ice Shard. But they have the damage. They're going to need a little bit more. And they're kind of hesitant. Wow, that was just a dust used for not much. Again, I do feel like they were thinking maybe that he's got backup or something. But did not want to commit in that situation. Aegis is going to time out in about a minute and a half. Bait, they haven't extended their net worth lead by a whole lot. They've been playing aggressively and getting a little bit more farm than Navi Junior, but it's not the biggest deal here. And now that AA has the Hand of Midas, we can expect him to start shooting up in levels a little bit. Again, not as good as it used to be, just because AA Blast doesn't last as long as before. Although, you know, you have some solid talents. Tusk is also going Hand of Midas. Okay. That feels a little much for me, and to be honest with you. And there's PMA, just immediately gets destroyed. The break, it's too good. It's just too good to bring down times. Yeah, I don't know if I love this Hand of Midas coming out on the Tusk. It feels very, very, very greedy. Morta doesn't have a whole lot of health. I do believe they just got the Tormentor. Who got it? I missed it just now. Someone must have got the shard here. AA shards would be a basic if they can get it. Oh, actually, they didn't even go for a Tormentor. Just looks like they tried to, but weren't able to get it in the end. Yeah, AA shard is amazing. That global stun, like, how good is that? 1.6 seconds. Like, it is insane. Yeah. Watch him go for negative scepter, and then I'll be like, wait, no, what are you doing, Riddies? Why? Yeah, the thing about AA in general is that you don't really need items. You know, it's like shard and levels, and that's really like the shards. Items are good, you know, Glimmer, K4 staff, all that stuff. It's good, but you can function without items. Very similar to a hero like Phoenix, where your spells give you so much power as is that you don't really need much more than that. Like landing your spells is good enough. Not quite the same thing with a hero like Pugna, who kind of falls off. And speaking of falling off, Pugna, he's falling off a cliff right now. Decent amount of gold, by the way. That's what, 800 gold for support? Pretty nice. Then again, it also speaks to the situation of the game. If you kill an enemy support and you get 1,000 gold, you're like, guys, I think we're really far behind. It's like when you kill a Tormentor and the shard goes to your carry, even though no one has it, and you're like, oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good at all.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, in the meantime, though, Stonebank. Oh, and there's the pipe. I love this item pickup on PMA. Like, it does a lot against the Radiance, against the Echo Slam, against like both the support. I think the supports do purely magical damage on Bait's side, so removing it does help a lot. 3 bounty runes going on their side as well for Navi Junior. So signs of life, you know, the tide, it's turning slightly. And 2 Titan Slivers being picked up by Bait. Stats resistance does stack, although I think stacking is kind of like multiplatively, whatever that word is called. Got the Juice just farming away. Well, again, we haven't really seen all that much from the Morta, but she is farmed, and I do think she can do a good job against this Morphling, who Aegis is down. Roshan could come out in about a minute. I don't know if Bait will consider going high ground without the Aegis in their pockets. It's quite a risk to do that. Like, you're one AA blast from losing your carry. Why go for that? Looks like Mary is able to steal the enemy Wisdom Ruin, but Navi steals their Wisdom Ruin. So it comes down to a 1-for-1 trade. And the tower as well. So Navi, despite being behind, they feel like, yeah, we can take a fight. We're not scared of it, and they do have all their ultimates available, so why not?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, top lane. Looks like they are gonna be defending here, although I don't know if Navi's gonna be really committing. They're just sending illusions here, so it's not like a giant commitment from Bait. Roshan, in about 7 seconds, we'll know if it's gonna be a short or long Rosh. What's it gonna be? It's going to be 7 seconds, near instant, and it is on the dire side. Bait might not consider going for it just because they don't know. Like, usually you expect it to come out in a minute and a half. That's like the average time, but it's already up. So if Bait, if they book it, they could get it. Navi as well. Everyone's kind of together dire. They use the scan. They know Navi is like grouped up a little bit, or at least someone is there. We'll see who's going to be revealing himself very soon. Nande, he is invis. They want someone to show themselves. They would love to get a person, you know, just take them out, then go for the Roche on the Radiant side. Stonebank. Yeah, this BKB Radiance Blink, it's not going to be enough to keep him alive, and if he gets really focused on. You know, it's good, but there's not a huge amount of durability on him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, top lane, they just push over. They just continue pushing. That's it. Tower's down. And Na'Vi got to respond real quick to this one. Oh my. TI3 final flashbacks here. No one's there to defend the base. On B8, they all smoke up. Decent damage was done on that tier 3, on the ranged racks. And that does not heal. Glyph was not used though. And there's a shield ruin on Dendi here. Looks like Morta is using her ultimate, but just makes it out alive. She's just gonna be fine. Got the juice. Senses something's wrong. Wow. BKB and ulti used. If you're bait, you're thinking, alright guys, chop chop, it's Roche time. We know that Morta doesn't want to fight in this situation. 1 minute without her BKB, it's just too risky. This is why I love Dota, is these small things all add up. A BKB used, and then the enemy team immediately knows, like, yeah, Roche is now an option. Sure, Ravage is available, Ice Blast is there, and these are all big factors, but another one is just BKB. And Navi, they know they don't want to take a fight unless they have their full arsenal of every, you know, important skill and item available. Then he's got a gem. Nice. It's going to be Roche on Nande. Now we're looking at our bait was probably going to be thinking, all right, guys, we might be thinking, let's go high ground. You know, there's really no reason to sort of wait much longer. Maybe get Stonebank level like 18 for that level 3 ultimate. That's kind of nice, but in general, you are as good as the situation is as good as it's gonna get. You have Dendi with a shield ruin. For some reason, shield ruins last 75 seconds, where all other ruins last like 25. But I ain't complaining. I think shield ruins are awesome. And here we go. All right, Na'Vi, it's Wombo combo time. Bangladesh got a gem, good for finding the Twin Protector if he wants to kill Mary, but not a whole lot other than that. Tanner's got 2,000 gold in the bank. Maybe he's thinking about going for a Refresher Orb. Those were the old days. You blink, we get Greaves and Refresher Orb on Titan, so that was the best thing. Days? Okay, gets the Snowball off. I think he's going to be able to catch Dendi, but he waited a bit too long to get the Snowball off. Oh, he's going for it. But Days, I think, yep, he just gets killed by the Enchant Totem. Well, not exactly. The Aftershock from the Enchant Totem, I think, got the kill. 40 seconds, no Tusk. Bit odd to see him do that, I won't lie. You know? A blast, it does land. Alright, now this, is he gone? They'd love to get the kill. Oh, the dead shot misses. If it got him, it was a good guess though, but it got him, they would have been able to get a kill on the Morphling. So a little bit unfortunate. Now A blast down for 50 seconds. Nande taking a little bit of hits here, and life drain comes up. Going to be life drain to full, and he can go and fight again. So Navi expanding resources to push bait away, but not really like doing too much. Bait sort of takes a foot. Oh, now this could be something. All right, that's the first life. And this spin comes out. Stonebank immediately uses his BKB. Nande, he's going straight up for the A. No blast for you, sir. As Nande, good use of the Hurricane Pike to get us a little bit of distance. Reminder that he still has the Age, has not been popped. And Echo Slam comes out. I don't know if he actually hit, but solid Ravage actually. Dendi uses the cheese back to full health. Nande, A Blast comes out. I think it's going to bring him down. All right, he's been hit by the Ice Blast. What the hell was on? What's wrong with me? And looks like he's actually going to be fine. No, the Ice Blast is not enough. And Navi Jr. 2 buybacks being used. They do get the Aegis out and they do kill the Twin Protector, but it's not too much Morta. Good use of the Hurricane Pike to get some distance, but is it going to be enough? I think not. Or, wait, yep, Dendi jumps in, lands that giant tree on her face, and she is dead. Nico, are you going to be able to make it alive? Nope. And looks like Navi Jr. I think you're going to be calling it fairly soon here. There is backdoor protection, but 2 of your cores aren't up for a minute at least. Yeah, the creeps, they're going to be taking some time to get here, but they will reach you eventually. So, Navi Jr., maybe thinking this can wait here. And backdoor protection is deactivated. Stonebank summons a few of those skeletons. Not a whole lot, to be honest with you. I think he only summoned like a couple. Alright, that's a little bit more than a couple. That's a lot more than a couple. Good math, right? There's gonna be 2 sets of barracks gone. No Ravage is available. No Morta. And the bottom lane, they just... Oh, okay. Good kill by Daze, getting rid of the Pugna, but he buys back. Okay. This is kind of decent if you can... if you can delay long enough to actually defend the racks, but again, there's no Pango for 35 seconds. It's going to be what, a 4 versus 4 engagement. Pugna can buy back, but we'll see if he chooses to Stonebank. He's just happy to be in the front lines. He already has a second life. Good snowball save there to dodge the enchant totem, and they might be able to kill Dendi. Stonebank's first life is down here, but now you have Daze in the middle of no man's land. Not ideal for him. And Dendi looks like... Oh, did he just echo? Oh no, he did not echo. He has echo available. I thought he was in mid-air for a second. Meanwhile, Stonebank, he is just going to go for Morta. Morta is going to be able to be... Alright, BKBs and uses her ultimate, so she's going to be fine. They might kill the Triad. Could they get? They bring down the... Oh, dude, they bring down the AA again, and everybody's at GG is called. Na'Vi, it was a valiant effort, but I gotta say, I feel like they played slightly better in game 1. Bait with this high mobility draft, the fast radiance on the Wraith King, Dendi doing really well on the laying stage. Na'Vi Junior didn't feel like they really had the chance that they wanted, that they like needed to come back. A lot of A's blasts were kind of not needed. We saw like one person who was just about that, didn't even land. Like it just, he throws it out. By the time it reaches, the person's already dead, and you're like, might need a little bit more on the morphling. The defense as well from Bait. From Na'Vi Junior. One use of the BKB for God the Juice to survive, allowed Bait to go and get the Aegis. And that's Bait for you. Looking very strong. Looking like they are, I believe... Can we look at the standings for a second? If they're updated? Because I think that they are pretty much guaranteed second slot. We're going to be taking a second to update that. But they look very comfortable with where they're sitting here. And Na'Vi Junior, they can still... I'm not sure if they played all the games. Well, when we see the standings, we'll know. But this was... In general, I feel like Na'Vi slightly underperformed in both games. Like game 1, we didn't see the Arc Warden do anything. Like Nico was... He has Arc Warden, and no towers were defended. Game 2, we have the AA, and didn't feel like quite got the same thing. And Na'Vi Junior, oh dear. That's rough. You know, and they got no more games to play. So they're -3 all the way. Of course, other teams might beat KZ and level up a little bit, and that way Na'Vi Junior can go up, but their fate is very much not in their hand. And Bates, they're looking pretty solid. They're looking pretty solid. I'm glad to see Dendi. He performed really well. Like, he performed really well in both games. Game 1 with the Kunkka, game 2 with the Earthshaker. Very impressive performance. Nice to see a living legend living up to it from time to time. But that's going to be our first series of the day done and dusted. We are going to need to take an hour break before we go to the next series, which is Virtus Pro versus Marsbet team. That one, I do feel like it favors Virtus Pro by quite a bit. And Virtus Pro, they've been undefeated in the group stage so far. Marsbet, I believe they're struggling. So this would be an insane comeback if Marsbet can somehow take it. But overall, Virtus Pro looking really hot. And yeah, well, it's back to me. So yeah, we are gonna be taking an hour break, guys. So go for a walk, or a nap, or play a game of Dota. Whatever you want to do. But be back here in an hour. I'm expecting you all to be here, and we'll see you guys then. So ta-ta for now.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello and welcome to day 8 of the Pinnacle Cup 25-year anniversary. One way to celebrate a century, a quarter of a century of a company, then having a Dota 2 tournament with a 100,000 prize pool. We got some of the best teams here. We got Pro, we got Team Falcons, we got Team Tickles and Alliance all coming in. And it's been a lot of fun so far. We are in our second series of the day. We're going to go into our standings first. So Group A is kind of mostly done and dusted. Level Up's got a couple of games going for them, but Team Tickles, they basically advanced. B8 and KZ team were playing against Level Up, and they also have decided Bait earlier took down Navi Jr. very convincingly. And second group, same thing. Team Falcons sitting pretty at the top. Atlas Burden has already been sort of eliminated from the tournament. Navi and Yellow Submarine, they have about a couple of matches. Team Falcons has to go against Yellow Submarine, and Navi has to go up against Yellow Submarine as well. And then we're done with there. Group C Verse Pro is going to be playing right now against Marsbet. This is Marsbet's final game. They have been struggling so far, and they would love to get something here to bring them. They're at -2 on the last game. It's very tough for them. Verse Pro, the favorites coming into this matchup. And lastly, we have the Dudley Boys versus Alliance. That's going to be our next match after this. I won't be casting it. I wish I could get that one, but of course I'm glad to get anything. Dudley Boys and Alliance playing for that first place spot. Clem Sanich, pretty bad, unlikely to go home, and then the others will be battling just to make it to the playoffs. If you guys are wondering how it looks, top 2 get to advance to the upper bracket. The bronze medal goes to the lower bracket, and the bottom 2 get eliminated. And you would really, really like to start the upper bracket because you need at least one victory to get you in top 8. Top 8 gets you in the green. And yeah, this is the schedule. We are right on time today thanks to Bait, taking no time at all to send Navi Jr. packing. Verse Pro versus Marsbet, followed by Alliance versus Dudley Boys, and then it's going to Boom versus Sebe team. And this is going to be a bit of a tough one for Marsbet. They haven't really looked too hot this entire tournament, to be frank with you. They're also playing with a stand-in. Mitch will be playing as the position 4 instead of Velhior. I'm pretty sure I'm not pronouncing the name right. So they already have a stand-in situation coming in. We saw in the previous series, Navi Jr., they played with a stand-in, and they also suffered. It feels like Daze was not quite with the team. There was a couple times in the late game where he was like going for a fight, way out by himself. The team wasn't backing him up. And Verse Pro, this is the TI 12 roster, no changes. They got top 8 in TI. I mean, it's very hard to really look at this as in any way a fair matchup. Verse Pro, I believe they did lose a couple of game 2s, so they're not unbeatable. They might like sort of take it easy after game 1, but if they lose, then they just go back straight back to crushing them in game 3. So overall, going in, I'm fairly confident Virtus Pro is going to win. Is it a 2 or 2-1? That's up for debate. VP, their drafting has been relatively standard. You know, we see Golf Grimstroke, Willow, Spirit Breaker. There's some odd picks are like the Luna. They pick Luna Carry a little bit more than others. Earth Spirit mid is also coming out popular for them. Whereas Marsbet, they are slightly more unorthodox. They're still picking the Chaos Knight carry, even though he has been nerfed pretty significantly this patch. They also pick Zeus mid, which is a little unusual. And I hear that they played a lot of, in this tournament, which they've had no success with, has been Lion. They picked him 5 times, and they've won none of those games with the Lion. So I do hope that they decide to steer away from that. I feel like if you want a good disabler, you take Shadow Shaman. Lion is kind of iffy. But you know what? Let's go into the draft. Let's go see what we're working with here, what the teams are playing with. And thank you very much. We're in very early into the draft. Not a whole lot being picked here. But yeah, Marsbet, another thing, I would love to see them pick up the Zeus. This gives you a huge amount of burst damage, ranged burst damage. It also could be played as a support, although very often picked for that mid lane prowess that you bring to the team. Basically, pick Zeus, you almost always have a decent time in the mid lane. VP, taking a little bit of time with this very, very first ban. You know, the first ban of the game. There's always going to reserve time. They take away the Pugna, or the Pugna. And for Marsbet, they can move the Kunkka and Spirit Breaker. Man, I feel like until Spirit Breaker gets picked a few times and loses, teams aren't going to get rid. Like, they're going to follow that stigma of no Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker is bad. And it's like, I mean, glad to play against. You know, very good to pick. But it's like, he's got nerfed. Come on, if you guys keep banning him, we won't know if he's been nerfed enough, 1. And 2, like, Ice Frog might think he needs to nerf him some more. We don't want that. I don't want the more nerfs on Spirit Breaker. He's a fun hero to watch. Yeah, Marsbet, they do get rid of the Nature's Prophet. Maybe, from what I can see, they don't play a whole ton of Nature's Prophet. Obviously, they pick it from time to time, but you know, it's not like they've been spamming it. And to be fair, when a hero gets banned a lot, the pick rates of them tend to be a lot lower than they should be. You know, like if you see a team picking Nature's Prophet 3 games out of 20, that's not because they only want him 3 games, because he's usually banned against them or by them. So, Brewmaster is the last ban from Marsbet. Way too much teamfight prowess coming out from that guy. Very good also against Illusions, which maybe Marsbet's thinking about. I do think that I start thinking, you know, is this Terrorblade something that Marsbet's looking into? We'll find out. And Gyrocopter gets banned. They start off with Invoker for Virtus Pro. I like it. I mean, I obviously expect this to be a support Invoker, but sorry, a core Invoker for Squad X. Someone told me this, not Squad 1X in chat the other day, and I appreciate you for telling me that so kindly as well. So Squad X is going to be probably going to be taking the Invoker. Gives you a good amount of rotations around the map with like once he has the Urn. Could consider going for Exhort for global presence, but unlikely. And just the mana burn is amazing on the Invoker. Like EMP, I feel like EMP is just kind of his best spell. That instant mana burn. It's not exactly instant; takes a couple of seconds to land, but usually this huge radius is enough. Marsbet, would they go with the Primal Beast coming out? Not a hero who enjoys playing against Invoker, to be frank with you. One is, of course, he's relatively low intelligence, something like 1.7 intelligence gain, which is not the worst, but still very low. When he onslaughts, he doesn't want to go through like the ice wall. Hard to pulverize if you've been cold snapped. Tornado as well is really good at stopping. Like, there's a lot of things that Invoker can do to play around the Primal Beast, and I don't feel like the opposite is true. Primal Beast doesn't really bother Invoker that much. He's very tanky, which, you know, if you're Invoker, you're like, I suppose I need Spirit Vessel, but apart from that, it's just kind of a big meat shield for Invoker to drain mana from. Of course, we are assuming that this is going to be Invoker mid, which I feel like is a safe assumption. And the Primal Beast is a little bit more open. We might see Mr. Luck playing with the off lane, or we might see, I'm sorry, but I do not know how to pronounce the mid laner's name. It's Voslchnik. I'm gonna call him the Voss, and hopefully, no. All right, Volshebnik, I think. All right. All right. Our observer literally was like, "Hey, no. This is how you're gonna pronounce it." So Volshebnik. I'm sorry, but you speak the language. It's difficult for me. All right. Well, I'll probably be referring to. Referring to him by his hero name most of the time. All right. So TA gets banned by Virtus Pro. This hero in general has been very popular this patch. You know, it just gives you a huge amount of damage, roche potential, global impact. You can, especially if you take the shard with the silence. So there's a lot of value to picking it up. And, maybe they just don't want. They want to make sure that Volshebnik doesn't want to play against it. I think that's that, right? I think we're getting there. We're getting there. All right, Marsbed. They do ban out Magnus, one of the most played heroes from Virtus Pro. And plus synergizes super well if Invoker ever goes for the Aghanim Scepter. Although that's like a 40-minute solution problem. Alright, what else? We're working away here with Marsbet. I really would prefer to see the Primal Beast go another lane. They take out the Treant Protector. Well, I say take out, I mean take for themselves. Okay. I also feel like Treant is slightly overrated, but you know, the pros, they know what they're doing. If they think the hero is good. And to be fair, with the shard, when he walks around, like punches people, prevents the TP, you get a pick off, like that is insane the value that the Treant can provide. We'll see if Volshebnik can deal with that. Alright, what do you want Virtus Pro? You're up against two relatively tanky heroes. Although Treant Protector is okay, alright. I like the AA. Every time I see AA, I'm like, AA, very nice. Not sure how I feel about this Tiny though. I imagine it's going to be Sayush's Tiny, and that's on that position 4. But we haven't seen Tiny in the meta for such a long time that I'm very like unsure of how the hero is going to be played here. But AA, fantastic. We were talking about these guys being relatively tanky on Mars' bedside, and AA and Ice Blast really just handles that for you very nicely. Not completely, but you know, you remove what, 10% of their health and stuff like that. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good hero for Virtus Pro. Mars bed, they go with Jakiro, Faceless Void. Oh baby, it's Faceless Void time. To be fair, Virtus Pro might have considered taking him. They have great combinations. The Invoker, we talked about, you know, the Aghanim Scepter upgrade for Cataclysm. We said this would be great for Magus, equally good for Faceless. Well, not equally, but almost as good. Of course, AA can land great Ice Blast. So Marsbed, I applaud this decision to take the Faceless Void for themselves. You add also a little bit of extra damage with the Jakiro. You also have the Nature's Grass from the Treant. Like you got some stuff that do damage. Not massive, not the biggest, but reasonable amounts of damage coming in. Wow, Virtus Pro, what do you want to work with here? What do they have that they've been picking a lot of? Wraith King? Well, you want to go for Wraith King just so you don't have to care about Faceless Void. There's Spectre in the pool. They do play a fair amount of it as well. Luna is, I think, their most picked carry right now. Luna, Weaver, Spectre would be carry picks that I imagine they might consider going for. But Wraith King just as a good matchup for the Faceless Void. They go for the Spectre. Okay. Spectre, pretty solid if you can get the Radiance. You know, it doesn't really get a lot of damage from the Faceless Void just because MKB takes some time. I like the Spectre pick. And you also, in general, what you want to play with Virtus Pro is you want to play this global strategy of picking people off, making sure Marsbet cannot get this 5-man squad. And the Spectre's pretty good at that. You know, a fight begins anywhere, you go for a gank, you smoke, you find someone. Spectre just throws her ultimate, and it's like, oh, that's a nice bit of 300-400 damage to bring someone down. Marsbet needs an off or a mid, depending on where Primal Beast goes. Virtus Pro definitely needs an off laner, unless Tiny's going to be doing something crazy. This Tiny pick, I feel like it's a 4. We'll see if Marsbet agrees or not. We'll see what based on what they ban right now. Tiny A is pretty good if you also get the blink dagger on the time, because you can blink. If anyone's cold feet, you throw them back into the cold feet, and it's like, oh crap, this is definitely not fun. And they ban out the dazzle. A hero that a fairly flexible like hero in general. He could go mid, he could go off. So okay, doesn't reveal too much that ban about what they're thinking. Verspro ban out Underlord. I haven't seen this hero for such a long time. He does give you great global presence and solid damage inside the Chronosphere, by the way, with the Firestorm. So it's pretty solid. I mean, I just think the hero is good. Although he's not amazing against the AA blasts, just because you're always going to be hit it. Alright, so they do believe it's going to be Tiny support and Invoker going mid. So they ban out the Tidehunter, which would have given them pretty solid team fight for Virtus Pro here. Brewmaster, Tidehunter both gone. Spirit Breaker as well, Centaur. So a lot of the premium offlaners are taken out. You still have, I guess, Timbersaw if you really wanted to. I think Marsbed doesn't deal too well with a Timbersaw actually early on. Like, nah, not the bad. Alright, Broodmother's bad. Virtus Pro, who do you want to take? I wouldn't mind seeing a Timbersaw, I gotta say. I feel like Timbersaw is fairly-ish durable. But he has, you know, he's been getting a bit of a resurgence. Who else could go? Could they pick? Wraith King, of course. Offlane Wraith King is fine if you want to go for it. Although Wraith King Spectre on the same game is not my favorite thing. And they take the Timbersaw. Alright, that's what we were thinking. First Pro, they take out the Timbersaw. They take the Timbersaw. Marsbet, you need a mid or an off. The problem is that it's very hard to predict in this situation because you really don't know what the teams think. They might be really committed to the Primal in one lane or another. I'd much rather see the Primal Beast go in the off lane, but Timbersaw Spectre, you might want to give him that solo EXP and gold. Oh, they go for the Zeus. I like it. I like it. And I like it a lot. Alright, this is pretty solid. This is pretty damn solid here with that last pick, Zeus. Firstly, I did not want to see this matchup of the Primal Beast versus Invoker bait. I don't like it. I don't want to see it. I'm glad it's not happening. You put Primal Beast off. He needs an Aghanim Scepter, by the way. You're up against, what? Timbersaw and Spectre. You get Aghanim Scepter on Primal Beast is going to be fine. You have good damage inside the Chronosphere. Like the global presence with the Thunder God's Wrath is really good. A lot of times, I was saying killing Timbersaw is going to be difficult, right? I want the Timbersaw to come out from Virtus Pro, but this Zeus, you can chrono him, and I think with the Thunder God's Wrath, you are able to bring him down. It'll be very tough, but imagine you chrono, you have the what the hell is it? Macropire from the Jakiro. You throw out the Thunder God's Wrath, and suddenly it's like you can kill the Timbersaw. I'm liking Marsbet's draft. I gotta say, I'm liking it a lot. The off lane Primal Beast is a little bit, not question mark, it's just like it's one of those things that could go really well, really badly for them. So I'm a bit iffy about it, but I like everything else. So damn, am I really gonna pick Marsbet to take game one? Yes. I believe their draft looks a lot better. I know Virtus Pro is the better team though. That's the thing. Virtus Pro is a lot better. Like, you know, we're talking like a tier and a half above Marsbet. So it's still hard to say that Virtus Pro is going to lose it. With the draft that Marsbet has, they can take this game with the global presence that they have, with the chrono, with the team fight. So we'll see. We're going to go with the game now. We'll see what we're working with. As the game goes in. How 10-man, 5-man smoke? 5-man. Oh, 5-man smoke's pretty good. Oh, and someone says, Volshibnik means magician. Thank you. I appreciate that knowledge. I'm improving my... I'm imagining this is Russian, but I'm not quite sure. Oh, Sayush walks up there and takes tree throw level 1. Generally, if you take the tree toss level 1, you're focusing a lot on the laning phase, right? You're focusing on getting those denies, a little bit of harass as well. It's pretty damn solid here. I'm also interested to see who Marsbet wants to put on their position 5. Is it going to be... Well, I didn't see which one LeBron picked, so I don't know if he's going to be on the Jakir or the...
30 seconds to battle.
Or the Train Protector. Can we look at LeBron for a second? He is going to be on the Train Protector. And Mitch is going to be taking the Jakiro. Alright, that's fine. I prefer the Jakiro position 4. I think this here needs gold a little bit more. You can, like, especially with his Agam Scepter upgrade being so good. Alright, looks like we're starting the game here. No real runes shenanigans. I always pronounce it as ruins, but people are like, no, it's pronounced ruins. And I was like, it's ruins, no runes shenanigans. Although VP does get that D ward off, which is pretty a bit of a nice experience, and gold going for well, the gold doesn't go for notice, but he does get the experience at least. So squad X versus the magician. The magician here on the Zeus should be able to farm relatively well. Once he reaches level 2, if anytime EAP comes out, you can jump away. But although early levels, oh, he does dodge it in time. Well done. Volshipnik doesn't have any items, but he does have a bottle as well as a clarity coming out for him. And if you're Squad X, you might consider taking that early magic stick. You're gonna get a lot of stacks coming out from the Zeus just because he's gonna spam Arc Lightning. Taker doing a decent bit of harass coming against Noticed. They're gonna have a really hard time dealing with Noticed in terms of killing him, but they should be able to lane decently. I expect Seiyush will want to like rotate around the map, cut creeps, pull creeps, whatever he wants to do, just because Noticed should be fairly unkillable. Bottom lane, this is an interesting one. LeBron actually goes bottom to play with Mr. Luck. So is LeBron playing 4? I mean, Mitch is standing in for their position 4, so that's a bit different. And I don't know if like Jakiro or Treant is a huge big difference in terms of laning prowess. Both are fairly solid and well known for their laning performance. So well, probably don't want the Treant top though. You don't want Treant top just because you don't want 2 melee. So it's not less about who they're good with and more about who they're bad against, which is this insane Treant this Timbersaw. So yeah, you can see Timbersaw, he just doesn't care. He just doesn't care. And Seiyush, decent harass on Taker here. I do not believe that he has Timber Chain on notice, so their ability to kill is a bit limited. But it's very annoying right now. So for Marsbet at the top lane, but Seiyush, he bite off a bit more than he can chew. Avalanche is coming out in a few seconds. They decide it's not worth it. Tiny is sitting in with 1,100 health early on. That is pretty insane. Well, in the meantime, looking like just a tiny bit. No real advantage. Like I'm seeing the gold, the under 1,000, switch from one side to another constantly. So both teams just very even at the moment. Looks like LeBron here. Just harassing a little bit. In terms of CS, the top lane is a big win for Virtus Pro right now. 60-3 to the 10-0 for them. Mid lane going for Volshebnik, the magician himself, and he can tie tongues everywhere, and he is doing pretty well against the Invoker. Although it's not the biggest. It's not just like no one's really getting crushed at the moment. It's just like it's fairly even. Although FNG, I don't think FNG is gonna be making out of this one. If they can get the slow, there you go. Mr. Luck, good first blood coming out here for Marsbet, and looks like Mr. Luck might be going for that early ring of health. I don't know if he's going for Vanguard. Seems a little unlikely here. Seiyush, he is kind of hovering in the mid lane. Oh, well, that is the best. It's the best thing when you tip someone as they come and gank you, so that you let them know, yeah, I knew you were there, buddy. Like I knew. Come on. They don't call me the magician for nothing. And there's Volshebnik, hits by the tornado. Ooh, nice deny by Squad X. Very nicely done. He already has the urn, by the way. Squad X taking a little bit of damage, but should be okay here. Fair amount of damage, I gotta say. Meanwhile, how's the Primal Beast doing? Only 14 CS to the Spectre. Well, Spectre's got 15 as well. I'm seeing this happen a lot where you see a big split among the cores. Like, look at the top 3 are all 25, 24. Then you have like 17, 16. And Primal Beast, he does have the Ring of Health. So probably going to be making out that Vanguard for himself. Do they think they can kill Kiritage? Maybe. And the Cold Feet comes out. Very nice move, by the way. As Kiritage stays in the range of the Cold Feet. He does take a lot of damage, though. There's quite a bit of trading blows in that situation. I think the Infused Raindrop from Kiritage does not proc because Trample does less than the amount of damage that is required. So that's kind of a negative. You get the mana regen and you keep it, but you're not actually using it's not protecting you in any way. In the meantime, oh dear, nope, Mr. Luck. A little bit too far on that one. They do bring Kiritage in the end. LeBron gets that kill, but I think you're fairly happy if you're VP just because you got the kill first. So the experience does go a little bit to Spectre. You want that level 6 on the Spectre as soon as you can. Tornado misses. Sayush continues. This is a problem. You really want some value coming out from your Tidy, but he's only like, okay, he's almost level 3. Bolshevik, again, these are the best tips. You know, it's like, come on. You really think you're gonna kill me? Like, Notice is doing an amazing job of soloing this 1 versus 2, but you're not quite getting that much value out of the Tiny so far. Of course, if he gets 1 kill, we'll be singing his praises, but until then, it is looking a little bit like this Tiny pick at the moment is not paying off. There we go, though. No taker. He's taking a few hits here. Oh, now I love the Tiny pick. It's amazing. Look at that. Look at that. It catches him mid-air. 10 out of 10 Tiny pick. 10 out of 10. I'm telling you guys, there was no better pick than this position for Tiny. Well, in the meantime, bottom lane, though, Kiritage loses his life. They do rotate the Train Protector for this. FNG, he's got no mana, but he's got a fair amount of health. The Leech Seed comes out, so it'll be healing LeBron as he goes for FNG. The nice Blood Grenade from a mile away. Actually, I don't think it hit. That hit. That Mr. Luck, he's very close. Onslaught available in 5 seconds. He has a trample if he wants to use it. Looks like he's just going to trample him to dust. And the slow comes out, but it's not going to be enough. And Marsbet with a great rotation in the bottom lane. They are going to be going for that. Someone's going to need to go pick up the Wisdom Ruin. Looks like it's going to be LeBron. Well, in the meantime, what we're looking at here for the Spectre, going to be going for the Blade Mail first. LeBron picks up the Wisdom Ruin. And Volshipnik is level 6. This is a bit scary. Oh, I think they got him. The toss comes back, but he was not hit by the tornado, so he's got some health to work with. His Ice Path comes out. Volshipnik! Hey, he's gonna be alive. I'm probably butchering this pronunciation, and some of the Russians watching this are like molding after it, but I'm sorry for that. I'm doing my best. Tranquil Boots on Jakiro. No arcane. Taker. 1 second on the time walk. But it's a second too much. As Notice gets a solo kill. That is pretty damn massive. That's actually huge that he was able to do that. Sayush, he's fairly low health. And the Thunder God's Wrath brings him down in the end. One nice thing about the Zeus ulti, by the way, is that even if you use it and doesn't kill someone, you still get assist gold. So if you're playing support or like if you're playing Zeus in general, just use your ultimate at the beginning of a fight every time for maximum value. Mr. Luck, the dodges the tornado on the what a good dodge, Kiritage though. He won't be enjoying this one as the damage comes out. Will they be able to get him? Yep, he walks straight. Kiritage walks straight into Mr. Luck into his ready feet, I suppose. It gets trampled to death. Mitch throwing out all the spells, but he's just delaying the inevitable. Still. Getting the kill on Kiritage was well worth it. And plus they kept Mr. Luck alive. So Marsbet, another sort of trade victory there. Noticed. What's he looking at? Soul Ring into the Kaya, so just wants as much damage as he can. Rand of Midas for Otaker. That's gonna take us some time, actually. Can we look at the net worth? I think 9 minutes into we can go net worth if that's possible. Thank you very much, sir. There you go. Squad X way at the top. And Otaker having a relatively tough time, but so is Kiritage. Like the carries are basically both struggling together. Although that Ice Blast means Mitch is gonna die. Give Spectre a little bit of that assist goal that you want so much. And this is gonna be scary.
Radiant's
You
middle
know,
tower is
Sunstrike,
under
Ice Blast, Spectre on top of you. Marsbet, they've got Thunder God's Wrath, which is good, but you're missing out on. You don't have the same global presence, basically. Volshipnik, he gets hit by the avalanche. Can he jump in time? He does. But Squad 1X is still looking for it. He catches a glimpse, and that might be all that you need. As the magician, he does his Houdini act and he disappears off the map. And looks like Faceless Void's here, but he doesn't. He wants to chrono. Doesn't want to chrono. Not unsure about the chrono. Besides, now doesn't even need to chrono. So it's a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane of the mid laners here. You're a tiny bit happier on Marsbet just because you did get the bigger kill. And did Otik get that kill? I didn't. Can I press enter? Oh, got it. Oh no, he's got only 1 death and 1 assist. Though there's no way he actually has it. But it does bring him significantly closer to the Hand of Midas, which he needs. No, it's okay. I got it. Thank you. No, I said I got it. I know he didn't get it. You can see at the top left, the KDA is right there for the Faceless Void. It's 0-1-1 with 50 last hits and 4 denies. Mr. Luck, he's here, and we are seeing a lot of activity coming out from Squad X. I'm trying to drink a glass of water, and every time I see Squad X, I'm thinking, oh god, he's gonna kill someone, isn't he? 2,000 gold for Versus Pro. They are the better team, you know, like they're just on. It's not like on paper. In terms of achievements and everything, they are just the better team. Solo kill by Notice is just looking really good, and there's gonna be Volshipnik again. I'd say my Houdini joke, but I don't. But I just said it, so it's not good enough. I can't just repeat it. Invoker's also getting very close to that Hand of Midas, about 1,000 gold away from it. It's a bit scary. They find O-Taker, but I don't know if Squad X can kill him by himself. Oh, alright, he's gonna try. Tornado's up. It throws out the Cold Snap, throws down the Spirit Vessel, and he decides that's enough. Oh, the Chrono's out. Don't have the Macro Pyre because Mitch is only level 5, so there's really not a whole lot of damage. Does hold him for a while though. And what? Okay, the Squad X looks like he might be losing his life. Thunder God's Wrath brings him the kill. Volshipnik does what he needs to. And now notice he wants to be on the way out. Very scared for O-Taker to time walk, but he decides to time walk in anyway. Wow, okay, that happened, but they do kill Notice in the end. Nice use of the Ice Path. They get FNG. Volshipnik, he wants to go for more here on the Zeus, but Sayush is able to make it out. Overall, big victory here for Marsbet. The Chrono, more like a holding Chrono, but it gets the job done at the end.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And I was able to drink water. So everybody comes out the winner. How we're looking at here for the Spectre, Blade Mail delivered. Now we'll see what he wants to build into. Orchid is actually pretty good in this game, just so you can jump on the Zeus. Like Radiance doesn't help you kill him as much as an Orchid, but you know, it's a standard item to go for the Radiance. It's also really good against the Faceless Void. Actually, Orchid is also really good against the Faceless Void, right? So Zeus, Hand of Midas. Jeez, everybody and their mother wants Hand of Midas these days. I wouldn't be surprised if Mitch goes for it, and yeah, he's committing. He's got the Gloves of Haste. You don't buy Gloves of Haste on Zeus unless apparently you're going for the Hand of Midas. I mean, Squad X wants it. That's kind of reasonable and expected. O-Taker wants it. Sayush. He's very, very close to that Blink Dagger. Nice jump by Volshipnik here. Does still get hit by the Ice Blast, but sort of like by the remnants of it, not the actual blast. Dodges Sayush and gets a kill for his all that effort. The Zeus, he's looking good. He's looking pretty good right now. And that's just gonna bring his Hand of Midas. What do you guys think in chat? You like the Hand of Midas on the Zeus? It certainly seems interesting, you know. Alright, Kirtage, he is going to go for the Radiance. No, it doesn't. Maybe he might consider building the Orchid after, but for now he wants the Radiance. And moving the Phylactery as well as the Tumbler's Toy, just so you can get a little bit of that extra mana when you use the Arcane Boots. Timber Saw. Noticed he's got 1 kill and 1 death, so he hasn't been really playing the ATF style, which is, you know, you draw a straight line to the enemy fountain and you keep going until you meet resistance. I do have Chronosphere on Marsbet, so it's something that VP has to be sort of worried about. You know, anytime a fight happens, Faceless Void shows up, boom, Chrono, you're in trouble. Primal Beast has 2,000 health. What in God's name? And Trio Protector has 10 assists. He's got 1 kill and 10 assists. So this trainer has been involved in every single engagement. Looking pretty good, LeBron. In the meantime, looks like you know who's not looking good. The stand-in Mitch. He is definitely losing his life. He took the Ice Blast to the face, but they do get FNG in return. So it's a 1-1 trade. Chrono comes out. It's a good Chrono. This is exactly what you want. You want to get that kill on Kiritage. Then you get O-Taker, though, loses his life as well. So, I mean, it's a good Chrono to get you the kill, but you lose a lot. And I don't know if Mr. Luck's going to be making out. I don't think so. He's very, very durable. And LeBron, that was wishful thinking to the extreme here. He does actually get the TP out, which is impressive. However, Overgrowth was used for basically nothing, and it's going to be a big victory here for VP. Look at that. We're going about that Ice Blast only on Mitch. This take him out very early. Thing is, you really need Mitch to work with O-Taker to throw out the macro. I mean, actually, Kiritage is kind of in the macro fire, isn't he? It looks like he's on the in it, and big jump in by Notice. He's got a Blink Dagger, so the moment the Chrono was down, he just jumps in, uses his combination, and brings that O-Taker. That's gonna be a problem for them. Now, in the real world, we have an engagement coming out here as well, as it looks like Time Dilation was used on a couple of heroes. Both the supports, Mr. Luck does not have the onslaught ready, so he's not able. Oh, he does have the pulverize though. I love the animation for the pulverize. It's so good. You know, Mr. Luck is going to be losing his life. This blink on Notice has been paying off so much for them. Good use of the ice path. The Thunder Gods comes out. They're all fairly low, but no one's actually dying. As Mars Bet forced to sort of walk back and lick their wounds. Not ideal, and they're feeling it right now. O-Taker, he felt it. Oh, he felt it deep, and he is going to be going back to the fountain in a different way, though. Well, they do get kill on Squad X. Good kill for Mitch, and what's he got? Oh, he's got the. Oh God, everyone's dying. LeBron's dying. He's got the Veil of Discord. Interesting item. Veil of Discord actually is pretty good against shields. If Timbersaw goes for the Aghanim Scepter, it deals 200 damage to his barrier. I mean, it's not really the biggest deal in the world. Let's be very frank here, but it's kind of nice-ish. Sayush looks like he's going to be able to finish that TP, and he's fine. Veiled, breathed, fired on, but doesn't matter. What's Notice? Notice now 6-1. Remember when we talked about him saying Notice was like 1-1-0 and that was it? Now he gets 5 kills and you're like, oh crap. He's serious. Ancient Apparition is going for Rod of Atos. Sayush is going for Midas as well? What? Is it a Midas patch? Come on, tell me. This is looking like a Midas patch to me. Or at least that's what everyone's doing. Kiritage is continuing to farm away here. Primal Beast close to that BKB. Takes the onslaught talent as well, so just wants to be able to do as much damage as he can when he lands his onslaught. Zeus, Handlebar is finished. He's going to go for Kaya into Ethereal Blade. Oh man, I gotta say, I have not seen this build from Zeus for a long time. Well, and by that I mean ever. Yeah, it is going to be the Maelstrom for O-Taker, so he can do a bit of damage. He will need a BKB fairly soon, though. Not a Manta. It has to be a BKB. I don't think that Manta will solve your problems. Kiritage, how's his farm? Pretty good, actually. O-Taker's the one who's falling behind, but Noticed is really leading the pack. That Blink Dagger is so good. So look at that. Just jumps on instant kill. Good Ice Blast. Overgrowth comes out, though. They are going to be killing Sayush at least. Do they want to go for more? O-Taker, can he find someone? Obviously, you're going to get FNG. No need to Chrono for that. So it's a 2-for-1 trade. I think if you're Mars Bet, you walk away kind of happy. LeBron gets the hit off. And that is going to be a root hit. Volshebnik. Again, range for him to throw out that lightning bolt. I think, nah, the good blink from Notice, it's enough. There's no Overgrowth. It's already used. And Notice probably just going to be able to walk himself back to safety. Still, it is a decent fight for Mars Bet.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, you lose Mr. Luck, but you get both supports.
Radiant's bottom
That's
tower is
decent.
under
That's
attack.
decent.
Radiant structures are
Oh,
fortified.
top lane. All right, all right. LeBron, he knows. He's like, something cold just touched me. And it ain't my ex. Spectre. He's got the rays flying out to him. And Tiny is oh dear. There's one. Here's the thing about Zeus. You bring a lot of damage. What you don't bring is a whole lot of survivability. I like the ability to jump away to stay safe. Like that's a nice upgrade to the hero. But you know, the moment you're caught, if you're stun locked, if you used it badly, if you're just chased after, you're still always gonna die. Timbersaw, he's got the Aghanim Scepter, by the way. So this barrier on the Jakiro, sorry, this veil on the Jakiro could do work. Hey, Blast comes out, and Mitch. Yeah, there you go. He is dead. Yeah, it wasn't happening. Unfortunately for him. And this is starting to turn. I mean, it was kind of almost always in Virtus.pro's favor in general, but it is starting to become one of those games where if you're Mars Bet, you're like, guys, we are in some serious trouble. Like, what you would really like to do is get a big chrono here. Or Mr. Luck gets the Tormentor. Pretty good. It's you can throw it like as the Chronosphere is about to end. It's something like 325 damage. It's pretty damn good. And oh no, yeah, it doesn't have the Maelstrom. Poor O-Taker. Just when it was coming. FNG though, he gets the better shard, I'll say. That that Ice Blast upgrade is pretty damn strong. 7,000 for Virtus.pro. Notice in the lead, Kiritij. Second, but I was gonna say right behind him. I mean, he's behind him in terms of position, but not really in terms of net worth. He's quite a bit of distance. Then you have sort of Mr. Luck and Volshebnik doing well. O-Taker falling a bit behind. The supports on Virtus.pro are they're farming. LeBron's not. AA is. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I just got complimented for how I'm saying the name. I'm liking it. Thank you. Throw me more Russian names. But you should write them down and we'll see if we can pronounce them. And in the meantime, though, Mars Bet, 4-man smoke. Who can they find? O-Taker. There's a couple of juicy kills in the mid lane, but looks like Squadix is going to be TPing out in time. Sayush might catch him, but do you really care? It's like, the Dire uses a scan. There's no one there. This gank is taking forever for them. And looks like, notice it just immediately TPs away. Sorry, blinks away. These smokes are a huge time investment. The fact that Marsbet doesn't get a kill. Oh, good use of the rock toss. But you're gonna have to jump in quick, and they don't. Marsbet, they twiddle their thumbs a little bit, thinking, do we go, do we not go? And in the end, there's no choice left for them. They can't go. What we're looking at here, Gary, I want to see what the supports are building. AA's got a lot of gold. Like this ancient person is, he's rich. Mitch is going to go for the pipe. He's already got, I think, a glimmer as well as the veil. So that's fine. 75%. That's fair. Especially with O-Taker just dying.
Radiant are scanning.
Sayush gets, I think it's Sayush plus the Ice Blast. Yeah, that's really all you need. The Rod of Atos. Very strong. I realize, of course, Ancient Apparition, he's got a free shard. That's why his net worth is so good. Oh, good use of the rock throw. Can they grab him? They do. There's the veil doing well against the armor, but noticed he don't care. He just takes a bunch of damage. He loses like what, 800 health. He's got 3,000. He just walks it off. It's like, oh, okay. Sayush gets a nice D ward coming out here. The hand of Midas on support Tiny. I don't know. I'm sorry. I just find it very funny that that's happening. Well, looks like Sayush. Yeah, can they get him? He's probably dead. Very unlikely he's gonna be making out of this one alive. BKB, once that comes out for the face blade, it will be pretty helpful for him. Whereas Zeus, the Aghanim Scepter would give him about 2 bolts inside for anyone inside the Chronosphere. I'm not sure if it's completely blocked. Like, I know that you can't put the Death Ward inside the Chronos gets blocked, but I don't know if that applies to the Nimbus or not. I mean, obviously, if you put it in the edge, you can still get the hits. From what I know, though, I'm pretty sure Nimbus does work inside the Chronosphere. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong. VP, they have a bit of a disconnect, but notice is backed. Hopefully he has no more issues. Ancient Apparition has 2,500 gold in the bank. Just buy Hand of Midas, dude. Come on. Like, all the cool kids are doing it. Oh, it's going to be the item for the Spectre, I believe, after the Manta. Youch. Volshebnik, good use. Just dewarding a little bit here. And Mr. Lux is going to be making it. I'm just going to walk out. They're going to have some troubles killing Spectre until they get the Aghanim Scepter on the Primal Beast. Once you have Aghanim Scepter on him, that break will do a lot of work. It's just a lot of damage as well. Yeah, the Great Healing Lotus is also pretty annoying. It's a lot for Marsbeth to chew through. Like, Notice is no easy kill either. Blade Dagger on the Primal just so he can show up and pulverize people. Needs to be a bit careful. There's a decent amount of control coming out from VP. There's the, the Avalanche, the Cold Feet, although it's not instant. But with Ice Blast Shard, you can get instant. O-Taker. Oh, this is a tense moment. It's tense, ladies and gentlemen. The TP is going to be out in time. Well done, O-Taker. Spider senses tingling. He feels it. 4-man smoke from Marsbeth. Where are they going? They seem to be converging on the Roche pit. And looks like O-Taker is also there. So this could be a very nice Roche for them. They have dewarded the area. They've taken... Oh, they just... Okay, they didn't want it. They were like... Shot. I don't need 2 lives to win this game. 1 is good enough. Although I really do think that could have been an opening for them. O-Taker goes to the west. Does he encounter? He does. But do they know that we want? Is it? Oh, Taker. Woo. I thought that he might think about chronoing. Very close. Really well played, by the way, by Kiritij. When he mantas, he doesn't go all of them back. He sends 1 forward to bait them, and they do bait out Pulverize. It's a small thing, but it does add up. Looking at Tiny, he's got the gem. He's going for Echo Saber. Aghanim Scepter. It's like, Sayush, if you wanted to play core, buddy, just say, we'll give you a core. He's actually the position 4, but he's got less than the A. The free shard does do that, though. Invoker, what's he looking at? Hex would be nice for sure. He's also got Boots of Travel, so he shows up anywhere a fight happens. And Kiritij has a Cloak of Flame, so that's what, 105 damage burning per second. Very strong. Mid lane, looks like an attempt was made on Volshebnik. Volshebnik! Is he gonna be fine? A blast doesn't exactly hit him, but he doesn't get hit by the debuff. Volshebnik, is he gonna be able? They do get the kill. Volshebnik needs to get out of there. I think he's going to be just fine. Almost dies to FNG. And that's a pretty good kill for Marsbeth. 900 gold. But this gold lead continues to increase for Virtus Pro. The multiple Midas is paying off. O-Taker out of mana. We're talking about EMP just being the best spell in the game, and that's what it can do for you. On Marsbeth, you have nothing resembling that sort of mana burn. Well, you don't have mana burn at all. Despite, can we look at the win percentage? Because despite this 14,000 lead, like Marsbeth, they've still got some. Oh, Volshebnik! No, well, he is out. He needed a miracle to survive that one. 81%. Yeah, it's increasing. In the meantime, they also kill LeBron on the other side of the map. This global presence that you're getting is very powerful from Virtus Pro. And Marsbeth, what this forces them to do is that they can't really split. You have to play as 5, which means you get less resources over the map. So Verse they're just out farming them because they can split up. This is not an option for Mars Bet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Faceless Void. I think he's got the BKB. That's going to be very helpful for him. But the cores on VP are farming
Dire's
so
bottom tower is
well.
under attack.
Jeez. It's so tough to kill them. Timbersaw Spectre.
Dire's bottom tower.
Well, I mean, if Mr. Luck can get that that Aghanim, it'll help, but it doesn't seem very likely.
Dire's bottom
Look at the burn.
attack.
350 health, the 5 stats. Haven't even finished the heart yet. There's still the Reaver coming.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
17,000 for VP. This gold graph, it's increasing by like more than 1,000 a minute at this point. Meanwhile, and Mr. Luck, he ain't making it better. He is gonna be losing his life. Mitch is trying to run away, but
Dire's bottom tower
and he will be
is under
he will be successful. He's going to go for the 4 staff. It's a lot of utility from the Jakiro, but you might just want like more damage somehow. You have the Veil, which is helpful, but you might want a little bit more from this. And what does VP? They see Roshan going to his summer house, and they're like, we want to be there too. Ow! I'm a little surprised Marsbet didn't take it earlier, what was on their side, but that was a bit of a mistake for them. It's going to cost them. Curatage. He's solo taking Roche just because of that damage from the Desolate along with the Illusions dealing it. Of course, the Blade Mail, that's pretty good. 60 damage from Desolate. Damn. Not bad. LeBron loses his courier. Oh, very bad. Very bad. And that's going to, and Reaper is almost finished as well. 800 gold for the Spectre. Spectre Aegis Reaver with Radiance and no breaks. That's like a riddle that is
Radiant's middle
well,
tower
it's
is under attack.
with no answer, basically. But Timbersaw, I think he can almost straight up buy the heart if he wanted to. Not quite yet,
Radiant are scared.
but actually I believe he can. Right, it's only like 4,800 to buy the main composer. Oh no, he doesn't have the Void Stone. There you go. Yeah, it's the Hex now. For some reason, I saw the Echo, the Lotus Orb, and I forgot that I like disassembled to get it. Anyway, noticed is just going top. If you're Verse Pro, you might start thinking, let's start ending the game here. You have the Aegis. Things aren't gonna get a whole lot like better. There's at some point Timbersaw will scale a little bit less. The Zeus damage becomes a bit overwhelming. You are up against Faceless Void, so that Chronosphere can, like, the longer the game goes, the more likely that one of the Chronospheres is going to come out pretty good. So it's a bit scary here. I don't think that Virtus Pro is too worried about late game. It's just the longer the game goes, the more chances Marsbit has to make a comeback. And you have Aegis. Timbersaw no boots, and he wants to go for Arcane Blink. Okay. Is Arcane Blink that good? I'm surprised he's not thinking about Overwhelming Blink. Like, the mana and the heal is okay from Arcane Blink, but the damage you get from Overwhelming Blink feels a lot better. But at least he's working towards that Aghanim Scepter. It's gonna take some time. They jump. Who do they find? They get Mr. Lucky BKBs. And I guess he's gonna be making it out. Mitch using the Ogre Seal. Totem flops like an Ogre Seal, but did not flop hard enough. Well, his life flopped. Flatlined, in fact. And the AA Blast comes out. Looks like he's probably going to be hitting the Primal Beast. Oh, no, he doesn't. It wouldn't matter either way. Primal Beast is fairly healthy. But it would have stopped him from healing, and you kind of want him to be full health before the next fight happens. Does Zeus have an Aether Lens? I think. If he does, then you have a chance to defend. No Aether Lens. I mean, he's got the Psychic Headbands, which is a good amount, but an Aether Lens gives you more than double the cast range as a Psychic Headband, so it's good. It's just, it's not good enough. And this Notice is insanely good, dude. Like, how is he able to stay this farmed at this stage of the game? Squad X, he sees LeBron, but he doesn't actually have detection to kill him. He knows he's there just because he sees the Nature's Grasp. They might find a juicier target. O-Taker. This Lincoln is going to do a lot for him in dodging a lot of these hexes that are coming out. Because we have 2 hexes on the Radiant side. One on the Invoker and one on Noticed. It's just a bit of a farm fest here, as I think Verse Pro, they got about 80 seconds left of this Aegis. Will they use it? Or are they just gonna be like, you know, they're just gonna be like, nah, we're just using it as a farming Aegis and that's it. Meanwhile, that's going to be a kill on LeBron. That's kind of very reasonable and for Marsbet to do. Yes, LeBron's gonna die, but you want him to push out the lanes because you don't want all 3 lanes pushing in. You want to have some room to like navigate the map. And in the end, it's going to be Sayush with the shard. It's going to help him farm a little bit. You don't have to keep on grabbing random trees. And actually, Sayush comes out. Look, this is a support Tiny, by the way. And he's got Hand of Midas, Echo Saber, Blink Dagger, and working his way. I know, every time I say it makes me laugh that he's going for this item build. Looks like 30 seconds left. They want to get as much value as they can. This, I mean, Spectre's taking damage, don't get me wrong, but she is not taking a whole lot of it. That is going to be the Nimbus down. Spectre continuing to be just very, very, very durable. Alright, O-Taker's here. Can we see a big chrono? You do not want to chrono Spectre, you want to chrono someone else. And BKB comes out. Can they get anything? O-Taker, he's using his BKB, but he's not really killing anybody. The use was used on Timbersaw, and he just dodges the Thunder God's Wrath in the end. It's just a kill on FNG, but Faceless Void used this BKB. Oh, Chrono's out! Chrono's down! Chrono! And he does it. That's the one you want. You get Squad. Squad X. LeBron does lose his life point, but very well worth it. Mr. Lucky, I believe he used his BKB earlier as well, so he's probably going to be losing his life. So it's a 2-for-1 trade. It's not ideal for Marsbet, but you do sort of defend here as Volshebnik is looking very, well, scary to go into, but not scary enough. Good use of the Glimmer Cave to keep him alive. Beautiful Ice Path on 3. Buyback by LeBron. He's got Overgrowth if he wants to use it. Is he going to get it off? Well, doesn't even need to get it. He's just going to kill Station. Load late. He does throw an Overgrowth. It does catch Notice, but Notice is hella tanky. Look at Noticed. He's like half health, and looks like the Heritage does use his ultimate, kills Volshebnik, and LeBron gets sliced in half. As Virtus Pro, they are running through Marsbet right now. Heritage and Notice level 25. They've got the talents they want. They've got the Dispersion as well, the second chakra. It was a very reasonable Chronosphere. Unfortunately, you'd really like to get more, and they can't do anything to Heritage. Like, he's just so tanky. Same with Noticed. Looks like in the real world a macro fire was used, but they still lost the melee racks. Both racks as well. Volshebnik, good use of the Nimbus. I like that Nimbus location, so good. The Glimmer Cave. This Ice Path. 10 out of 10, man. 10 out of 10 Ice Path. LeBron buys back. He does get, like, this is the thing. He gets Overgrowth and does nothing. Can we go back to the real game? Real game. Thank you. As everyone's getting slaughtered. Alright, maybe we should see this. It's kind of violent. Looks like O-Taker, they're going for him, but he's just time walks away back to full health. And Timbersaw does have the Arcane Blink, so that extra heal, it's gonna add up. Zeus is alive, but you have no Chronosphere to work with. And by that I mean the viewers, not. Oh, he took the Lightning Bolt mini stun rather than the damage from Arc Lightning. Interesting. Meanwhile, O-Taker, he loses his life. He does have buyback, he wants to use it. LeBron's down for the count. They do have Chronosphere, but I think they're just gonna call it. Yeah, that's a call it moment right there if I've ever seen one. Or maybe Marsbet is going to be enjoying their time in the tournament a little bit longer. Anything here? Oh, Faceless buys back. And cool. Mr. Luck has the Aghanim Scepter. They really need to actually get out of their base and do something here for Marsbet, as the throne is fully exposed. O-Taker is that the BKB, jumps in, doesn't want to chrono just yet. All right, there you go. Sayush is down, but that throne is lost about half his health right now. They need to go for more, and looks like they're going to be losing Mitch. The burns. Well, the Glimmer Cave does help you a lot against the burn. Otaker loses his life. He's down. There's no Chronosphere to worry about. And meanwhile, Mr. Lucky is trying to do something here. And so Heritage is like, I'm done with this. Let's just end it. Marsman not calling GG. Showing quite a bit of resilience here, but the resilience only takes you so far. It was a nice draft from Marsbet, but Virtus.pro, we've said this before, they are such a better team. It's really almost unfair, you know? It's like, it's a little bit, it's just too much for them to handle for Marsbet. We also saw Otaker kind of hold on the chrono. It's very tough. It's like he jumps in, he wants the chrono, but he starts second guessing himself, doesn't throw out the chrono. Just without the Aether Lens, also couldn't do as much damage as you'd like him to. And overall, you just really weren't able to get those combinations that you wanted. We saw Mr. Luck go for the Aghanim Center, but he gets it literally as the throne is about to fall, so you don't get a whole lot of value out of it. And overall, it's just Virtus.pro. Great use of that global presence that they wanted to play with. A lot of just rotations with Kiritich. Even though he suffered in the laning phase, the same way as Otaker, he was just able to recover. But notice his MVP. Unkillable Timbersaw, solo kill on Otaker, just amazing performance by him, and this is one of the reasons why this is a team that play a TI. We're gonna take a little bit of a break. We're gonna come back with game 2 of Virtus.pro versus Marsbet. Hopefully it's not gonna be a one-side stomp, but it's really hard to see a bet against Virtus.pro. For now, we're gonna take a break. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Alright, hello and welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup 25-year anniversary. And we're down to the pretty end of the group stage right now. We're day 8 out of 10-day group stage, and the groups are mostly settled. This is the second match of the day. It's Virtus.pro versus MarsBet. And I gotta say, game 1 was not really a close one. You know, Virtus.pro, I like the draft from MarsBet, still do, but they just ran over them with Virtus.pro. They had noticed on Timbersaw, crushed the Faceless Void. He had a solo kill against Faceless Void. Mid lane, it was Squad X versus Volshebnik. Invoker versus Zeus. Then again, like, it wasn't a bad lane or performance by Zeus. It's just that after a while, they were able just to catch him so many times. Sayush on the Tiny, first few minutes was very quiet for him. But then he was able to just leave notice to the lane, rotate around the map. He was able to get a couple of kills on the Zeus, get an early Blink Dagger. And of course, FNG with the AA was, you know, along with Kiritage, that Spectre, that gave you so much global presence that you could work with. So VP they looked on fire in game 1, and this is a team that in general we expected to do well. They are top of the group. Oh, we're actually in the draft. They're top of the group. They haven't dropped a series. They've been to TI. Like, all the stars align for Virtus.pro to take this. All right, now. That is only game 1. There is a chance that MarsBet can come back in game 2 and 3. It's a slim chance. You know, it is. It's not like the biggest possibility here, but it can happen. Bans very expected. MarsBet getting rid of that global presence of the Nature's Prophet and the Spirit Breaker. Virtus.pro say, yo. Those, they actually also get rid of the Magnus for Virtus.pro. And they pick Brewmaster. All right. So Mr. Luck's going to have some very strong team fight presence from the start. I don't think, like that, in the previous game they picked Primal Beast as their opening and just did not look very comfortable for them. It was okay, but I don't really see the Primal Beast do too much. I do expect more from the Brewmaster. Meanwhile, Virtus.pro, as we mentioned, they banned out the standards, the Pugna, the Grim, the Centaur, as well as the Kunkka. It does feel like the current patch has really limited the amount of heroes that are viable, you know, like we just don't see some heroes a lot, like Omni Knight and Abaddon and Legion Commander. Not that we want to see them, but we just don't see them at all. Where is Disruptor? Where is Silencer? You know, it does feel like the heroes that do what they do well are currently, like, just everyone wants them. Virtus.pro, they start off with the Weaver pick. Could be for Kiritage, could be for Sayush. For now, I'm leaving it open, but I do think that it's more likely to be a carry. It's a very strong pick for sure. I like the Weaver. A little bit fragile, but your ultimate gives you a lot of that extra life. Shikuchi gives you a lot of mobility. The Swarm is great for vision, minus armor. Like, there's a lot to love with Weaver. The second phase of bans here. Who does Marsbet want to get rid of? I feel like the AA was a big problem for them. They do get rid of Squad X. His Invoker, he did do so much work in the previous game, just running around the map, getting those 3 kills. Did well in the laning stage. So overall, why give it to him? The problem is, it's not really that Invoker was strong. It's that Squad X was strong, and that's because all of Virtus Pro is really good. So it's like banning their heroes rarely improves your chance to win that much. You know, it's like they got other tools in the bag. We're working here, and they do get rid of the Treant. Virtus Pro, they go back for Sayusha's Tiny. They're like, this is, we like it. And they remove Otaker's Faceless Void, so there's no big combos coming out with it. You know, no Phoenix, no AA. Oh, do they take the Gyrocopter? Alright. Very likely to support Gyrocopter. Just get him the shard and let him go. You know, he can do a good amount of work with just one item. They pick the Shadow Shaman, so a lot of control coming out from Marsbet, and saw them on team fights, that single target lockdown. It's all looking pretty good here. If you're Weaver, you get hit by a Hex, and that's usually more than enough to kill you. Yeah, I'm like, again, previous game I liked what Marsbet have. I like what they have this game as well. I'm wondering if they're going to be taking something like a Slark. A bit fragile in the laning phase if you take a Slark, but could work out okay for you. Chen is picked for Virtus Pro. That's going to be FNG's hero. So they might be thinking of ending this rather fast. Dazzle mid for Squad X. Position for Tiny and Curitage on the Weaver. So they do need an offlaner for Noticed. And they put, alright, they put a CK. I was thinking they want something in the lane that can get kills. Because you pick Shadow Shaman, you get, you know, that 3-4 seconds of shackles. You want a guy who can hit with him. You know, Slark is good, Ursa's good, but Slark is fragile. Ursa's not picked up very often. So they go for the tried and true, the Chaos Knight, who, to be fair, in this patch is a little less true than before. Not quite the same peaks as before. Alright, so Marsbet, mid. Virtus Pro, off lane. And preferably an off lane with some meat on him, because Weaver, Dazzle, Chen, not the hardest group to bring down. Marsbet, they do remove the Huskar here. So they are looking at this Dazzle thinking, hey, could be an offlane Dazzle. And I think that is a wise decision to think about. You know, it's a good idea to be like, alright, maybe that they're going to be switching it up. Virtus Pro, they get rid of the Zeus as well as the Lina. So mid seem to be the priority for both teams. Kunkka's gone. Lina, Zeus, Huskar, Invoker. The spirits are around. Virtus Pro, they do like their Earth Spirit quite a bit. So they might consider going for that. And to be frank, I would like Earth Spirit for Virtus Pro a lot. You need some guy who can roll into these fights, can jump on the Shadow Shaman, can sort of be just this disruptive nuisance hero. So Virtus Pro, I'm thinking you want Earth Spirit. Marsbet is a bit harder to predict what they want. What would they like here for Marsbet? Primal Beast mid? I don't know if I would want the Primal Beast come out. The only problem with this, by the way, is that we can't have like direct discussion where chat votes on what they think could come out. That would be fun. But we'll see who can get it right. Maybe we'll hire you for the next Pinnacle. Get rid of the Timbers. Alright, Marsbet. Is it the mid that you're picking? I feel like it's a mid, but not a whole lot of options. There's the Spirit, there's the Puck, there's a Quap, there's an Arc Warden. I kind of like the idea of a Puck. Puck wouldn't be too bad, just because you can like sort of stay behind, throws out those orbs. Those are pretty useful for clearing out some of the chain creeps, but it's not enough damage. Yeah, I think Puck. If I was gonna think about Mars, but I think Puck might be a good option for them. See what they feel like they want to go with. They are taking their time with this one here. What's Volshebnik thinking about here? Is it puck? Or is it gonna be something else? TA is not banned actually. You could go for the TA. This is I've been looking at the bans. I'm like, wait, Templar Assassin is not actually banned out. That's pretty insane. She usually does get the ban. So one of the teams could think about it. Although again, I don't know if I want TA for Verse Pro. I want them to go in and out. I feel like Earth Spirit's the answer to that. Marsbet, TA could work for them if they go mid. It's a little on the greedy side, but it's not too bad. Or a puck, but puck doesn't really. The coil is great, but the other spells, it just feels very risky to pick the puck here. I don't know, it feels like you don't really have enough firepower. They're taking their time. They go with a Necro. Ooh, I like Necro. Necro's pretty good. I like this one a lot. Mid Necro potentially. Verse Pro, if you go for that Earth Spirit, he will suffer somewhat. Unless you pick an offlane and put the Dazzle mid, which is a very viable option. But I kinda still like the idea of taking Earth Spirit overall. I feel like he's durable enough. You want him in these fights. It's like Weaver, Dazzle, Chin wants to stay behind, and Tiny wants Vision. Earth Spirit feels like the best guy who can do it. You need something durable. Look at front line. Is it Earth Spirit? Is it gonna be Earth Spirit? It's always like this. You get this feeling, you fixate on it, and you're like, I'm sure it's gonna be this one. And then they pick something completely different. Like, you're like Earth Spirit. Then they pick Viper, and you're like, wow, that's really not at all what I was thinking about. We got a minute to go though for Verse Pro to think about this one. Who's it gonna be? Who's gonna win the lottery and be picked in this game? Is Puck good for Versus Pro? Kinda, actually. He's decent for VP, I suppose. But he's very fragile. I don't know. I don't want Puck for VP. I feel like it's too easy to be hexed and destroyed right after. No. I want something. You want someone who can take a hit here. Who would that be though? Dragon Knight? Would Versus Pro consider taking a Dragon Knight? VP, they haven't picked Dragon Knight. No, not the biggest fan of Dragon Knight. Too cumbersome, too easy to sort of lock down. You want someone who can move around the map a bit more. Versus Pro, they've taken their time. A few seconds left. They take the Darkseer. Okay, so this is going to be the Dazzle mid and Darkseer off lane. That's fine. I mean, when we were talking about Earthspirit, we kept mentioning him as the mid. So Squad X is going to take the Dazzle mid. That's going to be the off lane Darkseer along with the Tiny. So great combination for the Ion Shell to put on. Okay, I'm liking it a little bit here. They're also they're safe lane. What was it again? Damn it, I forgot what they picked for Kiritage. Oh well, we'll see. This Necrophos pick could be good. Weaver, thank you. Yeah, the Kiritage Weaver. I like that one. I like the Weaver a lot for them. I think that you can do a lot of work with it. But it's not the easiest game to get Reaper Scythes off. You know, you are against the Dazzle. Generally, Shallow Grave is really good. But there's a decent amount of control from Marsbet. On the other hand, though, the way that VP played in Game 1, they looked pretty unstoppable. You know, like they just looked really strong. If VP plays like that, I don't think Marsbet has a chance. But if VP takes it easy, which they have done in the past, we might be seeing a Game 3. Just because VP does sometimes in Game 2 kind of be like, yo, why are we trying so hard? We can still just take it, you know, play the game however we want and still win it. So, well, I don't know. Like, I don't wonder if VP is gonna do that or not. This is current score. VP, will we have a quick 2-0, or will we go for a Game 3? This is the best of 3 match. Marsbet Tournament Live is basically on the line on this one. They are hanging on by a thread. I think they're 4th place. They lose this, they lose a few more points, and suddenly there's going to be a big gap. Let's go into the game. Let's see what we're working with. Let's see what Marsbet's going to be able to show us in this game. Hopefully, it's a closer one than game one. I'd love to see LeBron have a good performance on this Shadow Shaman. Like, I just love the hero. Shadow Shaman is so much fun. Not the most mobile fella, to be frank with you, but he makes up for it with personality, disables, and the ability to push towers. It's mostly the personality why I pick him, though. Mr. Luck should be able to do a lot of work in this game. I do feel like he wasn't comfortable with the Primal, but I wonder what that means, actually. What Otaker said. Anyway, bottom lane. If it is going to be this Shadow Shaman as well as CK combo, it's pretty deadly. You know, it's pretty damn strong. However, at the same time, you look at the other side, Darkseer and Tiny is a durable lineup with decent amount of damage as well from the Ion Shell and the combo from the Tiny. So it goes both ways in the bottom lane. I expect we're going to get a lot of action there. Mid lane is going to be Necrophos versus Dazzle. Should be just a farm fest. People will always say, well, who has the advantage? I'm like, does someone have to have an advantage? Feels fairly even-ish to me. If I had to pick advantage, I'd say the Dazzle maybe a little bit more. Oh, top lane. Okay, looks like Notice just gets it right under his nose. It's going to be generally a 2-for-2 Bounty Ruin as Kirtage scutters off and picks up that Bounty Ruin. Chaos Knight, lots of early stats coming out here. 2 gauntlets, 2 iron branches. That's going to help out a little bit. So yeah, if someone is going to have an advantage mid, it's probably going to be Squad X here. But it's a tiny one, I'd say. Good use of the healing wave. Just gets so much CS early on here for Squad X. He does get the deny as well. Yeah, the healing wave is a big equalizer. Plus, you don't have to be like next to anyone. Whereas if Necromos wants the death pulse, he has to walk up to the creeps, be surrounded by them, which is just what Dazzle wants. It's like, really? You're gonna surround yourself? Like, oh, Notice is gone. By the way, if you guys hover on Rocket Barrage for a second, the numbers of this spell are amazing. It's 240 damage. It's on a 7-second cooldown with cost 75 mana only. Like, this is, in terms of value, this spell is wild with how strong it is. 240 damage. No other spell can do that much damage level 1. I mean, I suppose if you Crystal Nova like 4 enemies, that's fine. But it's just insane power coming out from it. And lane Dazzle doing well, but slightly taking some hits here. But overall, he should be fine. He might be going for that early hand of Midas. I think I saw it queued up on the Dazzle, so that's going to be very, very nice for him. Top lane, I think I do favor the Radiant here. You know, Brewmaster, pretty hard to bring down. You put the Shadow Shaman on top. If you can get a Hex Shackle on one of them, there's no stuns that Verse Pro can use to break it. Shen would probably be the easier target. Especially, and plus when you Shackle, you get healed anyway, so it's like you don't mind if the Weaver hits you that much. Alright. Kirtage, take a few hits. And that's another thing. Kirtage pretty damn low health compared to the Brew as well as the Brewmaster. He's just not quite as durable. Man, look at Volshevnik. He moves all his items just to make sure he gets the maximum value of the Water Rune. He does like only 40 health heal. He still maximizes it. Noticed is having a very, very bad game so far this Darkseer. 6 CS in 2 minutes and a half. It's not terrible. It's just compared to what we saw in the previous game, where he was just owning. So far, it's not looking quite the same. And we'll see if Sayush can somehow bring it back in their favor. Like 3 minutes. Roll in. And Healing Lotus is going to go to Mitch. Very nice for him. And I think the other side, did anyone pick it up? I think FNG may have picked it up for himself as well. Which they need on the top lane. Oh, Kirtage walks in, but that's their sentry, so they can't spot him. It's just going to be fine. Mr. Luck, he's like, oh, didn't you just Chikuchi with level 1 Chikuchi for some reason? Kirtage, beautiful blood grenade by FNG keeps Kirtage alive, and LeBron Cannot get the spells off. I don't know if he took Hex or not at level
Radiant's
2.
bottom tower is under
Probably
attack.
takes Shackle. And there you go. He gets the Shackle off. But is he going to be able to do anything here, Mr. Luck? I think he might be losing his life. And they do get the kill on Mr. Luck first. Well played by them. And now LeBron, he's in a little bit of trouble. The bugs do a decent amount of damage. But LeBron, he should be able to make it out just fine. In the end, I'll say you're happy for VP. If Kiritich falls behind, it's not a big deal. But you really want the Brewmaster to do well for Mars Bet. So this trade, I feel like it does just favors them a lot. Alright, Dazzle, what are we at? Level 5. Doing fairly well for himself. I just noticed he's almost got half the CS as O-Taker, which, again, is very unexpected with the way that game 1 went. What are we looking at, though, in terms of items here? Okay, S9 wants to go for the armlet. Grab comes out. Do you have Jacuzzi available? The slows are there, and it looks like they just aren't going to have enough damage to bring him down in time. Now, that tornado is not fun at all to work with. I believe you only get from the small Wild Wing, now not the big one. It used to be the big one. Now the big one gives you a tornado that pushes you around. Sayush, you're going to take a lot of damage, but Mitch is out of mana, so it's not going to be too bad. And Weaver pauses. He's like, whoa, hold the phone. My mom's calling me. Alright, and no one misses a call from her. Power Threads on the CK, as well as Armlet going to be coming up fairly soon. Darkseer, he wants to go for the Aura build. First, of course, it's Soul Ring. Then he's probably going to go for the Mecha Greaves and that sort of stuff. Good stuff for sure. He'll probably consider the Shard at some point if the Necrophos goes for the Radiance. Or if Brewmaster does. Like, someone's getting Radiance on Marsbet. I don't know who, but someone is. Okay. Spirit Vessel. Huh. That's unusual to see. Doesn't Aghanim Scepter on Weaver have a dispel or something? I mean, Kiritich already dispels it naturally by ulting, and Darkseer can do the same once he gets the Guardian Grief. So I don't know if I'm loving it so much. Well, in the meantime though, Weaver top lane, how's he farming? Pretty good, relatively equal to Mr. Luck, who is having a much better time in this game. And yeah, look at Chin. He's got the double birds for double tornadoes. Oh, the tower does a little bit of damage, but geez, they're tanky. These are supposed to be little birds, but I think you get like a minimum health push if you convert them. Pretty wild. Yeah, so alright, Necrophos going Spirit Vessel. We can expect the Brewmaster to be the one who goes for the Radiance in the end. And Notice can just make copies of him in fights. Although, I don't believe you can make a copy of the Earth Panda, which is the one that carries all your auras. So, that's a pretty good adjustment if they go for it. Alright, Mitch. He is taking a bit of damage from the rocket barrage. Mitch, I don't think he's going to be living through this one. He does not notice. Karate punches him. Or chops him, sorry. It's a karate chop in the end. Kiritich running circles around them in the top lane here. Like, it's like they want to kill him, they want to do something against him, but he's just so damn freaking elusive. 2-1-2 is the build by Volshipnik. He does not want to miss out on Ghost Shroud, but he feels like the second point of Heartstopper is very valuable. And it does. It doubles the damage you deal. Meanwhile, what we're looking at for Chen, looks like going to be Solar Crest first item. He has an... What does that creep give you? A break, right? I think that creep gives you a break. Or is it something else? Not quite sure what that creep that Chen has taken gives him in terms of abilities. Oh, they're going top. Oh, yeah, Mr. Luck. He's not making it out of this one. He's out of luck, basically. And that's just a nice kill for Kiritich. As Virtus Pro is slowly starting to get this lead going for them. But Marsbet looks like they're going to get both Wisdom Ruins. A big win for them. As their support's getting pretty close to that level 5 now. Very good for Marsbet. You get a lot of value out of this Gyrocopter ultimate. You get a lot of value from the Serpent Wards. So getting those level 6s on your support's pretty big. More so than Virtus Pro, where it's like Chen's heal is good, but tiny level 6 is practically useless. Not useless. It has values, just not really a game-changing one. And oh dear, Mr. Luck again. This is really a disaster if they can get him down. And they are committing. They really would like to get this kill. They, one more hit. Kiritich does not decide to go die for it. But guess what? Your Brewmaster is forced to go all the way back, and LeBron's gonna be losing his life in the end. FNG taking those tower hits, but he doesn't care. So even though they got 2 Wisdom Ruins, VP still feeling very much in control of the game. One guy we haven't talked about though is O-Taker. Can we look at that guy? He is farming up a storm on the Chaos Knight. And that's pretty good, because he has that burst damage to bring down everyone from VP. As we were saying, that Notice dies. Not sure where he died though. I think so he might have probably died in the bottom lane. With Mitch chasing him. Mitch is when you pick Jacob, you always have to make sure that you get that level, the shot at the 15-minute mark. You don't want to wait a second longer. Volshebnik, is he in trouble or no? Who is in trouble now? I think he's worried about throwing out the ultimate. Doesn't even need to. You don't want to. When you see Dazzle around, you're like, I don't want to Reaper Sight and suffer the consequences. So a nice move here by Marsbet. It also gives them a much needed earn charge. Lance of Pursuit on the Weaver, huh? Interesting. FNG, what's he got? Neutral item, Shovel. There you go. Best tier 1 item in the game. Better than a lot of tier 2 items as well for supports. You just keep getting those bounty ruins. You getting those mangoes. Like you solve so many mana issues. The GPM creep is good when you stick together. Like, it really does all add up in the economy game. Bottom lane, noticed, gone again. O-Taker. Phantasm is available. Just, punch you in the face. What's he building? Mand of Midas or Armlet? We'll find out. It's going to be Armlet. Alright. Makes a lot more sense. It does feel like O-Taker it's his job right now to make space for the team. And he's doing pretty well at it. Meanwhile, top lane, towers down. Kirit is just pushing the issue as much as he can. Mr. Luck, what? Wait, what's Mr. Luck going for here? We'll find out later. We'll find out later. Echo Saber on Chaos Knight. Interesting. I mean, you can of course disassemble it later just to get the BKB. So there's a lot of value to it. Yeah, I know. I'm a little surprised to see this Spirit Vessel of the Necrophos. I think it's fine. Oh, you know what's not fine? If Spodex gets shackled, but he doesn't get. He's gonna be fine. Smoke from the VP supports. Where do they want to go right now? They're in the bottom lane. They're moving around. What do we have? We have 2 big centaurs. We have the GPM creep, I think. And what else is there? There's one more smoked up. I can't quite tell from the shape. And O-Taker, yeah, just continuing to use those Phantasm illusions just to farm. Sayush, he guesses that O-Taker's around. And they spot the real one. Kiritich is here as well. Do they have enough damage though? This is a very tanky O-Taker. But doesn't look like he's tanky enough, as he is going to be losing his life in the end. Kiritich, he's just going for kill all over the map, getting Mitch as well. The Reaper Sight is available. They know that there's no Dazzle. And here's LeBron. This could be a massive problem. The Chen heal is available, but no, good use of the vacuum ensures that Kiritich does not lose his life. And they are able to bring down the Necrophos as well. LeBron's going to be losing his life as well. Dude, notice with that vacuum was wild. Like, who does that? Who takes vacuum to save people? It's just these guys. I think they can go to TI. I'll be honest with you. I think that they're pretty good. Took them a while to bring down O-Taker, but the damage does come up. Mr. Luck does ulti, but he kills Sayush with it. It's pretty solid. Necrophos actually gets locked by the snakes, by the way. Watch this. The snakes come out later on. He can't move across the map. And this one, the vacuum, he waits for it. Beautiful vacuum. Like, look at Volshebnik. He's actually, like, stuck. He can't go anywhere. Oh, poor guy. And then it's just clean up duty afterwards. Yeah, Brewmaster makes that alive, but you don't really care. You're very happy here for VP as the net worth balloons to 4,000. O-Taker still at the top, though. Whoa! Did you guys see that? Chen's net worth, he's above the core Necro and the Brewmaster. What? How is he farming so well? Like, it's not like he's got the shard for free. He's just farming. He's gonna go for Boots of Bearing after. Damn, I did not see this one coming. He's got the GPM creep, by the way, on his ass the whole time. I mean, that adds up for sure. But, like, what's it gonna give you? 30 GPM? If you have it for 10 minutes, it's 300 gold. That doesn't really account for this big win that he's having. Squad X, just trying to farm up here. Point booster, then he's gonna have the Aghanim Scepter. More and more Dazzles are feeling like we want the Aghanim Scepter first, then the Hand of Midas.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Necrophos. Oh, alright, a good kill. Sayush loses his life. This is, you know, I mean, it's not a big deal. You kill the tiny, so what? He's basically position 5 ton in this game. So Verse Pro, they don't mind using him to make some space around the map. Shard is the option for Necro. Gonna be a nice bit of mobility for him. As Octarine Core is the item for Notice. Does not really want to go for the auras that I was thinking he would consider going for. Okay.
Dire are scanning.
The Octarine Core is always good. He's got Hand of Midas, why not? Well, Volshebnik.
Dire's top tower.
Gets those Illusion Ruins. And it's a bit of a quiet couple of minutes here as both teams just start focusing on farm. Chen, oh yes, why would you go auras when you already have a Chen on your team? It makes sense. But Chen wants drums. It's awkward when you have drums and mech because you only... Oh, nice kill on Notice. When you have drums and mech on one guy, it's awkward because you can't have Guardian Greaves and Boots of Bearing. I mean, there's nothing really stopping you, but you do waste 500 gold with the double boots. And as a support, you don't really have that much gold to spare. This mid tower looking pretty dead for VP. I don't think they even want to defend it. Snakes are down, everyone's around. There's an ultimate from the Brewmaster. Notice is also out. It's like, yeah, it's not worth our efforts to defend it. And of course, immediately Marsbet also goes to secure their Wisdom Ruin. It's 15 minutes. We'll see who's going to be buying shards right now. Shadow Shaman wants the Aether Lens. So good. God, this guy. He is also going for the max disable build. With the Hex as well as the Shackles. Mr. Luck has the Midas, so I expect that he is going to be the one who goes for the Radiance. Good and bad, you know, good for you to have it, bad when the enemy gets it. And Sayush smoke breaks and they find anyone. They do spot Mitch, throws out the rocket, and looks like he's just gonna be losing his life here. Mitch is gone, and Kiritich is like, LeBron, hey buddy. And he gets him too. Both supports dying on Marsbet is... Again, I've never seen this. Didn't think the draft would be like this. You know? Where 4 out of the top 5 heroes in net worth are on Virtus Pro. Sure, yeah, Necrophos is going in and out of it, but he's still very low. And that's a Hand of Midas Brewmaster. So, like, he should have something going on for him. Sayush, Blink Dagger, does not have it yet, so he can't actually jump on these aggressive kills like he sees. Oh, he sees the Necrophos. He might actually be able to toss him. He needs someone to come near him. Anyone, but no one's there. And it looks like he just is able to use his Death Seeker to jump. Supports, they're hungry. They want to kill Sayush, but he's fairly tanky. Octarine Core finished on the Darks here. Guess what? Hand of Midas cooldown gonna be very low at the moment. Oh, yes. And of course, yeah, the Surge, the Wall. I mean, all of the spells. The guy's got 4 active spells. They all benefit from the Octarine Core. He's gonna make the Aghanim Scepter next just so he can get that normal punch going for him. Like, a bit of a quietish game, I gotta say. Not a whole lot of action coming. Oh, there we go. Kiritich, do they have enough? Nope, doesn't seem like it. And that's the use of the snakes. Kiritich makes it out. Very awkward situation. Now you don't have the snakes to take towers. You also don't have them to go for kills. And while you still have a lot of value with the Shadow Shaman, just with the Hex Shackle, the snakes are sort of your source of damage here. And the rocket comes out. Sayush, he's been hit by a spirit vessel, so he can't blink away. Necrophos is taking a few hits. Mr. Luck, I think you might have to consider splitting very soon. Otaker jumps in, brings down Sayush. They also lose Necrophos as well as LeBron here. So it's always Sayush actually alive because of a great grave coming out here. Notice is the one who loses his life in the end. If they want to go Mr. Luck, I believe that might be his last panda. And it is. Otaker, he jumps in. He does get this team a kill. Actually almost brings down 2 people, but despite all that farm, it's still a loss for him. Gyrocopter makes it out, and this is a terrible situation to be in Marsmith. Yes, you have the highest farmed hero in the game, but he just shows up and loses his life. He's very close to the heart. Sayush, I think he's probably gonna die. Yeah, he's good. I mean, Gyrocopter's damage is insane. Do you guys know how much Rocket Barrage does at level 4? It does 780 damage. You put that with a rocket on top, it's a lot. You can easily do 1,000 magic damage in just a couple of seconds. Well, Shebnik wasn't able to do too much in this fight just to get folks down really early. Nice split by Mr. Luck, although it came a bit late, and beautiful grave on Sayush. Like that grave turned that fight around. Notice, as you can see, without his aura items, like the Octavine Core is not keeping you alive. In the meantime, Aegis has been reclaimed by the Weaver. Tough situation if you're Otaker, man. Very, very tough situation to be in if you're Otaker. I mean, he's like 1,500 gold ahead of Kiritich in this fight, but I imagine once we go back to the real world, it's going to be a little bit more. 2,000 ahead. Jeez. And that's going to be LeBron losing his life. Alright, Philosopher's Stone's coming out. I think both of Marsbet's supports have it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
We'll find out a little bit here. Dazzle, very hard to bring down now just because he picks up that Pupil's Gift. A lot of health and a bit of armor as well. So perfect combination against the CK. And, oh, will they get it? Looks like they do get the toss. Mitch, loses his life. Volshevnik is here. He wants to sort of try to do something, but it's not looking. Mr. Luck, he does not have a split. So he does not have a life at this point either, as they are just chasing people down. Kiritich, he's actually diving the enemy side of the map. Yeah, he's got, if he can ulti if he wants to, doesn't even need to. He's got his friends around. He's like, well, I got ulti. I got my bros. Heart is finished on Otaker, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to sustain you in these fights. There's a pretty good amount of damage coming out from VP right now. Oh boy, they're going for the shard. They give it to FNG. He can get some pretty insane creeps with this. The Grand Knight Golem. What does he get? He gets the Black Dragon. Sure, why not? Boss comes out. Notice. He's like, guys, I'm sensing something. And he does disconnect. No Hand of Midas at all. For, boost of travel on the Necrophos. Yeah, it's not really looking good for Volshevnik at all in this game. You know, where is he? He is 2-2-2. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. But you look at what we're working with VP 6-0, 6-0. Like they've got some. Their cores are putting in work. And you have Spirit Vessel with no charges and boots of travel. Where are you headed, mate? The map is closing in. Mr. Luck, he is still working towards that radiance, but he doesn't even have a Sacred Relic. Mitch, at least he's got the shard. LeBron doesn't have the Aether Lens, which he needs. There's 2 Philosopher's Stones on the Radiant side. That may not seem like much, but that's a passive 150 GPM for your team. It does add up over time. Over a fairly long time, but over time. Well, the connect is done. Looks like that's going to be fine. Yeah, but like Otaker, he can dish out the pain. Like Otaker's, he can do a lot. Just needs support from the team. Darkseer is going for Radiance himself. Really? Wow. Noticed is definitely playing this game differently than most Darkseers would. He's got the boots of travel, so that means he's not interested in Greaves. But I am surprised. Obviously, they have a mech on the Chen, I mean, but very surprising to see him not let go for Crimson or Pipe or anything. Oh, Dazzle. Will he be able to? Nope, he's gone. The moment that stun landed, he was down for the count. Meanwhile, In the meantime, they need to be a little careful here. They don't... Wait, they have everyone here for VP. Kirich is in the air. Looks like the FNG and Seiyusha might be in trouble. Here, the wall is dropped. So notice has shown up. The Hand of God is here. And it's doing a good job keeping them alive. Mitch! Is he going to be able... Can they bring him down? I think he's right next to that sentry. And FNG does lose his life. So far, a 3-for-1 trade. Making that 3-for-2 trade here. As looks like the Shasham is going to be coming back. Kirich, good use of the ultimate here. Can they bring down Otaker? They do. The heart is just not enough. And do they have anything? No. Looks like the hit is going to follow him all the way there. Kiritich, they didn't want to focus him down, so he's just able to do as much damage as he needed to, and he brings down 2 cores along with the gyrocopter. And it was the ruin picked up by Squad X. Kiritich doing decent damage to the tower. He's gonna go for the BKB next. Yay. The BKB, how are you gonna control him then? The graph does say though that it favors Mars bet just because they were further behind, so all that adds up, you know. I don't even see notes show up in this one. I thought this was looking pretty bad for them. And in the beginning, they focused a lot on getting rid of these Chen creeps on Otaker, which I don't mind. Kiritich, he is... So that was Notice actually, who went to the right. Mitch does lose his life just because he's standing next to that sentry. They just planted right there, bring the kill. FNG loses his life, but he's still able to bring a lot for the team. And by the way, those CK illusions that we're seeing come out from the dark side, they do a lot of damage. In the real world, everyone's alive. Looks like, where are we at with the Aegis? Should be about a minute left, I'd say. Yeah, 45 seconds. Darkseer getting closer and closer to the Agam Scepter. Will give him a little bit of durability with those stats, which he kind of needs. And Chaos Knight, he wants to go for the shard, get that free Phantasm illusion. And may not be VP's turn to go high ground just yet, you know. It's like Aegis is expiring, you wait 3 minutes, then it's worth it. I feel like professional teams have gotten so good at not throwing. You know what I mean? It's like before this, you see a lot of teams be like, let's just go high ground. And they'd go and they'd lose a lot of kills and they'd lose a lot of lives. And then Roshan respawns as the defending team gets it and suddenly we're in an even game. But teams are very wise to it right now. Oh, looks like the Aegis has been reclaimed here. Mitch is going to be the sacrificial lamb. And that's about it. Not the biggest loss for Mars Bet here. Although that's not worth. I've never seen something like this. Okay, I've seen worse, to be fair with you, but Marsbet's a good team. I just can't imagine Versus Pro having their Chen ahead of the enemy carry, mid and off. Like, that is so unnatural. Chen actually has a Dragon Lance, by the way. It's pretty good. One's for the push, but secondly, it also ensures that if CK tries to go for Chen, he's not going to be able to just chew him. And of course, and then look at the Chen. He's also got that armor coming out from his the Wild Wing. He's got the Granite Golem giving him health. He got the Soul. Like he's got 22 armor on him. He's also got a pipe, but that doesn't help him too much. And he's keeping the prospecting aura. Come on, FNG. Like I know you care about the efficiency of your farm efficiency and your GPM, but keeping that just feels mean somehow.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We're looking for Necrophos. He'd like to get the Shiva's Guard. It's pretty good in this game. A lot of the damage coming out from Versus Pro side is physical, so why not get the Shivas to help you survive? Notice he's got the shard. And he's got the scepter now. Alright. In a minute though, we'll know how long it takes for Roshan to respawn. We'll see if Versus, this is risky by the way. This is very risky that Hex comes out. Oh, if they could have gotten a Reality Rift on it, they might be able to kill him. The thing is, you also have to worry about squads. So you have to lock down the Dazzle to have a really good shot of killing people. Otherwise, it's kind of like, maybe we could kill someone, but it does require a lot of Dazzle making a mistake. I wish I could play Chen. I'm telling you, Chen is so broken if you're good. You know, you get those big creeps and you walk around with a huge amount of auras. You're just so damn useful. it's like, it's true that the auras kind of lose slight value. Like 3 armor now is not the same as 3 armor in 15 minutes, but you still give so much to your team. Now with the boost of travel, he's ready to join any moment. Smoke on Mars bet. Can they find anyone? It's gotta be the Dazzle though, even though he's got the BKB, so he's not the easiest person to lock down. Dare use a scan. We'll find out about the Aegis in about 5 seconds here to see who's gonna be getting it. Notice he senses that a fight's coming up here. Who will they find? Sayush, good positioning, noticed as well. And they do break. Alright, they found Mitch. If VP, they know something's going up. Kiritish, they send those creeps forward. Otaker jumps in, and they're going to go for Mr. Luck. Can they kill Mr. Luck first? No, Mr. Luck gets his ultimate off, and Kiritish loses his life. Gets shackled and gets scythed. He is gone right now. And if you're VP, you might be starting to think, guys, we cannot take this fight anymore. It's because we don't have our main damage. Otaker, Sage is trying to deal with him, but he is still fairly tanky here on this CK. Is he tanky enough? He's trying to lifesteal. The Hex comes out, and that might be enough. Notice he gets... look at that. Avalanche barely missing. Of us, a 1-for-1 trade here. As Otaker's not... oh, 1-for-2, sorry. Otaker's not too committed to fighting, but he goes back in and brings down FNG. It looked like he was going to back out for a second there, but in the end, if you are Virtus Pro, that was a big blow. That was a giant uppercut coming out for them. And Otaker didn't lose his life. Well, I think they only killed Gyrocopter. Big victory. And Notice is there as well. On the rocket, no, there's no rocket. That's just a spirit vessel with a couple of death pulses. No, wait, there's a rocket actually, but still very far. Look at this fight. They found Mitch. They bring down Mitch, but Kiritish, he's too far from the team. They can't really back him up. And yeah, the shackles comes out. Full shackles, full scythe, all the damage. I think that was barely on the edge of getting it. Of course, all those auras from the Chen weren't really affecting him because he was just too far. The Kiritish went way too much to the west. And Otaker at this point, I was like, Otaker is probably going to be losing his life. Look at him. He's losing so much. Probably going to be a few hits, but then the heals come out. Well, not the heals, but the heart sustains enough. And he's just going to be able to, he was able to return the fight. Great positioning by the Shadow Shaman, by the way. Dodging the avalanche and just staying alive in that situation. Honestly, that's kind of why they won the fight. Shadow Shaman, he is really good. Like, all those disables give you so much. We're looking at here. Otaker's got DD and Roshan's up, by the way. VP, they're going straight for it. They probably need to give it to Kiritish just because you can't really afford. When you're Weaver, you want to move around the map, so you kind of want to play the edges of the fight. You don't want to be right in the center. But if you get caught, you're up against this Shadow Shaman, so you kind of need the Aegis to survive. You also want to Shikuchi as many people as possible, which requires a lot of movement. Well, bottom lane. Vacuum already used, so I imagine if you're Volshipnik, you can just sort of TP away if you want to. Reaper Scythe comes out. It's not enough to kill Notice. Dazzle, the grave is there. And they are able to bring down the Necrophos in the start here, but they do lose the Dazzle in return. So it's a mid for mid here. Kiritish, I might think he might be losing his life. He already used his time lapse here, and they do bring down the Shadow Shaman. So Aegis for the Shadow Shaman. Can VP make it out alive with Kiritish? He is looking in a bit of a tough... Holy moly, that's the damage. Oh, the comeback is real, ladies and gentlemen. The comeback is very real. As I think FNG is all... Well, he's losing. That's how he's going to go back to the base. In a body bag. Guess I went to Scotty. Pretty good. Yeah, alright. This is... very much look at the Otaker's damage is insane. Actually, so is the damage coming from Volshipnik. Look at the win percentage just shoot up and continue to do so. Big attempt to go kill the Necrophos here by Noticed. It's nice, but I don't know if it was like completely necessary. Kiritich shows up, good use of the grave to keep him alive. But then look at Dazzle's location. They're just like, yeah, let's just kill him. And again, what does this Shadow Shaman do? Sticks to the edge. No, makes sure that no one can catch him. LeBron does kill him. Sorry, Kiritich does kill him in the end, but at this point, you've already paid for it by bringing down the Dazzle and by ensuring the Aegis is gone. So you're very happy to use Shadow Shaman in that sort of situation. And Kiritich, you're not the most durable hero in the world. Well, then of course FNG loses his life at the end. We're paused in real life, so we're okay with this one. We're okay with waiting here. Well, O-Taker, he is a problem. Like, he is a giant problem. The Brewmaster is barely giving you much in this game. Like, he's got less value than the Chen right now. He does have a Radiance, and you know that's nice and all, but this is not the Brewmaster you expect. And Necrophos is doing slightly better, but he's also pretty damn far behind. But it's all O-Taker. Like, he just shows up, smashes a couple people with his mace, and the fight not over, but very painful. I see people in chat talking about the prophecy of Mars Bet coming back. You got some faith in that happening. Mitch is ready to go, and Kiritich also calls it. Alright. O-Taker, by the way, he's gonna have this Skadi soon. Does reduce a lot of the heals coming out from the side of Virtus Pro. They're still 12,000 ahead on VP, but at this point, it doesn't feel like they're 12,000 ahead, you know? I mean, as we all know, Dota is a game all about feelings. As anyone who's bought a Shadow Amulet and used it to hide in the trees will tell you, this is a very emotional-based game. Gyrocopter, he's got the mech. And this is generally what you do with Gyrocopter is, oh, they all have a shard. Wow, everyone's got a shard on Marsbet's side. So you guys get a nice bit of a nice injection of gold for the team. 1,400, pretty good. Look at that army by Chen. What do you have? I think you have that Timekeeper. Reduces the cooldown. Yeah, it's like 5 or 10%. It's whatever. It's not. I think it's actually 10%. And you also have the armor coming out from the Wild Wing. And that's kind of it. 2 people catching as well. Alright. 9-man smoke, sorry. Notice he can TP in if they needed him to. He also has the Chen creeps to work with. Who's gonna catch who? O-Taker's smoke breaks, so they know someone's nearby. Dire uses scan. They have a very good idea of where Marsbet is. And looks like the smoke does break here. They see both the Shadow Shaman and O-Taker here. Do they want to go for it? O-Taker, he doesn't mind killing those creeps. They're well worth getting out of the way. Each one represents the damage and an annoying aura to deal with. It's like, oh, the jump on the Chen! And the good wall on O-Taker here. Is O-Taker going to be able to do anything? O-Taker's taking a lot of damage! And FNG is going to stay alive in the end. O-Taker diving a bit too deep without any really backup from his team. And they are bringing 2 people down. LeBron TPs away to safety. And VP come out swinging. O-Taker does like, look at the damage. He was the only one in the fight. There's no Necro, there's no Shadow Shaman. And yeah, Kiritich can bust it out. Now they're just going to high ground for VP. If there's a buyback on CK, they want to see it. They know O-Taker is the only problem. Yeah, my god, the auras. Like, what is this? At some point, I've seen this when you can have like 20 status effects on you. At that point, you literally can't see everything that's going on. Necrophos walks in. He's got Ceremonial Robe. That's really the only. He's got Ceremonial Robe, but he's affected by Ceremonial Robe. Isn't that fun? So bottom ranks is taken by VP. They are moving away happily. And look at that, Noticed. Sneaking his way to the top of the net worth. Even though he didn't really have the best game. Kiritich, he's got the crit. Now with the Daedalus. This Octarine Hand of Midas build. It's working out for him, but I wouldn't recommend you guys try it in a pub just yet. Noticed. Oh, he's got the Shiva, so good luck killing him. Seish has got 24 armor. it's like O-Taker's damage is insane, but you have mostly like you have decent magic damage to be fair with you, but these guys are high health with high armor. Magic damage hates high health. High armor is also a bane against physical damage. And there's a grand. Look at the Grand Golem. Like look at that. It's insane. How much does he give? Oh, he's got Ion Shell on him. How much does the Grand Golem give? 17%? And the Ion Shell is pretty bonkers right now. I'm putting it on the Grand Golem instead. It's 19%. 19, ladies and gentlemen. Which is nearly 20, which is a lot. And Mitch, yeah, he's dead. Nope, the Glimmer Cape keeps him alive. Okay. Looking pretty good. An O-Taker, he jumps in. Do we have the nice grave coming out again? A Necrophos, can you get any Reaper's Eye? He's pretty low health, but he's still alive. And he doesn't want to throw out the... Oh, he cannot get a scythe on anyone. And both O-Taker as well as Volshebnik are dead. No, just cannot use the scythe with this dazzle around. Very unfortunate for them. It's a 4-0 VEP. It was a couple of pretty good defenses coming out from Marsbed. You gotta give them that. You gotta give them some credit for the way they were able to get a couple of defenses here. But in the end, it just does not matter. It was O-Taker versus the world, and he could not handle it. We just did not see Volshebnik contribute too much. We didn't see a whole lot from Mr. Luck either. And O-Taker, while he had a phenomenal performance, he cannot 1 versus 5 them. So kudos to Virtus Pro. Done and dusted. 4-0 in the group stage. I'd say, I've said from the start, the grand finals is very likely Team Falcons versus Virtus Pro, because they are the two strongest teams in the tournament. And like Marsbed is not bad. If you have seen them losing, they're like, oh, they're weak. They're not a weak team just because they lost to VP. Just VP is insanely good. You know, that's the thing. VP is just really, really, really good. And they proved it. Is this updated? Are they still 2-0? I thought they were 4-0. But either way, they are undefeated so far. Alright, so they are 3-0. So they are 3-0. Marsbet ends the group stage 1-3. Very unlikely they'll be able to get any way of coming back on this. So they are effectively eliminated from this tournament. And there was some good effort in that game too. You gotta give them credit. They looked pretty solid at some points of the game, but it just was not enough. So we ended with another 2-0. We don't get a third game, unfortunately, for you guys. But the next one's a nail biter. It's Alliance versus the Dudley Boys. This is a very big match for both of these teams. The Dudley Boys, they're staying at the top. Alliance, they need a victory to get that first place spot all against them. Winner of this match guaranteed themselves a upper bracket slot. So it's and you know, since I don't cast it, I can be biased. I'm rooting for Alliance. You know, I hope they do well. It's always sad. It's always good to see an organization that was big one time, they go on hard times, and they come back. You're like, hey, comeback story. So I do hope Alliance actually comes out of that one victorious, but you know, made the best team win. I won't be here casting it for you guys though. We're gonna be taking a break for an hour, and when we come back, it's going to be Harry Freak bringing you the last two matches. I'm also done solo casting for the rest of the group stage. I'll be back when the playoffs begin. So if anyone has any feedback or anything they would like to say, please let me know. I appreciate you all for tuning in, and enjoy Harry Freak in an hour. For now, I'm out though. Bye-bye.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We I've been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way. Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
And the 25-year show is back. Today we again had very quick 2 series, so we had pretty long breaks, but now we're gonna be going into the second 2 best of 3s of the day. So let's get into the schedule to see what we have already witnessed and what we are gonna be witnessing from now on. Bait did beat Navi Jr. with a score of 2-0, and Virtus Pro, they did beat Marsbet team with a score of 2-0. Pretty much expected results, but now we're gonna be moving on to Alliance versus Dudley Boys and Boom Esports versus Sibe to end the day. But for now, Alliance versus Dudley Boys is gonna be the thing that we focus on. As Alliance, they started off strong, but a couple of days ago they did lose, and quite convincingly at that, so weren't looking all that hot. Whilst the Dudley Boys, they are still undefeated. The Dudley Boys are hustlers. They changed their name in the middle of the tournament. They beat Vivo Kidstars with a score of 2-2-0 easily, and that is a team that Alliance lost to 2-0. I wouldn't want to say easily, but it wasn't that hard for Vivo Kidstars, obviously. So Dudley Boys are coming in as the favorites of the series. Let's get into the rosters. That's what we oh, okay, Group D. I'm sorry. We need to be looking at the facts here. So before we get into the rosters, before we see who's actually going to be playing today, let's remind ourselves of the points. As I said, Dudley Boys undefeated, not only for a series but for a single map. They haven't been They haven't lost a single one, whilst the Alliance, they won 2 series 2-0 and lost 1 series 2-0. That's why they're at +2 points. Amiga, Vivo, and Klimsonic still a part of that one. And there we are with the roster of Alliance. Charlie, Chuan, S4, Pablo, and Hanskin, all of you Thompson fans, I know that you're sitting at home hoping that he might be standing in again, though I'm very sure that that's not gonna be happening, whilst the Dudley boys, Yuma, Atlantic, Mind Control, 9 Class, and Hakoda are gonna be the ones playing for them. Actually a really solid lineup. These guys have a good shot at winning the entire thing. If they win this series, they're already gonna secure their spot in the upper bracket, most likely, depending on how they win. But with a score of 2-0 without a single map lost, they are most likely already at least going to the lower bracket, even if things go really south in this and the next series that they're gonna be playing. And let's see when they're gonna be ending that one. With this day, we have 2 more days after this one, so it is group stage pretty much coming to an end. For an Alliance, this is the last series that they're playing, and for the Dudley boys, they're gonna have a series versus Namiga, though this Namiga is a lot weaker than what they used to be. And we're gonna be getting ourselves into the draft, where we're gonna be seeing a Meepo ban. So Yuma, I'm sorry, you're not getting to play this hero, and a lot of the teams definitely don't want to be on the receiving end of that hero. It is just not something that people are nowadays used to. I think with the map being so big that there is a lot of potential for Meepo to do well. The thing is that the players that play this hero haven't gotten used to the hero all that much, and that, well, when you're not playing something, when you're not in practice, of course you're not going to be playing at the same level that you might be able to if you do get the practice in. So not a hero that we see too often, but definitely a hero that we long for. Imagine a Meepo in a map this vast. You could get unreal, insane amounts of farm. But at least for this game and this series, Meepo is out. They are targeting Yuma from what it seems on Alliance, because these are, I mean, TA is a hero that for quite some time people just don't want to play versus the Yuma TA, and for a good reason. It really is looking rather unbeatable. As for a Meepo, on the other hand, not something that we do see too often. But of course we would like to see it. They did play it versus Vivo Keatstars, and they beat them, right? But other than that, that was the only Meepo performance that we had in the tournament so far. Usually it's one is enough, right? You see a guy crushing on it, you probably think, boy, I wouldn't want to be that. But you know, when you're in the gym and you see that one biggest guy who also knows how to throw a punch is punching the punching bag, and the only thing that's going through your mind is, I don't want to be that punching bag. Just kidding, guys. I know that all of you guys are those guys that are hitting the punching bag, because Dota players are the strongest in the world. That's why we're not the ones that are scared. I am the one who scares, you know, who scares other people. In the Heisenberg voice. That's now we're gonna stop. We're not gonna be reminiscing about the great series of Breaking Bad. As Alliance, they did open up with the Kunkka. This is the hero that they like, that they know how to play. S4 has played this hero. I don't think they've played it in the mid lane, though I'm 100% sure that Trent can do it. Let me just check. So, no, he didn't play it. When they played versus Vivo, it was an offlane Kunkka. And the mid lane, a mid lane puck for Alliance, which I think might get banned out. Chuan, his performance in the mid lane hasn't been that great lately. So I think if you take away some of those heroes that he's really good at, that he feels super confident on, and he will be making some unnecessary mistakes that you actually can punish. And there's the Phoenix. The win rate of the Phoenix is catastrophic in this tournament. Yeah, it's just getting worse and worse, to be honest. Though, to be fair, Marsbet and Klim Sanich were the ones that played it quite a lot, and they are already eliminated from the tournament after not that many games played. So you could say it's just the weak teams playing the Phoenix, or maybe the teams are weak because they are playing the Phoenix. So for now, we have a couple of things that are already set in stone. Team Tickles are going into the upper bracket. Team Falcons are going into the upper bracket. So those things are set in stone. Klim Sanich, Marsbet, and Atlas Burden are out. That is set as well. Everything else is open. There's so many possibilities with the teams going into the lower bracket. It's still there, but there are some teams that are very, very, very close to elimination. Navi Jr. is looking not so great, though KZ team and Level Up could be playing super badly and just catch up there, but we'll see. So Dudley boys, they went for the Tusk, whilst Alliance will go for the Pugna Dark Willow. Overall, I love the Tusk versus the Kunkka. I've already went through this. It's just so easy to dodge every single one of his spells. And even if you get caught, Kunkka is used to getting on top of heroes and just bursting them down. He doesn't like any kind of a delay. Snowball is exactly that, a 3-second delay. Even more than that, because for 3 seconds you're inside of a snowball, then it starts moving, right? Until it reaches its destination, or travels the maximum amount of units in Dota, which is weird, right? I don't know why there's a maximum amount. It should be like an avalanche. It's moving forever, right? Of course, it doesn't move forever, but it should. It could be cool. The snowball was just going forward until it reaches its destination, unless somebody TPs, I guess. Would be fun, but or blinks out, but it's not how it works. So they didn't ban the puck. I'm looking at this Alliance lineup, and you could pick a puck if you're Dudley boys. The thing is, the Kunkka lanes really well versus you, so that's probably a reason you don't want to go that route. But the Oracle here is a stupidly strong pick. Pugna, Dark Willow, Kunkka versus the Oracle, they do nothing. And Monkey King is something the Dudley boys do play quite a lot. Yuma is a big fan of this hero. Obviously, with the current standing for them, it's obvious that the hero hasn't lost a single match. But just let me see how many of them have they played. Have they played it at all? I think I saw some Monkey King. They played it versus Vivo Keystars. They won in 22 minutes. They had a Spirit Breaker and a Monkey King, and yeah, both were actually, that was a support Monkey King. Let me check. It wasn't a Yuma Monkey King. Yeah, they played a support Monkey King. I doubt that's gonna be the case now. There's Oracle and the Tusk. I haven't seen a core Tusk in quite some time. Plus there's a Spirit Breaker involved. A potential hero that could again be a support, though it is a mind control hero. I think out of all the players that I've seen so far in this tournament play a Spirit Breaker, that mind control had the best read of the situation, when to go in, when to go out, how to commit on to targets, when to use your spells, item choices. Even though they're usually the same, there could be a little bit of a switch up in terms of how you approach it. But yeah, it's usually Midas, Octarine, Ags. Okay, I'm now getting some info about the poor flaming bird that got banned out here. The hero has 20% win rate. From 20 played games, it just has 4 wins. That's kind of sad. So Alliance will be banning out the Ricky. This is the thing versus Dudley boys. There's just different types of weird heroes that they can play, and immediately it does put a strain on your banning, as you can't get rid of the heroes that are super strong in the meta and you haven't been able to focus on. So I'm already kind of afraid for Alliance in the draft. They did go for the puck, as I mentioned. Okay, for a puck, the hero is on 73% win rate. That's actually pretty good. But overall, that's why you banned out the Ricky. They lost their last ban on Alliance. What? It says reserve time 2 seconds. Oh no, I'm crazy. This is not a last pick puck. Okay, I don't know what went on in my brain there that I thought this was the 5th pick puck. Either way, so no, but they should have. Yeah, everything is fine. I'm crazy. They picked up a puck. They banned out the Ricky. That's it. That's all there is to it. Either way, even with the puck here, Oracle is still super strong. You have a hero that jumps into the backline but cannot burst down the Oracle, especially if you get something like a Glimmer Cape, or even if you just have a Raindrop. So I don't know. Good luck, Alliance, killing heroes in this game. Also, good luck getting that ban out. Maybe it just won't be anything banned. Yeah, they'll get rid of the Lone Druid in the end. That's fine. So they need a carry on the side of Alliance. I think they need something that bursts down heroes, right? So the puck jumps into the backline and then you jump the Monkey King and destroy him. Or you can go for the maybe harder route of getting ultra long fights. Then a Slark would be a smart choice. I wouldn't hate a Slark. But they'll go for the Luna, and that's neither, really. That's a hero that just stands and does a mixture of magical and physical damage. Again, the Oracle comes in handy super well versus this hero, especially once the game progresses, because the magical damage of Luna is not to be underestimated. I'm not liking this Alliance lineup. I have to say, I'm okay with it, but the Oracle is too good versus all of them. So is the Tusk. Spirit Breaker, not bad. Not great either, because you have the X, you have the Bramble Mace to actually stop his charge. The Lucent Beam is quite good and the puck can dodge it, but overall, you can't kill him that easily. And that's what I'm afraid of here. Alliance killing people. Maybe the Luna is ultra farmed at some point in the game. You have the Satanic, you can allow the fight to go longer. And it actually will not be a carry Monkey King. So they're going to play a Lifestealer. Lifestealer in this game is untouchable. So they can't do anything versus it. Monkey King versus the puck is actually a pretty solid matchup for the Monkey King. As the puck doesn't have that much damage and the Monkey King has a lot of armor, he can actually take quite a lot of hits. He has better animation, better damage, and can actually sometimes bully the puck, even in that short mid lane. So I'm yeah, we're seeing S4 is not sure what's up. And somebody in the chat a couple of days ago said that S4 looks very young. He does look very young with the mustache. I don't know why. I mean, he is one of the most experienced players. He's also, for a Dota player, pretty old. No, he's not old, but for Dota players, ones that are currently in the scene, he is he's ancient, age 31. He's even older than me, right? And I'm an old guy. But overall, the stash really does fit him. If he's looking for a little bit of a younger look, it does look good on him. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if he is thinking or what's going on, but it was. You could see that S4 is kind of making some weird faces there, as he might not be sure how they need to approach this game. I need to say that I'm definitely seeing Dudley Boys as the better lineup here in terms of their performance. Though Alliance, maybe we can just say it was one bad day versus Vivo Keatstars. But overall, if I'm looking at the draft, I do like Dudley Boy's lineup much better. And I think it comes down to you having to waste your, or use your bans, it's not really a waste, on heroes like a Meepo, like a Ricky, that otherwise could have been some meta heroes, some supports that will counter you heavily, like the Tusk and the Oracle in this game in particular. So for Alliance to win, this map needs to be spread and they need to be catching and fighting all the time. It cannot slow down. But will it? We find out in the game. Let's get into it. And there we are. Yeah, there's no slowing down. Everybody's in the smoke. Let's go fight now. And yeah, there's not gonna be a battle just yet, as Monkey King is turned into a doggy that's chasing a sausage. Poor guy. They say chasing a carrot, but who would actually chase a carrot? Like, nobody cares. A sausage, on the other hand, though, when you're a wiener dog, you're kind of a sausage yourself. It's not that funny, is it? That's a hell of a good
30
career.
seconds to battle.
So we're seeing here Alliance, they're awaiting their opponents to come. I'm really curious if in this game Mind Control will be getting the night vision talent as well on the Spirit Breaker, as that was something he went for in the past. I want to die. I don't know why Oracle would say that. Why would you want to die? Maybe he knows of a pretty bad future. Who knows? It will be 2 for Alliance, and it will be 2 for the Dudley boys. Sentry placed down. Alliance, they don't find anything. They just throw away a sentry. A ward for the mid lane is there to the right on the high ground. Everything placed during the smoke, so it wasn't really easy to guess. And Alliance, they guessed wrong, unfortunately for them. As the lanes will start, I'm very curious about this mid lane. Like, look at what the Monkey King is doing. He hits the puck twice, and that's like 6 hits from puck to the Monkey King. Even though, of course, you have the range, you have the capability to harass, it's just not easy to do so versus the Monkey. So I'm really looking forward to how this lane goes, but overall, it should be a Monkey King favored matchup. Right. As bottom lane, Oracle Lifestealer. The bad thing about 9 class, he's gonna die to the creeps. He might need to snowball just to send them away. Okay, he's faster than them. He does have the boots. The thing is that the Pugna is chasing you, and even despite not having the boots himself on the Pugna, he has 330 movement speed. We'll be placing a ward, won't be finding anything. The salve gets delivered, and 9 class will be fine. Oh, one creep is running away. Yeah, of course you will run away, coward. You know, the Tusk is a super strong brawler. So if you would get into a ring with this guy, there'd be an uppercut and a lot of teeth on the ground probably. As mid lane, we're seeing Monkey getting a lot of denies. Puck, in terms of CS, he's keeping up. So Chen is not really losing at the moment. But Xantic not letting up, and in terms of denies, he's definitely ahead. I take what I please. Yep, guys, that's what it means to be a king. Take what you please. I'm actually surprised he didn't go for one more hit there on Chen and just with the boundless strike. Because with the Monkey King, you in the mid lane, you want to get Jingu stacks and not necessarily go for kills, but rather just try to deny everything. So everything is going okay for every single core apart from Mind Control, who has 2 CS. This is how I feel when I play offlane, right? Because I'm not that great at it, and then I have 2 CS 3 minutes in. Mind Control, however, he is pretty great at the offlane. I hear he won a prestige tournament, the best one in the world at some point in his career. Okay, that was a charge immediately cancelled. Maybe thinking about going for the rune here, and who gets it? Sorry, for the healing lotus. Well, that little stunt of theirs to stop Handskin actually cost them the first blood. So I don't know if the healing lotus is worth it. Probably not. The Kunkka will die on the other side of the map, as he does get ran down. Pablo, nothing you can do about it. This is the thing. The Lifestealer doesn't pack a huge punch, but he constantly slows you down, runs you down, runs you down, runs you down, and at some point you will die. Now we're starting to see a big difference between the Monkey King, Lifestealer, and the rest the pack here on the map. Especially the Monkey King. This is the biggest one. Tren is gonna be giving away Jingle Stacks. There they are. Zantic quite happy with it. He's probably gonna be dodging that tower shot. Nope. We'll have the Boundless Strike in 10 seconds, so that's when he can heal back up to full. We'll see if he does waste all of these attacks before that happens. He'll go for it. Yeah, very nicely done. And actually no dodge from Trent, so he's gonna be in a world of hurt. Just like that. This is why Monkey King versus the Puck is just not the matchup that you want. Yuma also on the bottom lane has the phase boot, so good luck harassing him now. You're just gonna be annoying with the Dark Willow, but Yuma should be fine here, especially with 2 points in Feast. Pablo, look at that slow. There's just 1 point in the Ghoul Frenzy as Hakoda decides that Pablo needs to be healed. He just needs to live through the burning. And I know so many of these Oracle lines because they're so cool. Plus I played the hero for like a billion times. Yeah, I really love his lines.
Got it.
Mind Control is finally starting to get something going. Hakoda, very nice dodge. Beautiful usage of the Fortune's End as well to connect onto the both of them. And Yuma does make his presence known. Needs to be very careful. Mind Control, one more hit. Doesn't need to use the Healing Lotus as he will survive. The Glyph will get used now. But overall, nothing much has happened. A lot of heroes have dropped low. Lifestealer, especially Yuma, really needs to be careful. Maybe would like to have a Tango or something. I'm not sure how that Tidebringer didn't connect on Yuma. My mind, it definitely shouldn't. There's the Courier coming to the Lifestealers, so finally the Tangos will be available for him. It's gonna be much easier.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And skin rotations to the mid lane. Of course, you would like to kill this Monkey King in the near future, because there's a big difference between him and the Puck. And the difference is not gonna be stopping. So once the Puck gets level 6, which shouldn't be too far off, but these 18 denies are definitely hindering that, then it might be time to look at the Monkey King. So there's sometimes when you try to kill the Monkey King in the mid lane, it just turns into a disaster. He survives on 1 HP, heals up with the Jingu stacks, and then... well, then you're screwed, because his chasing potential is also pretty good. Though Chien will be finding a haste, meaning that chasing potential of the monkey just got that many times weaker. 2 Wraith Bands. This guy's very hard to kill. Hakoda. Nice save by Azantic. Uses the Boundless Strike in Hakoda, does heal himself up, TP out from the Dark Willow. No Fortune's End, no chance to stop that one. If you go for the Shadow Realm Fortune's End TP in this game, there's actually 3 heroes. Now, 4 heroes on the side of Dudley Boys who can stop you. So you have a Snowball, you can't use it on him, but you can use it on somebody else, and if you go over the Dark Willow, it will stop it. Charge, same is true as well. Fortune's End, use it on yourself right next to him or to one of your teammates. And the Boundless Strike, that one is pretty self-apparent. So, Shadow Realm TP out, not something that's gonna be easily done. Lifestealer is going for a steal on the Wisdom Rune. That is huge if he can get it. And Pablo, he needed to deny it there. This is pretty good for the Dudley Boys, despite being 1-1 in kills. And no, that okay. Scratch that. 2-1 in kills. That extra experience is really gonna be making a difference. The supports of Alliance, especially the Dark Willow, really wants her level 6. So when you play the Dark Willow versus the Oracle, you're not really a hero. Well, let's not kid ourselves. Every single one of your control spells can be purged off, and every little instance of damage of yours can be stopped with the Fate's Edict. It just will be the question will be if Hakoda is in a good position to save his teammates and survive himself. Shield Rune, Boundless Strike onto the Puck. He'll get the Shield Rune anyways. Zantic is going forward. He doesn't care. There will be a Decrep to stop his attack. The Blood Grenade to slow him down. Coil will get used, and help is coming. Oracle from the side. He needs to purge that off, and he will be able to look at the heals on the Monkey King. He also has Jingoos. That's a couple of more hits. Nope, the Jingoos, they have expanded. Now turning around onto the Luna, looking very much dead. Charlie is fast, but he's not fast enough. The Bash will connect, and Zantic gets the kill. This is what I was talking about. You don't fight the Monkey King because he can do this to you. That's the Pug Dead, and the two supports, they've got nothing to keep them alive. A triple kill for Azantic, and that's gonna be the fourth one. The question is, who gets it? Will they give it to the Monkey King? Of course they won't. Mind control, like a real teammate that he is, doesn't want it to get to Azantic's head, and he gets the kill instead of him. This is why it is so dangerous to even attempt play like that. Now the Kunkka is being charged up, but Mind Control will decide against it. They will allow the Kunkka to live. And now look at the difference. Look at the discrepancy between the farm of the Monkey King and the Puck. It is not even close. The Boundless Strike will connect. They have the shards, and they're going for Trian. Once again, there's nothing he can do. Nowhere he can go other than his fountain. Once again, the Brambles will stop Azantic. It just reminds us of OG, right? 20 TI9 OG. That's where they destroyed it. Sure, they won TI8, but on TI9 it wasn't even close. Handskin, he is looking really dead, and the Boundless Strike will make sure that those bones, they get shattered throughout that entire river. And also, now they caught the Kunkka as well. This is looking like they're playing with kids. It's 9-1. It's 4k gold lead. You cannot even get to your tier 1 towers. That's how easy it is currently for the Dudley boys. And there's the Infest going towards the top lane. The Luna has already been charged. He needs to run away. The Tusk going there to make sure that the TP out does not happen, and nobody's even close to help him. Mind Control getting into his face. The Lifestealer coming out. There will be another strike, a snowball, and a quick kill. Wherever you go, you won't be able to hide from these guys as Azantic is continuing the chase. Pablo, oh, he misses it. I don't need no Boundless Strike. Look at what would happen to your head if I hit you with this bam into the ground, and then he kills him anyways. All calculated from Azantic, as hitting your spells is not necessary at this point. Their movements, their understanding of what they need to do is just insane. Alliance, they were the ones that got the first blood. So it's an 11-0 streak currently for the Dudley boys, and it doesn't look like it's gonna stop anytime soon. Hakoda, he has his level 6. So he's ready to save Azantic if need be. Fate's Edict for the Purifying Flames, they're there, and they're protecting their sea streak. Want to open up the map even more. Alliance, of course, doing their best to prevent this. Is jumping onto the Pugna. Handskin, there will be an ulti. Nice silence onto the Oracle. Azantic is still fine now, focusing on the tower. He does have the extra armor. Cursed Crown will connect, but he's a king. He's used to crowns being on his head, as the tower will be dropping the Orb of Corrosion, allowing him to push it even faster. A couple of more hits, and it will be the first tower of the game going down. There is some dives happening on the bottom as well. I mean, dives are happening everywhere. That's a Lifestealer with an armlet. Good luck killing him, and he's working towards the Radiance. Not looking that bad for him. Chuan getting smacked. The coil will protect him, but the Pugna does come over. Oracle very low. He might need to ulti himself. Decides not to. That does leave Azantic all alone with 9 class coming over. He does have the snowball save. He's not turning it around with Lifestealer being in the vicinity. He does have the Infest. He might need to get into the Monkey King. He will be able to do it. Azantic, he gets his HP back. Where are the heals? There's the Powerful Strike. He's alive. They cannot bring him down. The King lives. And Azantic gets a triple kill for the second time in this game. The Infest from the Lifestealer changed everything in that fight, and he got the Jingu stacks in the perfect moment. Alliance, they did bring down 2 supports, tripling the amount of kills that they had just a second ago, but considering you had 1, that's not really something to be proud of. Yuma with the plays. Azantic, he was so freaking dead. Also, Oracle not using his ulti here, that could have changed quite a lot. I know what he was thinking. Sure, you do want to save Azantic, but it was obvious he was having a bad time. That was a nice silence from the Puck. There's the Infest just in time. Jingu stacks and bam, Boundless. It's beautiful. And I live for moments like this. I would watch Dota all the time, play Dota all the time. These things would happen, and they do happen. Yeah, we're not gonna be looking at Azantic any longer because it's not fair. Yuma going for S4. He's gonna be armor toggling, and there will be the ulti. So Yuma now coming forward, doesn't care much about the boat. He's gonna be healing quite a lot from the Oracle ulti, back to full. It took them some time, but in the end, the Kunkka will die. This is 13 minutes into the game. It's like taking candy from a baby. That's what it looks like. Already the win probability is 92% in single digit win probability. That's where Alliance are 14 minutes into the game.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I personally have not casted a stomp like this in the tournament so far, but there seems to be a difference in class between the two teams. Coda will get the Fortune's End off, meaning the Dark Willow cannot move in the backline. Handskin dies again. Wukong's command is used. The coil, Monkey King doesn't care about it. The coil will stop, and Azantic will get a lot of his life back because Coda keeps a beautiful positioning there onto the side and just heals up his buddies. He's gonna be attacked by the tower and gets himself away in time. While S4 comes over, says, kill me again, I have a blade mail. Nobody cares. Azantic finishes him off with the Boundless. In 9 class, he gets himself away while waving goodbye to his teammates and, well, waving goodbye forever to Alliance heroes because they've kind of been dead most of the time. Charlie working towards the Manta. Mind control, now he finds him. You can't even stop that with a Lucent Beam. You turn around, he still connects on you. And it is so freaking easy. Yuma even went out of mind control. Doesn't matter. He didn't trust that his buddy is going to be finding something. Okay, so very unlikely that this game will end in an Alliance victory. Boundless Strike, Azantic. He's really missing out on those. He has the Harpoon. Puck way too slow, way too weak. Okay, what happens when you cannot get to your tier 2s 15 minutes into the game? Other than you getting frustrated. I actually am expecting Alliance to tap out very soon. Though, maybe they're gonna be taking... what? Harpoon? Oh no, there was an X. Maybe they're gonna be taking a advice from Khabib Nurmagomedov. Why tap out? Go sleep, right? But they did go to sleep 24 times in this game already. 8 times more kills. S4. Harpoon pulls him back. He knew that the blade mail was gonna come. There will be a Walrus Punch and there will be a kill. As they're not stopping. Charlie has been charged. They see it clearly. Boundless Strike is perfect. The coil will stop him, but it doesn't mean that Charlie will live. Actually, the crap will be there. Azantic gets onto the high ground. The Oracle is behind him. Still has his ulti. Now there's gonna be an Infest will be fine. Hakoda is healing himself. The Luna finally does die. 9 class. He finds him in the back, and he's even running away. If he survives this one, it's gonna be a disaster. Actually, they do bring him down, but the Dark Willow dies in her tier 3s. Yuma, nice armor toggle. Nobody's gonna be bringing him down as he does get healed up by the Oracle. The ulti from the Oracle, False Promise, still hasn't been used. Torrent, very nice. Hakoda, he has it. Azantic standing his ground, and he turns around. Now he's gonna be healing so much, even through the Blade Mill. He really doesn't like to hit these Boundless Strikes, but he's back to full HP after that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That was a minute of silence for Alliance fans. It's just, I don't know. This is just a slaughter. It actually feels weird. Like Alliance have had their ups and downs with this roster, but this I just wasn't expecting this. Sure, it's this Monkey King in the mid lane, but they did win versus Vivo Kid Stars quite easily as well. Their coordination is amazing. Oh, those are some beautiful shots. And actually their spell usage is great. Apart from Azantic and his Boundless Strike. I don't know what's up with that. It would be cool to have an interview with him. Like, did you miss those Boundless Strikes on purpose? And you know what the smart answer? What Boundless Strikes? I missed no Boundless Strikes. Yuma gets the kill on Charlie. That's a solo kill. And now he's actually running in with that creep. Yeah, GG. thank you for calling GG, because this is unbearable to watch and really hard to comment on. As just kidding, it's not unbearable to watch, it's super fun, but it is hard to comment on. We need to be respectful to the players, and Dudley boys were not being respectful to Alliance, and it was an easy 1-0. So, you know, at this point, the analysts, they start saying some smart words. Oh, they won because of this, because of that. They played, there's not much to say here. They played better Dota. Your 1 kill on the Monkey King didn't work out, and after that, it was just a question of how fast you're gonna lose, because those dives, you really have no answer for them. You don't have heroes to outplay the enemies. They have the heroes to outplay you, and they are super far ahead. So we get this sub 20-minute game where Alliance are nowhere to be found. Literally, they didn't get to play Dota. Hopefully that does change, because we do want a series to be somewhat competitive, but I know a lot of you people there behind the screens are thinking, oh, Alliance has no shot. We don't know that. Maybe this is just a stomp, a 1 at a time thing, and we're hoping the series does continue better than what we have witnessed in game 1. But until the next game, we will take a short break.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
What a stomp in the first game. That looked very, very easy for the Dudley Boys. A sub 20-minute game where Alliance didn't get to play Dota. That's what happened. If you haven't watched that game, well, then you won't really understand just how bad it was. At minute 9, they were unable to get close to their tier 1s. At minute 13, 14, they were unable to get close to their tier 2s. What do you do in that situation? You try for a fight or two, and then you call GG. That's exactly what happened. So, Alliance, they got demolished, stomps happen, you write it off, you go back to the drawing board, and you try to forget about what just happened. You can, after the series, discuss why it happened, how you drafted, how you played, what you could have done differently. But overall, when a stomp like that happens from maybe 1 or 2 mistakes, not major mistakes, you need to think about your strategy first. Like, did you get out drafted? Did you have the right strategy on how to play your draft? If the answer is not to the first question, and then you go from there. But for now, you just try your best for that not to happen again, and you try to draft as best as possible to prepare yourself as best as possible for the game that is to come. That's going to be game 2 of the Dudley Boys versus Alliance. So we're awaiting for the draft to start. We're awaiting for the teams to get ready, to get into it, right? They probably didn't get too exerted from from game 1, as I don't think that drained physical or mental energy from either of the teams. Could drain the confidence of Alliance a little bit, but overall they definitely didn't feel that one too much, as you didn't really get to think a lot about what was happening. You just kind of went with the flow of you getting completely demolished. But now we have a completely different game on our hands with the new draft ready. Let's get into it to see what the teams have in store. Alliance have in store a Meepo and the Spirit Breaker, though neither of those two were the main reason why the game went as badly as it did. Though again, those bans that you have to waste on weirder heroes that the Dudley Boys could play. I'm talking about mostly about the Meepo and the Ricky. And now you have to ban out the Monkey King. That's a hero that a lot of the teams don't even care about. They don't think he exists, like he does anything in the game. And you have to ban it out. Just goes to show how much afraid you actually are, and you probably should be. Though there's so many more heroes that can pose an issue. Though that last game, it was a Monkey King main issue. If the Monkey King had died at one time, completely different game. Completely different game. Those dies might not be happening, though. Then again, they might just continue with it. The TA is in the pool. If they want to go that route, it would be cool, as then you don't even have to ban it. As Dudley Boys would have a good combo of Shield Protector and the TA. Thing is, if you do pick a TA with Alliance, then Dudley Boys will easily ban out the Tusk from you. Could also be a good Tusk game for Alliance. Let's see how they've been. Oh, whoa, okay. Was not expecting that. It is a hero that received a I don't want to say insignificant, but very minimal buff in the new letter patch. 5% damage increase on the hexed target. Ooh, let's go. Conquering the world with the Shadow Shaman. You know, in the real world, if you could turn anybody into a chicken for even 2 seconds, you'd probably be able to win a fight versus anybody, right? You just need to learn how to break a chicken's neck fast, and that's it. Any guy that anyone who has had chickens probably knows of a technique like that. As the Dudley Boys will get rid of the Grimstrokes, you don't want a double hex and a double shackle. Makes sense. It is hard to deal with, and the Grimstroke is still very, very powerful in the current meta. So what's the other one that you want to get rid of? I'm pretty sure Alliance are banning out the TA. They'll get rid of the Brewmaster. Makes sense. It's a decent one to lane with the Shadow Shaman. Alliance. What will they get? They'll ban out the TA. That was obvious. But what do they want to pick? Usually want something a little bit better with the Shadow Shaman. There's the Timber Saw. Okay. This hero mostly forgotten. But in the new ladder patch now, teams are starting to think about it to pick it up from time to time. We'll see how much it can do. It's a Timber Saw versus the Treant Protector, so there's definitely beef there. As Treant Protector, a billion of his brethren have been cut down by the Timber Saw, so now it's time to get revenge. I'm not too familiar with the lore of the Timber Saw, but now I'm actually gonna get into it. Like, how do you get to a point where you hate trees? Like, why would you hate a tree? Like, what was there an oak near your house and then its roots destroyed your home or something? Like, I don't know. It's kind of dumb. Okay, what did he do? Some water, some floods happened. Oh, okay, so the trees did attack him. Okay, makes sense. So some trees attacked the Timber Saw. Now that makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, in the Dota world, you know, trees can move like ants from Lord of the Rings. But okay, let's focus on the heroes in front of us and not on the lore of the Timber Saw and the trees that are destroying his home. So it wasn't an oak destroying it with the root, but yeah, it was a bit more brutal. With there being an AA and the Wraith King now on the side of Alliance, you probably took the AA also as somewhat of a deny pick, as Timber Saw doesn't really like playing versus the hero. Dudley Boys, despite playing versus the Timber Saw, they are still picking these strength heroes, so they're definitely gonna be in a world of pain from the Whirling Death. The thing is, Timber Saw is gonna get destroyed by Muerta at some point, and even level 6 Muerta is a problem, as she does do massive amounts of damage to you. Even the laning stage can be scary, especially first 2-3 levels. Muerta and the Treant are a problem, though it is gonna be a 4 Muerta laning with the Centaur, and actually Terrorblade laning with the Treant Protector. So if this, what I'm thinking, is the reason they picked up a Terrorblade, I would have preferred the Naga Siren. Though maybe Terrorblade is better for laning. But overall, what I'm seeing a Terrorblade as a pick here is Alliance are not that great at shoving out waves. They have solid tower push, but waves in general isn't something that they can deal with without much commitment. And then the illusions of the Terrorblade will be a problem. But then again, I would have preferred the Naga for that. But Terrorblade probably better for lane in the in combination with the Treant Protector. I'm okay with it, but there's a Hex for your illusions. There's a solid amount of lockdown. Wraith King is a Radiance builder. You know, Terrorblade not really a hero that completely relies on his illusions, though his main hero is still his main damage output, the thing he mainly uses. But can be a scary game for the Terrorblade. We'll see how it goes for him. Overall, I think we're already going to be seeing a closer game than in the previous one, though that is not hard to predict. I have to be humble about that. Oh, I'm a genius. I think the game is going to be closer than the last one was, and the last one was like the biggest stomp I've seen in the at least in the past couple of months. But overall, it was pretty brutal. As the Dudley boys, they get rid of this use now. It's all about protecting the Terrorblade. The puck is still in the pool, and you don't really have that much catch for him. So I would assume that you want to get rid of the puck as well, especially with the Lions banning out Lena. We've seen Lenas do well versus the puck in lane. I mean, it's a Lena. Even the new and improved or worse Lena, I don't know. It's a different hero. I can't even say if it's better or worse. Laning stage wise, probably slightly worse. Still one of the biggest laners in the game, and it's not so much about her spells, it's about the range that she has. 680 is a bit too much. Lions are taking their time here with the last ban. Not really sure where they want to take it. Maybe thinking about that Ricky ban. You know, you might not be playing the puck. You might play the puck, who knows. But you have a Shadow Shaman in an AA. So it is going to be a Queen of Pain ban. I would really like if Atlantic would play the Ricky. It would be super cool in this game. Shadow Shaman in the AA would be food. And even if you screw up and you get caught, there is a Stampede to pull you out sometimes. So I would love to see a Ricky for the Dudley. It got banned out a couple of times. I don't know if they got it in this tournament so far. I'm gonna say no. But of course I'm gonna check, as we want to give you guys all of the greatest up-to-date info. There is no Ricky. They only played 4 games now, 5. This is their 3rd series. They're gonna have one more versus Nemiga, right? Yeah, for Alliance, this is the last one. If they lose this one with the 2-0 score, they're gonna have 0 points, which could be something that eliminates you. Especially because Vivo are gonna be playing versus Clem Sandwich, so you don't want that to happen. But the Dudley boys, of course, they're not gonna be answering our prayers. They pick a very interesting hero. It's gonna be a Pango, so we're not gonna be seeing a Ricky. Puck was banned out, so there's no Puck. Storm Spirit looks good for Alliance, and it is a hero that Xuan plays. You will have some catch, a lot of magic damage. Nobody really to stun you. You're playing versus a melee here in the mid lane. Yeah, Storm is just an obvious choice. I don't know if there's anything else that I would prefer over it. The Ember is fine, but it loses the mid lane versus the Pango, whereas the Storm wins. You have high armor, so the heavy physical damage in the lane once there's an Orb of Corrosion from the Pango doesn't annoy you as much. I think there's no doubt about it, unless they're gonna be doing something weird. Maybe they send the Timbersaw to the mid lane, you never. So usually they pick S4's hero earlier, and as I say, there's S4's heroes as the last pick. So it will be a Tidehunter off lane, and Xuan will be playing the Timbersaw. It is a hero that does well versus the Pango in lane, so you're fine. You're not gonna crush him, but you're definitely gonna be doing decently well. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I'm curious to see how this one goes. Pango is a universal hero, so when he used to be a agility hero, this was a bit of a better matchup for him. Now you actually have to be careful in the lane. not to die. Let's see if that works out for him. As for this time around, he looks more confident. So last game, he was looking at the draft, probably not feeling too good about it. I think they've got a better chance now. I like the Tide because that is a hero that actually deals with that shoving of the waves from the Terrorblade illusions. I think that's actually pretty big. As you're gonna have the Meteor Hammer, you're gonna be opening up the map. There's not a lot of things that are gonna be able to stop you. The two safe laners do not stop your Meteor Hammer, so that looks pretty good. I actually think Alliance have a good shot here. After what we have witnessed in the previous game, I don't think anybody is gonna be on the side of Alliance and everybody is gonna be thinking Dudley Boys got this. But just based on the draft, I actually think Alliance have a really good shot. So I'm looking forward for there to be a possibility of a game 3 here. But before that, of course, we have to look at game 2. And there we are going to be looking at it. There's the second map of the series. Dudley Boys and Alliance. Alliance on Radiant, Dudley Boys on the Dire. Who's going to be victorious in this second one, as they're coming over to take down the trees, but they can be ferocious if provoked. Saw. We'll see if he's gonna be provoking them. Charlie, that's very low armor. Hero have to be careful. If they come over with just one stun, it's gonna be a problem. There's the one stun. The damage will be insane. Another blood grenade does connect. Yuma coming forward. Charlie trying to get away. Swashbuckle. He's gonna be going down, but MC dies first. That's gonna be two very low armor heroes that die immediately as S4 is coming forward. You're not that tanky on level 1. As there might be a continuing fight here. 9 class will be getting away from the guns just in time, but the guns does connect. Where's your armor, my friend? There's gonna be the right click so freaking hard. Now it's 3 versus 4 scenario. Hanskin in a lot of trouble. The Swashbuckle gets him low, but he doesn't have the stick charges. He turns around to fight, and he's gonna hope that he hadn't done that. Yuma, however, will die as well. So it's gonna be a bloodbath. 5 kills already. Alliance have 3 kills now. That's more than they had 10 minutes into the previous game. Maybe it's as much as they got in the entirety of the previous game. That's the sad part. But Tren, he's laughing. Alliance are having fun. Everybody's having fun. We are having fun, and we are getting to see a bloodbath here at the start. But this means that the early fight does go to Alliance. As they get more kills, they get the first blood as well. Look at Mind controlling how low he is. Insane. Centaur is a low armor hero, but at least he had 2 rings of protection. The Wraith King didn't have those, but that's what the Gush gives you. Any kind of minus armor spell in the early levels is insane. Gush, Meld, those things, they really do hurt. Because armor is literally the only thing that's protecting you in the early game. Not any longer. Mid lane gonna be interesting. Here's to see who wins and by how much. Trent does get the reactive armor, so sometimes we see Timber Saws in the mid just completely skip it. Not gonna be the case now. But overall, stopping the Pango from farming, I don't think there's a lot of heroes that can do that. Maybe just nobody can. He has very good animation, very good turn rate, so his ability to go in and out of the wave are pretty good. And he has two spells to secure the creeps with. Yuma does go for Metamorphosis. It's gonna be a lot of damage. Both him and Hakoda pack a punch. Of course, that's where the Anchor Smash comes in. And yeah, minus back damage does kick in. S4 coming forward. Yuma does have the stick charges. He's looking very much dead, so you just fight until the end now. Until you can maybe get a return kill. He kills him first. Yuma dying there. It's not going to be too bad. Both him and S4 are worth exactly the same amount of gold. Okay, 2 gold difference there. 1 for the kill and 1 for the shared gold. Pretty much the same. Kills. Meta was getting close to expiring, so not too bad, but still now you don't have the Metamorphosis, so that top lane is going to continue to do well for Alliance. I guess though you're fine slowing down both the Terrorblade and the Tidehunter, as you don't want the Tidehunter getting the tower down, getting the Meteor Hammer as fast as possible. If he doesn't, if both the Terrorblade and the Tide are weak, it's not gonna be that big of a deal, right? Because Pango will rotate probably earlier than the Timber Saw, so it'll be fine. Hakoda barely survives, there's gonna be a reflection. Tidehunter is gonna be smashed in by his own reflection. It makes sense, you know, these illusions do hurt. That's what we're gonna call them. Hakoda does go down, and again, low armor hero versus the Gush, it's always gonna be a problem. Tidehunter now has the Ring of Health, and the healing salve was delivered to him, so he'll be coming back to almost full. S4 gets closer there when a quarter of his healing salve was still left, so Yuma is not gonna allow that to continue. But either way, Alliance are in a 1k gold lead, something they weren't able to achieve in the previous game. As Mind Control, when it gets stunned up, the Cold Feet will connect. And Cold Feet on Centaur much better than the other heroes because it's 4 Cold Feet. It's not how it works. It's not how it works, guys. Chill. Doesn't matter how many legs you have in Dota. Spells do the same. Mid lane, a little bit of an advantage from the Timber Saw, but it's really negligible. At least I'm happy that I'm seeing Trent doing well in the lane, as Yuma does lose his courier. It's so easy for the Shadow Shaman to kill a courier because it usually dies for just 1 hit. So 5-3 in terms of kills. The Terrorblade is suffering quite a lot in CS. There's 13 CS on Muerta. I'm guessing a lot of those are gonna be skeletons. They have to be. Because then, if not, it would mean that him and Mind Control got 33 CS in this lane. Which, maybe, right? If they got every single one. Blood Grenade connects on MC, trying to get away. Cold Feet won't connect, he'll be fine. And he's just gonna be leading all of the little skeletons to their death. Tren approaching level 6. Once you have the chakram, that's when you become truly dangerous. At Xantic, you can see that he really doesn't want to go back to the lane without any mana. He's just gonna be annoyed there. S4 in a lot of trouble. He's taking a ton of damage, but he did connect with the Anchor Smash on Yuma.
I'm grateful to you.
2 points in Kraken Shell and you connect with the Anchor Smash. Suddenly you don't take any damage. The threshold barely being taken care of. Double edge there on Charlie. 9 class. Not gonna be chased. There's a healing salve on the Wraith King, so he'll be fine. Tackle on Yuma. He has the stick charges, stands his ground, goes for S4. Living armor on him, meaning that these supports don't really do any damage to the Terrorblade. You need some spells to go through the 15 armor, as he's gonna be losing his metamorphosis. It's rolling Thunder in the mid lane. Xantic trying to kill Tren. That's a really good place to hold him in, though. I don't know if you're gonna be able to... Okay, scratch that. They get him down. No points in the Timber Chain, meaning that you're gonna get the kill. This is... Oh boy, this is the worst part of the game for the Timber Saw to die. Once you get your level 6, you should be the one bullying your opponents. And if you're dying 2-3 times in that part of the game where you should be the strongest, it's a problem. Okay, that calling really hurts. Who died first? It is gonna be Charlie that died first, so MC is gonna be very, very happy with it, as he will be getting the experience and the gold for the kill, whilst, well, it's gonna be Hanskin that gets it for Mind Control. The thing is, though, AA is a hero that benefits quite a lot from those solo kills as you get your levels, so it's not too bad. Tidehunter, Meteor Hammer ready. He has the Healing Lotus on him. So this top tower should be dropping fairly soon, as he's just gonna continue to spam it. Unless there is a Pango rotation, something along those lines. But if you do that, then the Timber Saw will be crushing. TP towards the top lane. It is gonna be Muerta coming over, and well, the Pango is top lane as well. It is actually the Trim Protector is protecting the mid lane. S4, can they kill him? With the Rolling Thunder, the answer is probably yes. Oh, nice dodge, swashbuckle. Killing Lotus, not enough. That shot gets him low. Yuma finishes him off. Pretty easy kill. I like that. So you're giving a bit of a experience boost to the Treant Protector. His level 6 is quite nice. You're killing the Tidehunter. You can't stop the Timbersaw from farming anyways, and Atlantic is just gonna be everywhere on the map. Again, they're just diving everybody. It's kind of not fair. So just continuing where they left off in the previous game, of course it's not nearly as bad. It's actually quite okay for Alliance, but you do want to get the advantage now with the Timbersaw and the Tidehunter being stronger than the other heroes. That's where Adzante comes in. The Stampede was used, so bottom lane, they're going for Charlie. The stun will connect, and here comes Yuma. The other carry did show up. This is no longer the Wraith King's lane, and the double edge plus the hit from Yuma will finish him off. Charlie, no chance in hell. He was gonna be surviving that. They get the kill, and now the tower will be dropping for sure. Kind of reminds me of the OG days when No Tail was a carry, playing the Terrorblade every single time. 7-8 minutes in, he rotates, gets the kill, gets the tower. Yuma doing the same. And Atlantic, with all those successful rotations, is going to be getting close to the Diffusal Blade. Let's look at the net worth. That's going to be quite interesting to look at now. Especially the net worth of Muerta. Yeah, it's not super high, showing that those skeletons, those CS, they were the skeletons. A very naughty number of kills in this game. For all of you math lovers. There will be a calling used, absolutely no chance in hell that you're gonna be surviving this. Whirling Death cuts him down to size. Cutting Bone is not easy. But Timbersaw has some neat tech.
Precious bounty.
But at least they get themselves a solid pickup. The top tower will fall fairly soon as well, but the bottom tower did fall as well. So at some point you just feel like, okay, this tower can go. And that's the thing. I think Dudley Boys got everything they needed from the top lane. You killed the Tidehunter twice. Actually thrice. Manskin will die again. Atlantic is just getting kill after kill. The thing is that this Alliance lineup, they have very low armor. Even the Timber, when he doesn't have the reactive armor charges, his armor is catastrophic, which makes sense. Imagine a hero that has 20 armor and then he gets like 30 from abilities. It would be stupid, right? Anyways, if he doesn't have the reactive armor charges, the Diffusal Blade plus once the Lucky Shot is available with the Swashbuckle, it's gonna hurt. It's already gonna hurt because his mana is gonna be in trouble. Hakoda trying to get away. Meteor Hammer. He will dodge it. No, he won't. His 9 class, he blocks in Hakoda. And Tidehunter running in doesn't have the Ravage for 25. The Swordbuckle still does a solid amount of damage. Atlantic threatening with the Rolling Thunder. Puts the key into the ignition. Takes a little bit longer to start now, guys, in the winter. Especially if you have a diesel engine. Pablo getting ran down. There will be an illusion. Yuma is a genius. One to the left, one to the right, and Pablo to the ground. So that's just gonna be a solo kill for Yuma. Quite the ways away from any tower TPing, and he did TP to the mid lane. So now Yuma is gonna be pressuring the mid lane. Very nicely done. Just before the Tidehunter comes over, because there could be a Ravage, Meteor Hammer plus one hero, and suddenly the Terrorblade is dead. S4 comes to the mid lane. He's gonna be slowing down Yuma. The tower is dropping to the illusion, and Pablo is coming over. Yuma is already on the high ground. He'll be fine. The tower was taken as Treant Protector lost his life, but it is gonna be a 1-for-1 Chuen dropping low as well. Has to be very careful. Ravage off the mark only connects onto the center, and MC is fine, trying to run away. He'll get the stun off, getting himself out, jumping. That's gonna be a shield crash. It's not gonna allow him to take any damage for quite some time. Pablo is gone to Yuma's illusion as Yuma is coming over with his real hero Chuen. He needs to get away. He missed the tree. Oh, he missed it. And because of it, he's gonna be losing his life. Now, these are two fat heroes, but let's see actually how fat S4 is. The Kraken Shell will only now pop as he was stunned long enough. after the hoof stomp, and Xantic finishes him off. That's gonna be the Fusel Blade now for sure getting delivered to him, and Charlie is the lone survivor. All 3 of the cores on the Dudley boys left alive in that fight after a catastrophic ravage coming out from S4. He thought he had them there on the high ground. That shield crash there also, just putting a Xantic in a position where he's not gonna die. He knows he's safe. And now Timber Chain off the mark. Then Yuma just coming in, getting a double kill. One was only with the illusion, but at least needed to bring his hero here. AA Blast was used, and AA will get shattered into a billion little pieces. Koda gets the kill with Leech Seed.
Dire are scanning.
So it didn't start off in the same way, but the result seems to be the same. Mind Control gets the stomp onto the Raid King. He has the ulti. Rolling Thunder will get used. Meteor Hammer doesn't do anything. The Overgrowth will be there now. The Stampede, they're running over their enemies literally 2 games in a row. Only this time they have a Stampede to do it even with a spell. There will be a hoof stomp, and finally they put him into that ground. Hanskin has come back to the World of the Living. They're running around Serpent Wards. You have a tower, you have the Serpent Wards, you have everything to protect you, but nothing can protect you from a Xantic who is destroying you 2 games in a row, playing around with them. And Yuma just comes over to clean up house, get the Serpent Wards, and maybe do some damage to this tier 2 tower. A full 5-man wipe. Actually, make it 6, make it 7 if you want to count the reincarnation and the AA dying twice in quick succession. Oh boy, even the tier 2 drops. Oh, it's gonna be, is this game gonna be even faster than the previous one? I don't know, it's just... It was kind of funny in game 1. Now it's looking inhumane. Maybe it's actually humane. You're killing them fast, right? So don't put a lobster into the hot pot. Just first cut it open and then do it. A blast onto MC. That should be a kill. No, he's running away. He can't get out of this one alive with the Stampede. He's actually fine. Muerta will survive too. And the Pango going back into the fray. He has the haste, so it's very hard to connect on him. That shot on Tren. Rolling Thunder. Xantic. Nah, he's just dancing around.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, yeah, that's a dance. As definitely dance, an amazing dance moves. Fear onto Handskin, Rolling Thunder through him, Swashbuckle misses. Xantic doesn't get the kill. He's in vision there because of the Ice Vortex. He will have a Swashbuckle in a couple of seconds. Atos connects onto the Tide. 9 class has been slowed down. What a dodge there on the Chakram. He should die either way. Goes around the trees. How long until he gets taken out? No! No way! No, don't do it to him. Tren, he just wanted a kill. He's gonna be denied even that. The Sunder doesn't allow it to happen. Yuma, once again, this time around, he's not saving his core with his ulti. He's having his support. 2 games in a row, we are seeing a history repeat itself. There will be an Atos MC trying to get himself away, and finally he'll be going down. It's the catapult got the kill. The catapult got the freaking kill. If it wasn't there, it's actually a question. Mind Control even dies. I'm kidding. He probably would. But one of these 2 heroes, they deserve the kill, and they didn't get. Yuma will be given a bottle to bottle up the DD rune. We'll see if he's gonna be using it for a fight, or will it just be a farming one. There's the Sunder. Tren, seeing that he cannot get on top of him. That is demoralizing. Let's put it that way. The top lane, Charlie is being annoyed. There will be an overgrowth. And that's just the 2 supports. Slaying your king. Yeah, the Atos will connect multiple silences. He does go down. That's very close to the tower. The DD will be used. And the Terrorblade will demolish him. They use the Stampede and the Fear come towards us. Run towards us. This is the thing about Fear. It makes you do irrational stuff like running towards your death. So guys, don't let Fear control you, just like it controlled Charlie there. That's ADD, used for a kill, used for a tower, used for a Roche. Gonna be getting lucky shotted. It doesn't disarm any longer. It does reduce your attack speed significantly. So Roche, this is the Pango. It's gonna be hard to do anything. Everything is just working out here. Dudley boys are moving around the map better. There is a Ravage. As far as coming over, the Roche has fallen. Alliance, they're beelining towards the Roche pit. Now are they going to be beelining towards their base? No. The smoke from the Dudley boys, they get themselves to the high ground. They get into a good position. And now, going through the twin gates to get themselves safe. The little wiener dog will get taken out. When you can't kill heroes, at least the couriers will pay the price. No. No Candy Mountain for Charlie, it seems. No HP, no mana, no life, no ulti, no chance in hell. This is an outclass. X onto the Terrorblade. He has the Aegis. There's gonna be some help coming soon. Sunder, he wants to use it. Nice Stampede to get himself away. Yuma, he's finding a Sunder target. No, doesn't want to go for it just yet. The AA has already died, and the Shadow Shaman will follow Tren. That's a little bit of a tougher grab. Let's see if they actually want the chase. There will be a regen on Tren, meaning that he is full, and he does get himself away. Dead shot off the mark. It did go to where the Timbersaw started the TP, but the Timber Chain did allow him to get into a safe position. They didn't even get rid of the Aegis. They didn't even get close. The thing is, when the Timbersaw and the Tidehunter don't get their advantage between minutes 10 and 20, it's a catastrophe. They will bring down the Pango, however, and that's 1,000 gold for S4. Use their hammer into the trees. Hakoda wasn't there. They're inside of the calling, slowing them down quite a lot. S4 will get out of it, though. It's fine for now. The stun, if some doesn't connect. A blast coming through. It will clip them. Yuma actually didn't clip him. He has the Sunder, doesn't want to lose the Aegis, but he's gonna be killing his buddy because of it. They're trying to kill the Timbersaw, a little bit of a tougher job. There will be a dead in the water for the Terrorblade, and he's dead, but only for 5 seconds. Has the Aghanim Scepter. There will be a Meteor Hammer dropping on his head. Yuma trying to run away, doesn't have the Sunder. This is a scary situation for him. Dead shot will not connect. S4, it's a little bit too deep, going through the calling. He's dead. The double edge will finish him off. Nicely done by Mind Control. They're going for more. Tren could be next. Hoof Stomp off the mark. Mind Control, he's really missing out on those hoof stomps. We'll see if he can get them. The Pango did respond, so this was a very long fight. And finally, a beneficial one for Alliance. Probably for the first time in this series, did they have a good engagement. Okay, they did have a good one at the start of this game where they won it 3-2 in terms of kills and they got themselves the first blood, but that's about the only example I can think of.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So Yuma, he's working towards the Silver Edge. He has the Manta and the Dragonlance. You want the Silver Edge to be able to kill the Tide and the Timbersaw. This is the thing. They had their time. They were looking literate. 9 class is actually destroying the Timber there with Pierce the Veil. He actually doesn't have any damage item. Tren, again, able to survive. Living Armor protecting him from the Serpent Wars damage, and now S4, he's all alone. Nobody's close to him. He will be trying to blink away. Azantic blinks right next to him, though he was pretty close anyways. The Atos will connect. Kraken Shell should come in candy fairly soon. There's the root. He's inside of the calling. He cannot get out. Those spirits are gonna kill him. No mana, no HP, and in the end, no life. Azantic does cut him down. Cuts open the watermelon for everyone to enjoy the juices. And Tren will be taken down as well as the dives do continue. The Hex just to slow Azantic down. He's gonna be shackled. Overgrowth immediately to cancel it out, and the Swashbuckle to get out of the base and get the kill while doing so. 2 in 1, as they would say. So just like those coffees and stuff.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
But anyways, 35-14 doesn't look very promising for Alliance. They did break the 20-minute mark this time around, so definitely not as bad as the last game, but
is under attack.
it's not looking much better either. We're all hoping that this one lasts for a very long time so that we do not have over an hour break, but from what it seems, from what we're looking at, we are most likely gonna be seeing a hour and 20-minute break, because Alliance keeping this one up for more than 10 more minutes seems very likely. Hakoda was dusted, doesn't really care. He's running around, has the ults to keep the Timber Saw in place. And Tren, the Atos will connect on him. Now there's a stampede, so all of them are coming over. Xante kills the support in the backline, and Tren just dies to Yuma, who breaks him apart in more ways than one. Now it's looking like they're just destroying everybody. This Terrorblade with the DD for the second time in this game. Yuma is crushing everybody, and immediately to the mid lane. You don't have that glyph. That means you don't have a tier 3 tower. Somebody would say, no, there's one in the mid standing. Nope, nope, no, it's not. It is destroyed before I finish this sentence, and the Raxes will follow. You do have the glyph to buy yourself 7 seconds, but do you even want to use it? No. It is going to be the first lane of Rax. Now they're looking towards the bottom lane. There is a glyph for that one. Alliance Ravage at the ready, so they probably want to fight. There's going to be a glyph being used. Meanwhile, the Charlie Wraith King is being chased down. He has been found. Charlie's dead. There's nobody to assist him. They're gonna kill him once. They're gonna kill him twice before his cores are even back to life. The Tyrant does come back to the world of the living, but he's too far away. And the only thing he can do is cheer on his king. Let's go, king. But him all alone, surrounded by enemies, will be taken down. He does farm the Radiance, which he won't get to use for 40 seconds. There's the calling being used, overgrowth as well. Hakoda trying to run himself away. He doesn't get to do so, but the Ravage was already used. Handskin gets the ulti off. Xantic, there's the roll up, tries to get away, and not gonna be happening. So they do get the kill. The range Raxes have fallen, so that's gonna be a full lane of Rax plus the range Raxes going down, and 3 heroes. Nice defense from the Dudley boys. Yuma think about turning around. He doesn't have the metamorphosis, has to be careful. And MC, there's the stampede, goes into the backlines. Yuma, he wants Handskin, won't be able to find him. MC turns around, and there's the stun plus the double edge. There will be a break onto S4. Slowdown is there. Trent turns around onto Yuma. But Sunder's still available, so his life isn't in any immediate danger. Sunder will get used right now. Doesn't get all that much HP back. Yuma dropping low. He should go down here, especially with the cold feet. There's gonna be a dead in the water for MC, but this is a tougher cookie to crack. Still, with so many heroes surrounding him, he will be taken down easily as well, as the Lions wipe the floor with the Dudley boys. Finally, they do get something good going their way. The problem is, it did cost them a lot of structural damage. And emotional damage as well, right? Because you are being outclassed. All of these players on Alliance have solid careers behind them. They're definitely not some, oh, you know, these scrubs coming over to play Dota. No, they know how to play this game. But underneath the might of the Dudley boys not looking that great. We're seeing that it was actually the Timber Saw doing the most amount of damage there. Without him, if he was dead, it would be completely different. And the onslaught continues. Dudley boys just continue on coming, and it's not working out for them all that well. Rolling Thunder, it's gonna be there. Xantic goes over the cliff. He really wants Handskin dead. Won't be able to do it. Dead in the water is connected, and he's pulling an anchor. But at some point, your engine is gonna give up. Swashbuckle to the side. He'll be able to survive. He's fine. And here comes Yuma, and there goes Pablo. He is not gonna be surviving for a long time. As now they go for the stampede. All 3 of the cores are there. Xantic gets a double kill. That's gonna be able to go through the supports. Dead. S4 without his Ravage, he cannot stop them taking his life. The Kraken Shell can only protect you so much, but at some point he's gonna get broken. Actually, S4 is still alive. Tren trying to be alive still. Once he dies, we talked about it, there's not gonna be anybody to do the damage. Yuma finishes him off with just one right click. A crit comes out, and it is gonna be the end of the Timber Saw. End of the last outer tower of Alliance. Probably the end of the game and the series as well. The AA does buy back, has the Ice Blast if necessary. That's the spell that should allow you to kill these tanky heroes, especially Mind Control with his heart. Basher is now down on Xantic, and we are not seeing the Dudley boys just put a foot on the brakes. And why would they, Charlie? Slow down, the Atos does connect. You need to buy back now. How are you going to be dealing with 3 lanes of Rax going down? You're already not able to do anything in this game, but they're saving their buybacks. There's still 1 Rax left on the bottom lane. It is a melee Rax. But without the glyph, can you really protect it? Ravage at the ready, Reincarnation at the ready, and the AA Blast at the ready. So Lions, they have all of their big spells, even the smaller ones as well. Coming in, Yuma, he's careful, Rolling Thunder, Xantic thinking about it. There will be a Ravage S4, he opens it up, and they will be bringing down the Xantic easily. Rolling Thunder gonna be used, he's going forward, no, he's still alive, he's not dying. As Yuma is running forward, doing the BKB, he breaks the Tyrant, instant buyback, but you already lost 2. There will be a reincarnation pop to Xantic. He goes for the shield crash, and that does give him the HP necessary to run away. Charlie, without his ulti, he's gonna be an easy target. MC getting so much HP with the shard as the Meteor Hammer does connect, but only to slow down the Dudley boys. And looking at the Terrorblade, he's going once for more with the Silver Edge, not breaking trend. He goes to the side, he'll be fine, but he needs to get himself into the fountain. There are no trees there, nothing grows in this fountain, so he cannot latch himself onto it. As for the only one left, as he gets himself into the fountain, Pablo is still alive, protecting his body. They will lose the tree and protector. As Alliance, they do only have 2 heroes alive, so protecting this Rax is gonna be next to impossible. S4 jumps in. They have enough damage to finish off its antic. This time around, the burst on him will work. That's a nice dead shot connecting with the both of them, fearing Pablo, and just doing extra damage to S4. So many crits from the Yuma Illusions, finishes him off, and the Lions are not calling GG up until now, when Pablo says, I have had enough. It's gonna be a series that lasted less than 50 minutes, guys. Just going to show that there is a big class difference, a big level difference between the Dudley Boys and Alliance, despite both teams arguably having the same potential. Alliance, these players, we know what they're capable of. We know that they can do more. We know that they're capable of more. But today, they haven't shown it. Just haven't shown it. Dudley Boys were the better team. A much, much better team. With this, they will secure their first spot in this group. And of course, they still have one more series to play, but I think it would be very, very hard to say that anybody's gonna beat these guys from this group. From some other groups, there are people to be afraid of, but in Group C, Dudley Boys, they are pretty much, sorry, in Group D, Dudley Boys are pretty much untouched. Though, we are gonna be moving on to Group C, not now, in an hour and a half. Props to Dudley Boys, who, well, they made this series probably the shortest one of the tournament. So we're going to be moving on to Boom Esports versus Sibe. Sibe overall looking solid, but they've only played one series so far, and it was versus Marsbet, who haven't done so well. Marsbet, on the other side, did take the series from Boom Esports. So, on paper, this should be a win for Sibe. Also, Boom are going to be playing on a little bit of a ping from South America. So, we'll see how well they do. For those of you people that don't know, Boom Esports, they picked up the Peruvian lineup with Pacas, Slatums, Sacred, Matthew, and MJZ. Maybe it's going to be Cuffs from Brazil that's going to be playing instead of Matthew. But either way, we'll be finding that one out in an hour and a half when the fourth best of 3 of the day starts. Until then, rest and then come back for more great Dota. See you then.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Three 2-0s in a row today. Will there be a fourth one we find out here in the 25-year anniversary show here at Pinnacle. I'm Harry Freak, and I'm gonna be bringing you the action of the last series of the day. Let's get ourselves into the schedule. This is what we have watched. Bait Virtus Pro and the Dudley Boys win versus Navi Jr., Marsbet team, and Alliance. And now we're gonna be watching the fourth best of 3 of the day, Boom Esports versus Sibe. So we are gonna be focusing on these two. And these two teams, Sibe in particular, haven't played too many games, so we are gonna give Boom here the benefit of the doubt. Though Boom, they've lost 3 series, right? And Sibe, they won 1 with a score of 2-0. Boom Esports, they have lost versus a team that Sibe have won 2-0 against, meaning they're definitely coming in as the underdogs. But let's get into the group here. That's Group C, the group that both of these teams are part of. As I mentioned, Sibe 1-0, Boom 0-3. So if a lot of you people are hoping for a potential 2-1, on paper, it probably won't happen. Sibe has been looking amazing in the past few months. They were so bad. I think DPC Tour 2, maybe even it was 2 or 3. But then in the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3 and 4, they were crushing it, especially in the group stage. And now here in the 25-year anniversary show, they're so far undefeated. Only 1 match. We cannot judge just from that. So let's get ourselves into the rosters. That's a handsome bunch of boys. Pakas, Latham, Sacred, Matthew, and MJZ. I'm just waiting on confirmation from my awesome production if it's gonna be Matthew playing, or is there gonna be... Okay, we will get that info fairly soon, as we do get into the other team's roster, which is gonna be Sibe, Nesphere, Erase, Klasno Kruto, Emptiness, and Rain. These guys, I don't think a single one of them has a Liquipedia page. Yeah, that's true. And they are so freaking good. If there was a DPC next year, I'd be like, these guys are going to Division 1, even though that might not be that easy, but they're crushing it. And in Tour 3, I think they only won 1 map. Not 1 series, 1 map. Everybody else crushed them. And look at them now. Look at them now. They've been doing so well in the previous Pinnacle Cup tournaments, and here at the Pinnacle 25-year anniversary show, they're doing well as well. Though, of course, if you guys think that Boom Esports are the favorites in this one, then go to pinnacle.gg/odds. We have amazing odds for you for this series, for future series, for some different titles as well. And so overall, Sibe, they've only played 1 match, as I've mentioned. It was versus Marsbet team. They won 2-0. Marsbet did take a game off of Boom. They are the only team... Oh no, they took a series off of Boom. Oh my god. Marsbet team are already eliminated, as they played 4 of their series. They only won 1. So basically, if Boom Esports wants to stay in this one, they really need to win. They really need to win. At -5 points, it's almost impossible for them to stay in this one. If they lose even 1 game, I think they're out of the tournament. So motivation might be low, but then again, you might have motivation to get better. Still, they're from South America. It's not easy. They're gonna be having some ping, but hopefully everything will turn out okay-ish for them. So we should have the game being prepared right now, so hopefully we can get ourselves into the draft fairly soon. And I mean, from my mouth to God's ears, he listens. Just kidding, guys. It's not God, it's our production. Even though they might show themselves or tell you that they're gods, actually they are gods of our stream. They control everything that happens here. That makes them not only potent, that makes them god. Makes sense. Boom Esports versus Sibe, though. It is gonna be... Okay, so we now have definite confirmation. It is gonna be a stand-in. Matthew is not gonna be a part of Boom Esports yet again. It is gonna be Kafs that's gonna be playing. He's a Brazilian player, so 4 Peruvians and 1 Brazilian. Hopefully he's gonna be feeling at home there. If he wasn't, he probably wouldn't come over to play. But I'm very curious to see how Sibe plays. I haven't watched their series versus Marsbet, and it was, you know, people would say, oh, it was a 2-0, it was an easy series. No, it wasn't. Marsbet played the first game 68.5 minutes. Yeah, that and a half was very, very important. And the second game was 48 minutes. And 2 seconds. Let's be 48 minutes and 2 seconds, since I was already being so exact on the first game. But overall, it wasn't that easy of a series. You know, you would say 2-0, 2-0 is the same. And then you would have the previous series where Alliance lost 2-0 to the Dudley boys. They stood absolutely no chance 2 games in a row and lost the series in less than 50 minutes. Then you have a 2-hour of gameplay series where a team lost 2-0. It's not the same. You lose in 50 minutes, I lose in 2 hours. We are not the same, right? Right. As Centaur on one side, Primal Beast on the other one. I think I haven't casted a single Primal Beast game in this tournament. There were obviously some Primal Beasts being picked up here and there. The hero is super popular, and the main reason it's not being picked up is because it's always banned out in the first phase. But yeah, I finally get to cast it, which is cool. Of course, some of you guys already got to see it in the tournament, but not as much as you would want. So we have Hoof Stomp on one side, and the other guy can stomp people as well, though more like a trample, right? Constant output of damage. So pretty cool. We'll see which one of these two beasts is gonna be more successful in bringing victory to their team, as Grimstroke and the Bristleback are banned out on the one side, and Boom Esports, they're taking their time with this ban here, but we'll see what they actually don't want to be playing against. So Sibe, we have only that series to look at. What did they play versus Marsbet? So they played a Lifestealer. That's pretty cool. Hero is making a comeback. There's so many tanky heroes. Makes sense. So that's pretty cool. They play the support Jakiro, so it's not something that we see too often, but there are some players that really do like the Jakiro and actually can use him quite nicely. Some other heroes, you know, the Spirit Breaker, the Nature's Prophet, those are very unlikely to be picked up at all. So that's what we're not gonna be seeing. Phoenix was also a part of that series, so it wouldn't surprise me if Sibe goes there, but the hero is still only 20% win rate. That's pretty bad, wouldn't you say? So Boom Esports, they ban out the Dark Willow. Okay, it is gonna be a Pugna picked up by them. So they're staying well within the meta. The Crep into a Trample, that's a lot of damage. Trample is magical damage. Even though it seems like he is destroying you physically, it actually seems to be some kind of a spell, right? Though they sometimes not consistent with its lore. Like, it's a big, fat, heavy beast that is stepping all over you, and somehow it's magic. Yes, it's a magical beast. That doesn't sound right. There will be a Muerta pickup. That could be a position 4. That could be a position 1. I know that Nesphere used to play it. Last time I watched this team play, Muerta 4 wasn't as popular as it is nowadays. And when it was picked, it was played mostly with a Tide Hunter in the offlane. Of course, times change, as a certain Hellscream would say. So, Sibe, where are they gonna take this? They could go for that Jakiro. I actually feel like it's quite good. You slow down the Primal Beast. In the laning phase, your spells are actually quite mana dependent, but it's not like they use up all that much mana. You're more about spamming, so the Nether Ward isn't going to be that much of an issue for you. You have a lot of overtime damage. You have a lot of slow. There's overtime damage. Not really slow, but a little bit of a repositioning spell in the flame break. Okay. Interesting. Sometimes we don't even notice how jacked some of these heroes are. Like, look at the Batrider, right? You always look at this guy. He's a scrawny guy riding a bat. Nope. Nope. Look at those arms. It's that's a lot of hours spent training. Calisthenics, maybe some gym though. Is looks more like smaller, faster, and than a big, strong, muscular powerlifting guy. Though you never know. You never know. Looks can be deceiving. Not all the time, right? I look really pretty and amazing and smart, and yeah, I am. So that's all good, and humble as well as Boom Esports. They are taking their time. I think this Batrider caught them off guard. It caught me off guard. I really wasn't expecting it to be picked up. I don't even know what they're doing with it. Is it mid? Is it support? I have no freaking idea. I can't remember if Erase played a lot of Bat. I don't think so. To me, this is leaning more towards a 5 or a 4. There will be a Luna pickup and the Trim Protector, so Boom Esports, they go directly into that really, really strong lane. Centaur and Muerta, if this is gonna be the lane, even the Centaur Batrider does have a lot of kill potential. Luna could be in trouble. Both Muerta and Batrider have repositioning spells, so both of them can get the Luna close to the Centaur, and then you can very easily die. There will be a tide. Okay, so this is the... What? What the... Okay, now I'm just gonna click the letter T and see, maybe they wanted something else, like a Terrorblade or a TA or a Troll. Gonna be a support Centaur. Gonna be a 5 Tide, maybe laning with Muerta. I have no idea. I'm without words at the moment. I don't know what they're looking to do, as I haven't seen Tidehunter or a Centaur in a different position other than the offlane for a very long time. I'm not saying it's impossible. You can still play a mid lane Tide. You can play a position 5 Centaur. I mean, it's not impossible. It's just not common for a good reason. There are certain things that these heroes are very good at. Surviving in the early stages of the game, pushing towers with the Tide, holding an area later on with the Centaur jumping, saving people. You know, those things kind of come down to them getting their items in a way that we're already used to. Well, who knows? Maybe we see a mid lane Tide that rushes the Aghanims. Wouldn't hate it, wouldn't love it. Still want to see how it's being played. I'm not sure why the Tide over some other heroes, if it is gonna be a mid lane. Offlane Tide versus the Luna doesn't make much sense, in a sense of pushing towers with a Meteor Hammer, as the Luna with the Lucent Beam can always easily cancel it, even from afar. Yeah, I'm not too stoked on this pick. I'm stoked on wanting to see what they have in mind. Man, that Tidehunter needs a dentist appointment. And you need to get those teeth in check. Or at some point you're gonna bite your own eye or something. Timber saw, pick a timber saw. Let's go. Just pick a timber, and I'm gonna say Boom Esports are gonna win. It's just such a stupidly strong timber saw game that I don't know how they stop him. The whirling death just kills them all. They have these 3 fat non-damage dealing guys that just come together, and I don't know, there will be a keeper. So they went for a spirit vessel builder in the mid lane, which is good versus what you're playing against. I like it, not bad at all. It will be a race on the mid lane with the Dragonite, and it seems to be a support centaur from what I'm seeing here. So that's gonna make emptiness be on the Bat Rider. It's gonna be a carry Muerta and then offlane Tidehunter. Okay, interesting. I like this more so than if it was 3 fat cores. Muerta is at least gonna be giving you some late game damage. You have literally 3 heroes that are made to protect her, and we all know how much damage Muerta can do. The problem with this lineup of Sibe is that if you start dropping behind in the early mid game, that you can really fall off and your heroes don't really farm that fast. So you cannot allow your Tidehunter and your Dragonite to be dying. They need to be alive all the time. They need to be applying pressure. They need to be in the enemy face. And if you are dying, it has to be on the enemy part of the map, forcing out some spells, forcing out some TPs. That's how I see this game. On the other side, well-rounded lineup. The last pick, Coddle, I love it. Though I don't know if I want to go with them, just because it's gonna be very hard to get to this Muerta. This is how I'm gonna put it. It's easy to see what Boom Esports need to do to win this game. Let's put it that way. If they execute it properly, they can win it, right? It's easy to understand. Coddle needs to have a good game. You need the Spirit Vessel, you need to follow him, and the Dragonite needs to be dying over and over again. Tidehunter you can dodge. The Dragonite needs to die over and over again. You get the advantage there. Get rid of him as a core. No more damage. Then you can deal with Tide and everybody else. And then even when Muerta gets ready, she's not going to be able to win the game. Currently, there is a pause in the game. So that's why we're not getting into it immediately. That's why we can discuss the draft a little bit more. Though, you know what our viewers like? They like to get into the game sometimes so that we can check all of the cosmetics of the players. Oh, okay. No cosmetics check, because there will be a lobby rehost. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to be waiting for that. So until it is up, you are stuck with me. So we're gonna be enjoying each other's company. So overall, coming back to the draft of this match. As I mentioned, you have all the tools to deal with your opponents. The thing is, sometimes it's not good enough. If Sibe recognizes what you need to do, and again, it's not hard to recognize what Boom Esports need to do in this one, and they prevent you in any way, slow you down in slowing down the Dragonite, he gets some gold, they get a couple of kills, it is going to be a problem. So here we're going to be looking at the draft so that you guys remind yourselves. I'm still curious to see what Emptiness is going to be able to do on the Bat Rider, but he is... If I'm this Bat, I think I'm rushing the Blink here. You catch the Coddle, and Boom Esports are then the ones that are going to be lacking in the damage department. Because Boom, they need burst. They definitely need burst in this game. If they do not have the burst, their heroes are going to be dying fast. And that is versus a team that doesn't have that much of a damage, right? So that is already an issue. Goes to show how squishy some of your heroes are if they get caught. Pugna super fast, Coddle super fast. Two very, very fast heroes in terms of movement speed. Starting movement speed, one guy has a horse, one guy is a skeleton, so super light. No, it's very easy to constantly jog at a good pace if you're a lighter individual, right? I was always thinking about running a half marathon. Need to prepare for it quite a lot. My brother, on the other hand, he's a lot lighter than me. He He can almost always do it, depending on what kind of form he is in. But he doesn't really have to prepare all that much. You know, makes sense. So it makes sense for a Pugna to be fast. Then again, Coddle has a horse. That's a means of transport. But overall, yeah, very hard to catch. Good positioning from those heroes. If they get caught, if we see that Blink Dagger on the bat early on, which I would like to see. Though there's different approaches to the build. Sometimes we might see the drums. I'm even seeing like a Glimmer Cape from position 4 bats. It's not completely out of the ordinary. So I'm gonna be very curious to see what he goes for on Emptiness. Now when I'm kind of going back, I do remember Emptiness playing this hero. I don't want to say quite a lot, but he has played it in the past. Overall, let's look at some of the things that Boom Esports has done in this tournament. I mean, apart from lose. So they played versus Virtus Pro. Easy. Tongue twister, but easy. It was pretty short matches. Antares was standing in for Seyush, so you could say the Virtus Pro were a little bit handicapped, not having their full squad. Did they play today without him as well? So he's still part of the lineup. So what did Boom play? They actually played the Crystal Maiden. Okay, that's a series I haven't cast. That's pretty cool. I'm a big fan of the Crystal Maiden. That's where Matthew last played. Pretty cool. He only died 6 times. Pretty fun. But overall, Boom Esports haven't been looking good. So we should be getting ourselves into the game fairly soon. And there it is. And there it is. Immediately we see the white horse, Gandalf riding him, going into battle to destroy the orcs. Is there like orcs? Yeah, I mean, the Bat Rider is a troll.
You fought and died.
No, and we can look at the Tide Hunter as some, you know, the big guys that are the ogres. Yeah, could be. Okay, now I'm all hyped up. And actually, with the holidays fast approaching, I always watch the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, hype, let's go. Look to the east, guys. Everybody look to the east. As there will be a stun. You can skill the onslaught here if you want to. The follow-up stun is there as well. Illuminate will pass through. He will go for the onslaught. Get himself away. And Sacred should be fine. He gets himself away. Now it is Emptiness who's in trouble. And that could be a Bat Rider dead. The Blood Grenade does connect. He slowed down Pugna super fast. We talked about the movement speed. And Cavs gets himself the first blood. MJZ from the other side. They want the carry. Nesphir is looking very much dead as well. His seed is being pulled out. And Pakaz will get that kill. As Rain, he says, me as well. I want to die too. And well, Boom, they say no problem. The hoof stomp will connect. He is playing around, going through the trees, but the chase is on. Let's see how long that chase is gonna be lasting. This Centaur, he's looking pretty dead. Nope. Not worth it, it seems. Without mana, without HP, he is just not a problem. Witty and Shizyard. I guess it could be Shizyard could be, you know, when the anti-mage says shitty wizard, it could be like one word out of those two. Shizyard. So they should change that voice line for sure. As we do get a perfect start for Boom, right? The Centaur goes onto the lane, needs to use the self, no mana. You get 2 kills, one of which is a first blood. You didn't get any of the kills on your mid laner, but overall that's fine, as Calfs now does have a boots on the Pugna. He's still taking a ton of damage despite those boots. I thought he was just gonna be dodging rain, considering how big of a difference there is in terms of movement speed. And this Pugna will be hella annoying. Usually we see Pugnas even not get the boost that early on, but when you get the first blood and you have the means, why not? Why not be the fastest guy on the map? It's super fun. Bottom lane should be solid for Pakaz. There is some potential for kill from the other side, but you're still okay. Speaking of kills, Rain is pretty dead. He didn't die in the early fight, but that's, you know, the universe comebacks for you. You can't get away with it. You escaped with your life once. Nesfir is playing a bit with his life here. Tries to go for the double dead shot. Misses onto calves. Very very unfortunate though, as that was a good attempt. Those Latums getting some sentries down. He wants the that camp back. That's the best camp for the Coddle to control. So you want to be able to get that additional farm. So far his mid lane is going well, but if you want to get ahead of the Dragonite, you will need to go to the side and get the extra jungle creeps. I'm curious still about this 5 Centaur. I don't know what to expect. What kind of items does he want to go for? Blink into Shard maybe? Force, Blink Force? Centaur is a very squishy hero as the game progresses if you don't have items. Like, you have high HP, your strength gain is good, but your armor is non-existent and your agility gain is almost non-existent as well. So that is... all of those things really do make it a problem for you to play later on if you're weak. Even if you get a blink, you blink stun and that's it. Looking at the start here, Boom Esports are doing great. In all of their lanes, they are winning, apart from the bottom lane where they're equal. Slatums, though, is being hunted, though. There's gonna be right clicks. Uses the healing style. He's so fast. He gets himself void. There will be a 1-for-1 trade on the top lane, but again, it does benefit Boom Esports as it was the carry on the other side that died, and Rain, he's barely alive. I don't even know how Sacred is going for this kill. He needs a couple of hits here if he wants to get it. He does use the glyph. The creep now is surviving so long, and Sacred is coming forward to use the uproar, uses the healing Lotus, and now does have the mana necessary to continue forward, but Nesfir is back. And with Nesfir being back, it means that Sacred cannot continue with the chase. Speaking of, MJZ is chasing down Class Kruto, making sure that this Tidehunter cannot farm better than Luna, and that lane that we mentioned, oh, it was even. The second an emptiness went away, and he didn't manage to get in the kill in the mid lane. Well, the Pakaz Luna got pretty far ahead. Yeah, the Tidehunter. Poor guy. Overall, though, Boom are applying quite a lot of pressure to Sibe. Sibe were never particularly good at laning, no. So we're gonna give them the benefit of the doubt there and say maybe they're gonna be doing better as time progresses. If not, then we might be in for a quick game in favor of Boom Esports. Not something that we've seen too much of. Though, as we saw in the series versus Mars Bet team, Sibe does take some time. Last Kruto getting gone on MJZ. That's a little bit too deep. He's gonna be pushed back. Does have the mana for the Nation's Grasp as Class Kruto is coming forward. He's really not taking that much damage. These right clicks aren't touching him. But you still are super low and you need to be extremely careful about what you do, especially now with Luna having the power shred. So finally her damage is gonna be quite high. The courier of Pakaz dies. Pakaz is now going for emptiness. They could have killed his courier, decided to do some harassment to him. In the end, he will be able to survive, just walk himself away. Does leave Class Kruto alone. That is gonna be the Luna going for the Mask of Madness. We can expect a Yasha then. We'll see if he finishes the Manta. Most likely will. Looks like a solid Manta game. You can dodge the Dragon Tail when he's in the Dragon form. Not easy to do, but you can. Hero versus the Bat, so he's not gonna have it there as well. And Pugna coming to the mid lane with his double damage. In the end, he's just gonna be a freebie. It's actually a creep that gets the kill. As Slatums is really playing with fire, literally here. A fire-breathing lizard in the sky is trying to kill you. No, he doesn't want to go back to the base, just wants to farm. The Illuminate will make sure that he gets some of his HP back. Really weird play from the Pugna. In the end, not giving the kill to the Dragonite gonna be quite nice, who is now going for a play. He was spotted by Vision, but he's gonna be looking the other way there as the Trin Protector gets taken down, so Erase will be able to finish him off. He places down a ward on top of a sentry, so that's gonna... it will be on the top lane. Sorry. The top lane where Emptiness dies. Cass is the one that gets the kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Rain, on the other hand, he just went for the Wisdom Rune, did manage to steal it. There is still one on the bottom lane. Nobody on the side of Boom is going for it, so that's going to be quite huge. But when you look at Boom Esports supports, they're not really that reliant on their level 6s, so they're going to be fine. They like having extra experience, but then again, who doesn't? Sacred, taking some damage, onslaught forward. Now you're inside of the calling, you have to be very careful. Nature's Grasp will get used, but both Rain and Nesphere will be keeping them away from that when the Tyrant dies on the other side of the map. As he wasn't really being protected, Nesphere, he has stayed here for way too long. Sacred will get stunned up. He actually will get taken down. Very nicely done there by the double edge. And Rain is the one who gets the kill. TP in from Erase. Finally, it is now a different type of chase. The Hunted have become the Hunters. Though for now, they haven't been able to catch up to anybody. Both of the offlaners have died. And these two supports of Boom are just speedy enough to survive. And also nice vision placement. Usually though, placing vision like that, yep, he's gonna get rewarded. He knows. But he also knows that's gonna get denied. Another one, nicely done. Beautifully done by Sibe. They got the ward down. They read the situation perfectly. Emptiness gets the ward down on the other part of the map. So pretty good stuff there. Despite all of that, the Luna is just completely untouched. We talked about the Luna versus the Tidehunter matchup. Now, even when he gets his Meteor Hammer, which is being delivered right now, you have the Lucent Beam to stop Meteor Hammer all the time. Sladam's getting gone on Emptiness. He's all alone here with the Centaur coming over, but this is gonna hurt. That Illuminate gets him lower than half HP. Still has the Firefly for quite some time. Will be able to escape safely with his life.
Radiant's middle tower is under
But
attack.
a big item is done, and that is the Spirit Vessel. So now this Dragonite, which is the highest net worth hero on the side of Sibe, is actually a target once you get yourself a Earn Charge, or a Spirit Vessel charge to be more exact. But let's see if they can protect this tower, if they can kill the Dragonite. For now, this Dragon form won't kill it as it has expired, but there's gonna be a new one in no time. So this is a real test for Boom Esports. Ideally, they should smoke now to a different lane, get a kill, get the Spirit Vessel charges, and then threaten to kill the Dragonite. That's when he's actually going to be feeling afraid. With Spirit Vessel charges, Dragonite is a viable target. The supports of Sibe are better leveled than the supports of Boom, but the cores of Boom are definitely looking much better at the moment. And this Luna's farm is only gonna be getting more and more problematic. So we can return to the net worth right now. That is the thing that we want to be looking at. This Luna is gonna be completely unmatched in terms of farm. Until there's multiple levels on Muerta. A lot of levels on Muerta and Maelstrom. He's not even close to farming at the speed of the Luna. And Nesphere is going for a Midas. So already gearing up for even the later periods of the game. Ooh, laning phase went really badly for Sibe. I think you already have to be thinking about the later portions of the game. How to dodge them, how not to give our Dragonite away. That already puts you in a position where you're not going to be able to get that many pickoffs. And it's a bummer when you keep the enemy supports super low leveled, which is the case right now. You want to be able to capitalize on that to get the kills, to get the extra gold from those squishy heroes, but you just can't do it. Coming forward, they have the Ravage. Oh, they pushed Bakaz away. Emptiness, that was a mistake. He should have just saved the Flame Break for after the Ravage, and it is gonna be a completely wasted ultimate. Does absolutely nothing. It just forces a couple of TPs. I guess that's fine, but overall, your idea of getting the kill there, it wasn't even close. And also badly executed, so that communication issue could arise in the future. And you don't want that to happen. They do have the Stampede, did have the Stampede to escape. They did have the Stampede to run in. We didn't see either. Pasto Cruto. Taking some damage. Nothing that is impossible to survive for him for now. But all of the towers of Boom are still standing. There will be a stun on the Pugna. There's that kill. The Onslaught still being used immediately. There is a Stampede, and Sacred doesn't have his ulti. Without the Polarize, you cannot stop that. And it will be the Courier of Rain that dies, sacrificing itself for its hero. That's quite nice. The Tidehunter is dropping low on the bottom lane, and Pakaz will get the kill. So Class Nokruto loses his life, as these two, they do overwhelming amount of damage. That was actually the Eclipse. We don't see that much from the Luna, but it seems like he understands that he can stay in this lane for a long time. They did lose the tower, however. That's a Pulverize. Okay, that is gonna be a lot of stuns. You're not getting out with the Onslaught there. I'm really not sure what he was thinking. Sladam's coming over. The Solar Bind, nice blink away by the Dragonite. Erase did go for the blink. Things are going really well for him, actually. Ether Hammer cannot be stopped. Glyph can slow it down. Class Nokruto loses half of his HP. This is not the way it should be for a Tide. He wants the Phase Boots and then the Cloak. It's pretty much necessary. Casual Cloak now costs a lot more money, but it is much more valuable than it used to be. A scan was used. Erase. Turns into the dragon. The Solar Bind is there. Immediate blink away. MJZ has the overgrowth, but that Solar Bind still coming forward. Nice Tumbler's Toy. Not enough to get to the low ground, but enough to escape. Sacred catches the Centaur. Smashing him to the ground. There will be an overgrowth, and he should very easily die here. The damage is going to be insane. Sladams with Illuminate is the one who makes Rain see the light. Not usually a good sign, I guess. Dump in. From a race. Nesphere part of the fight as well. The Nether Ward was there. They're gonna have to deal with that first, and it is gonna be Nesphere who takes it down easily. But Tower gets defended. The biggest deal is this Dragonite hasn't been able to take down the mid lane tower just yet. Dragonite and the Tidehunter. We talked about their strength early on, these fat heroes, but Keeper of Light is just the type of hero that can kill almost anyone. Tidehunter a little bit tougher than the Dragonite, but these cores of Sibe are severely underfarmed, especially compared to the Luna, and it's only gonna continue. And about 60 win probability for Boom. It's still hard to bet against the Muerta and so many jumping, saving heroes on the other side. Now, when you can hold the line and you have really good archers behind you, it's actually quite insane. Emptiness, pretty dead. Sacred is doing a good job in this game. He already has a Blade Mill. Next item obviously will be a heart. Though I wouldn't mind if he decides to even go for a blink in this game. Just to be able to get that catch. Especially because the Luna put more points in the Lucent Beam. So you would be able to join the fight if need be. And your mid lane tower is still there. Yeah. That is the score that we're all looking for. Pagana loves getting into the faces of the enemies. I don't know what's happening with Kafs, but it seems it could be a communication issue, as he's not a classic part of the squad. Of course, this is his second series that he's playing in the tournament with the team. Stampede is used. Nesphere is dead. That Stampede wasn't enough to save his life, and that was actually a solo kill. So a carry versus carry. And we see who comes out ahead. He's 4,000, almost 4,500 gold ahead. And now Luna is turning around. He's like, I see everything. It's nighttime, my territory. The Moonlight, the goddess of the moon, all of them on the side of Boom Esports at the moment as Emptiness is trying to juke through the trees, but they kind of know where he is. Won't be able to find him, though. He knows exactly, however, where his opponents are. Sacred. Emptiness showed himself. He's now dead. Sacred, he saw him. Oh, he made a mistake with the onslaught. So now he's chasing a little piggy. Imagine you're a piggy and this beast is chasing for you. Like, it's the apex predator that wants to eat you and kill you. Oh, doesn't matter. When you have footwork better than Michael Jackson, it's insane. Rain will die on the other part of the map, but that Batrider Grand Escape is looking amazing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That was beautiful. You know, we're talking about the moon, moonwalk. Go forward, but you're actually going backwards. No. Anyways, 11-7. The Luna's still super strong. This is what's scaring me the most, is that this Luna will be untouchable. One good thing for Sibe is they got the mid lane tower down, but this Muerta needs so much more time. I think with the way that the game is going, before you're level 20 with this Muerta, you're not doing anything. You need a 20% gunslinger chance, and you probably need a BKB as well in this game.
Dire are scanning.
But two good things for Sibe. They have 2 Midases. Boom Esports, they don't. They don't have Midases at the moment, meaning that they would like to capitalize on their current lead. I think for that you need the Luna to kind of posture aggressively, to come over, to be annoying, to give Sibe a reason to fight. Kaz goes for the ulti, Cruto. He just got the pipe, so he's not gonna die to this. Kaz still does a lot of physical damage, but his Eclipse does absolutely nothing. So he's going for a Silver Edge, which is nice. But considering the situation, I'd actually prefer a stats item like a Skadi. You just stand your ground, you go and you mow down towers, you get the Roche, you get yourself a lead before your enemies actually get all of their items. Because those items don't... Make no mistake, they're coming. It's just a matter of time. This Dragonite is not gonna be a pushover either. Stampede used. Coddle caught. Coddle dead. That's gonna be a very easy takedown. The Batrider did go for a blink. I really like that, as it is very important to catch that backline. Pugna, Coddle need to go down. That is a huge kill. Okay, I'm really not impressed with how Boom are playing Dota. Like this is no ping issue. They're not pushing their lead at all. Now there's gonna be a stun on the Luna. Does have an invis. We'll see if he's gonna be using it soon. You can't really kill a Dragonite in this scenario, but the Nature's Grasp will keep him away and the illusions won't allow him to blink. So Pakaz will be able to move back. He takes down the tower. This is what I want to see. The only problem is I would like more stats, so even if they catch you, you actually cannot die on the Luna. The Silver Edge will give you kill potential on the Tidehunter and the Dragonite, but you are still vulnerable. Let's say you jump the Tide. Dragonite jumps you, uses the stun. Tidehunter manages to use the Ravage. You're just dead on the Luna, right? Rather, you just come to a tower, hit, it goes down. Come to Roche, hit, it goes down. Piggy goes down as well. That's because just gets one hit into it. Emptiness, he tried to do the same thing twice. Usually won't happen. If you're playing even against a semi-decent team, and I would argue that Boom Esports are better than that, maybe even a lot better, or maybe have a lot more potential, they're not really showing it in this tournament. Not showing it as much as we would want them to show it. They're gonna be able to punish you every single time. Keeper is going for an E-Blade. He only has 1 Spirit Vessel charge left. They really haven't been killing this Dragonite, and this is what scares me. You have to kill the Dragonite if you're Boom Esports. If late game comes and there's 2 cores on Sibe, you have a catch for the Keeper, it's a problem. And you have a catch for the Keeper with the Stampede. You have the catch for a Keeper with multiple blinks, Ravage. You might get the Lincoln Sphere at some point if you're Keeper of Light, but what are you gonna defend against the Ravage with? Klasno Kruto gets the kill. Now it's just looking easy. Things slow down. Sibe are happy with that. A Sphere up on the high ground. They're coming through the twin gates, and the Luna has been caught. That is huge. The Ravage is there. The Luna is gone. It's a triple kill for Klasno Kruto, and they even want more. They want the Keeper of Light as well. It was just so fast. We couldn't even see. The damage is overwhelming. And then this opens up the Roche. You do not have the Pierce the Veil, so your ability to kill Roche, it's not that great, but you do have some solid hitters. So we'll see if Sibe can actually do it. Into the portal, you just run into a trap. That was That's as bad as it gets. Actually, the onslaught coming forward. He's all alone at the moment. He needs some help. The Pugna coming from the side is doing so much damage to him. Trample gonna be used right now. And Sacred will survive. He uses the upper. They found Flatums. They need a follow-up stun. Won't be able to do it. Overgrowth on to do all of them. Actually, the Dragonite going from the side. He wants to blink up to that high ground. Luna coming back in 3 seconds. He finds the Keeper Light, and he's gonna get burned by the 2 fire-breathing guys on the side of Sibe. 1 for 1, but a much bigger hero was lost, and Boom Esports can erase, get himself away. For now, trying to run away. The Uproar will slow him down. Stun disconnect, the Crep as well. He needs help. If the Dragonite doesn't receive it, he's gonna be going down, and he will be taken out. Sacred is the one who gets all of that juicy gold and bounty for his murder. As Klaus Kruto will be slowed down, the Bullwhip comes in handy. That's a very slow Tidehunter, but it is also a very tanky Tidehunter that you don't really want to be messing with. The Dragonite finally taken down, so overall it is a 1 fight for Boom Esports, and them preventing Sibe from getting Roche is a huge deal, so they might get it themselves. The Stampede was given there, and the Batrider is juking them around once again. The Roche is super low, so let's see what's gonna be happening there. Pakaz is getting low. You need to be careful. They do bring down the Batrider, and this is what I was afraid of. Sibe, their ability to kill Roche fast, it's not really there. We're gonna be looking at that fight once again. So look at the Dragonite positioning. I really like this from Erase. He goes there and he finishes off Slatums. Very nice combination. Also, they're in the back. I don't know if you saw the dead shot on Sacred, just preventing his onslaught from coming forward. But this is huge. Pakaz with an Aegis. Now he's gonna be feeling more confident to go for that tower pressure that I was talking about. He's going for Lincolns. I like that. More stats, more defensive capabilities. Make sure that you can stand to a tower, next to a tower, and take it down. Very important for this Luna lineup. Very important for the Sibe lineup is that there is a Mjolnir on the Muerta. There's a heart on the Primal Beast though, so that Primal Beast is gonna be doing a ton of damage, and he's gonna be hella tanky. Going for an Aghanim Scepter right now. He's gonna be quite huge with the Uproar. They do get the shard for the Pugna. Not that huge, but we have seen some cool Pugna drains from the ward. Being able to cast that ward from farther away is of course the more obvious, or usually the more useful part of the shard. As Marta is going for a BKB. It's a necessity in this game, really. If you can stand your ground and fight, it's gonna be insane how much you can do with the Pierce the Veil, but you need it level 20. The Batrider Blink Force. He has the Eye of the Vizier as well, so more range, which is huge. The Lasso is just such a low range spell. If you guys remember the old Bat, it was literally like, yeehaw! You know, old cowboys. Just hunting horses and cattle. Throwing the lasso from far away. Batrider lost his skills. Probably got old. As Boomarina Smoke. They're quiet. They're tiptoeing towards a fight. Nesfir, he feels something is wrong. He feels it in his gut.
Are scanning.
Dead. I don't know if there's much in that gut.
Middle tower is under attack.
Emptiness breaks the smoke. There will be a jump. They found him. The stun immediately stops that pulverized Sacred. Will run away for now. The glyph was used, but that tower is looking like it's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Kruto gets the dead in the water. He cannot move all that much. The Primal Beast is strong. He's not that powerful. Look at how he's not moving. But finally, Pakaz comes over to kill that. The dead shot pushes him back. The tower is still alive. The glyph was used, however, so you don't have that for quite some time, unless it's gonna be crushed by a tower dropping. Pakaz goes in, miss. He has been dusted, so they kind of knew that what he wanted to do. Jump in on Pakaz. They have the Ravage, not gonna be using it. There's the life drain. Didn't want to use the Ravage for it immediately. The lasso pulling the Primal Beast back. There will be a double edge, but he's trampling himself away. Kruto, there's the Ravage connecting onto everybody. They're going to the backlines. The Meteor Hammer as well. MJC, no overgrowth for him. Now the Eclipse gonna be used. Let's see how much damage he can do. He's destroying Grace, especially with the Spirit Vessel being on him. The Lotus Sword protecting him. Not enough. Sacred onslaught to the low ground. Nesfir Pierce the Veil gets the kill on the Luna, but that's just the Aegis. So 1 for 1 and the Aegis. But of course, Dragonite dying is a big deal. Very Very nicely done there by Nestor. The 4-step to the side. He'll be fine. The calling is making sure that nobody comes over. If you cross that line, you're going into the world of the dead. And you don't want it. Illuminate on the high ground doesn't kill Rain, but definitely sends a message. This is our map. We are stronger. Dragonite will not be here to protect you. Sibe, they lose that fight. But Luna needs to be careful. Next time around, you get caught like that. If you don't have the Aegis, you're in trouble. And Luna is the only hero of Boom. If the Luna dies, it's over. He's the only one doing the damage. He's the only one surviving. He's the only target. The Aegis would have expired now in 40 seconds, so him losing it's not the biggest of deals. But things are getting scary for sure for the Luna. Because? Oh, lasso onto the illusion. I think this is a back. You have to get yourself away. Manta used at a perfect timing and he didn't even know. He was under vision. That should have been a death. Okay, these are the kind of things that if you do not punish, you lose the game. First of all, that was a terrible move from Picasso. Like, what the hell are you doing there? You are literally asking for it. And then Sibe don't punish it. The enemy carry farming all alone underneath their vision when you have so much catch. And you mess up. Cuffs, okay, they're not gonna be messing with this one. Fast used, a couple of hits, once the crap bends. It's easy for Nesfir to get the kill. He's approaching that level 20. Not rapidly, but it's gonna be there fairly soon. And his BKB as well. So once you get the Gunslinger chest, it's huge. Because with the Silver Edge, it's so easy to kill the Tidehunter. You break him, then you can stun him, root him, and kill him. Silver Edge. Insane item. Especially versus these heroes pretty reliant on their passive spells. There's a smoke from Sibe. They want to fight without the Tidehunter. He doesn't have the Ravage. Anyway, should have it fairly soon. If you want to Sacred, Supper was used. That means he has a lot of armor, but there's the Pierce the Veil, so you don't care about armor. You need magic resistance Sacred, and you have none. That's a big kill. Both of the offlaners gonna be under the ground for quite some time. Tidehunter is gonna be coming out first. So breaking through the coffin, Kill Bill style. And I haven't watched that movie in ages. As the gold lead still remains, but it's literally the difference between the two carries. And I don't think the difference in strength is really between the two carries presented well in this gold lead. I think Muerta pops the BKB, Pierce the Veil, and actually kills the Luna inside of 1 or 2 stuns, and you have 1 or 2 stuns on their side. Muerta now level 19, so only 1 more level away from that insane increase in damage output. Especially if you get a Crystallis. If you get a Crystallis, you don't even need the full Silver Edge. It is gonna be insane just how much damage you will do. Is the thing, Boom, they allowed this to happen. They had the lead. They should have gotten more. Jump in from emptiness. He is gonna be finding Cuffs. Okay, Cuffs is dead. That's pretty apparent. No Pierce the Veil needed. Plastocruto is the one that gets the kill. And it's just one after the other. Boom are giving away heroes. It seems like in this downtime, when they're not sure what their objective on the map is, they seem lost. You cannot allow that to happen. You have to have an idea what happens if the enemies come out, what happens if they claim this part of the map, what happens if they go for a gank. Those things need to be pretty set in stone, or you're just gonna be losing your hard-earned lead. Luna is no longer gonna be farming faster than Muerta, so... Okay, that's a dead Treant. Nope, he is actually blinked out. Nicely done. Beautifully done by the Treant Protector. I thought MJZ was a goner 100%, but having the shard, breaking the smoke, and, well, the dust didn't come out in time. There will be a Shadow Blade on Muerta, and the Roche is spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds. So you can't really just walk in and get it. It will be a Radiant side Roche spawn. The question is, can Boom capitalize on it? When there's a Ravage, it's a big deal. We need to see Luna items. I think that's the main thing here. What does the Luna have? He has the BKB. This is huge. This is huge. His damage output is insane. His survivability is insane. has the Lincolns, so if you pop a BKB, you're not getting stunned up. Pretty big.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So once the Dragon Knight gets the Aghanim Scepter, I'm getting kind of scared for Boom Esports. They can do much about it. Smoke from Sibe. They are baiting on Roche, right? Boom, they don't know if it's up or not. The one thing they do know is that they're pressuring the top lane and they're pressuring the mid lane. So even if they lose the Roche, it might not be that big of a deal, as literally Sibe would need 2 minutes to push out the waves.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Roche still not up. It will be there in 30 seconds. Just pushing in the waves constantly. Couple more in smoke. They cannot wait any longer. They're aware. Could be a problem. Oh, he tried to get rid of the illusion, but you need to let it sit for half a second if you want the illusion to die. That life drain. Same is for the Lion mana drain, guys. Over Klasna Kruta on the high ground, level 20 on S-Sphere, really big. Each spell is available apart from the dragon form. Spirit form was used as well. The call without cooldown. There, Lincoln's broken. Okay, they pull him in. They're trying to kill the Primal Beast. Will be able to do it. No buyback. 70 seconds, just dead. Great way to start the fight, but there's no Pierce the Veil, meaning that you don't have your biggest damage spell. Now straight in the pit. Already once they were burned when they tried to go for a play like this. Ghost is dropping fast. The enemies would be running into a Ravage, but the Illuminate spams are super annoying. Running in by the Luna, pops the BKB, just goes in, and the Tidehunter is dying. Does he have a buyback? The 4-step to the side, he's dead. No buyback for him. The Luna is destroying everybody who got the Aegis. It's gonna be Pakaz who destroys everybody, including the Roche, gets the Aegis and wins the fight for his team by just walking in. Has the Shard, the BKB, the Lincolns. He's untouchable. He does so much damage. Sibe twice win the fight outside of the pit, and they decide after that we want the fight inside, and it's gonna be going badly for them. Slatums has the Lincoln Sphere, and there's that Luna just running in. I want to see it again. Just how confidently he walks forward. Your mind died. The Eclipse does so much damage, and now look at the bounces just destroying them. The second that the Roche died, they followed. And he was the one that picked up the Aegis, though I'm not saying if anybody else got it. That fight goes the exact same way. Now the push is on. There's no tower. Okay, there is a tower now, but there's not going to be a tower in a second. And once that's the case, then those glaive bounces are going to be a problem. How do you stop this Luna? The quick answer is you do not stop the Luna. She's way too scary. We'll be afraid there. And also, here comes the backdoor protection. Is there a reason to stop this push? All of the lanes are pushed in. And they decide to be a little bit timid. I thought they were just going to be going for it. I know you are versus a lasso, you're versus a flame break. They can pull you back. But this Luna has already shown just how hard it is to kill her. The difference between her net worth and every other hero is insane. Win probability 80%. Still not 100% certain that they're gonna win this one. But just look at from that one fight, it was 55-45. And the late game wasn't looking amazing for Boom. Now, the difference might be high enough. There's the Hex. Lotusaur protecting him, and he'll be fine. Though he's broken, he'll be able to survive. Pakaz is level 25 on this Luna. It's saying the Stampede will be used. What did Pakaz get on his level 25 talent? You know, Luna? So he went for the right talent. What is the right one? Is the Lunar Blessing damage. Dragon Knight has the Aghanim Scepter, Bob's the Black Dragon form, the Overgrowth is there, he already used the BKB and the Manta. Lasso does connect. Okay, Luna, super deep, he's behind tier 4s, he's standing his ground, he's fighting, he doesn't care, just wants to do as much damage as he can. They're gonna finish him off once. Ravage is at the ready, Cluster Kruta not coming over, Sacred, he's creating space for his buddy, will get stunned up behind tier 4 towers, but has the onslaught to get himself away, and the Bat Rider cannot stop it. Now they're gonna be turning their sights onto the Raxx, and those should be taken down. The Aegis is gone, but the cheese is still there, and Pakaz is full HP. It's very hard to bring this guy down, especially with the Pugna behind. Nesphere will be coming back. He does have Pierce the Veil, but it is so hard to engage right now, especially because Boom, they've gotten what they came for, and they just got themselves out easily. Not much was lost there. Sibe, on the other hand, they need to buy back on emptiness. Emptiness now has the psychic headband. So he still has that increased range. Glasno Kruto broken. No, you can't get out of your base like that. It's so dangerous. You also have a buyback. He'll be fine. The Overseal Totem gets him in a safe position. Sphere. Fine. And no, Emptiness has been caught in the backlines. Emptiness, he uses the lasso. Is he gonna be able to hide himself? He's acting as a ward. And it seems that the ward will be rewarded because of the Blade Mail Sacred killed him with it. Yep, literally denied him the possibility of a life. MGZ coming forward. There's the rule. The stun will connect. MGZ in a lot of trouble. The Ravage does connect. And there's the three of them. There is an A on this to pop on the Pugmas. He'll be fine. Sacred turns around the Polarize into the ground. That looks like a very dead center without supports. How can it fight? Going onto the Muerta. So much damage onto Nestor. BKB will be popped, but it won't save your life. Not one bit. The buyback from the center coming back into the fight. But without Muerta, you don't have no damage. He has a buyback in 75 without the ulti, without the BKB. Not much can be done. Creeps spawning after the glyph was used, meaning that Pakaz will make short work of them. He still holds the cheese, and he definitely holds the range to this game, and he's untouchable. Way too strong on this Luna. This should be a second lane of Rax, and I don't know if Sibe, even when Muerta comes back, will be able to fight this. They're waiting for emptiness. 25 seconds, maybe then they'll be buying back and going for one last round. Without the Ravage, it's gonna be tough. Nice stop there from the Pulverize. But you are not killing this guy, even with the Meteor Hammer connecting onto both of them. They're still gonna be fine. Thinking about the Araxes, thinking about Mega Creeps. They don't care. You need that buyback. You need that buyback. Now Cluster Kudo jumping in. He's gonna get hexed up immediately, but he has the Kraken Shell to survive. Goes with the Overseal Totem, gets himself away. Dragon Knight jumps in. No Dragon Form just yet. Nesphere comes over. Pierce the Veil is available, but he's not moving. They need the Stampede for him to run away. On the other side, the Pugna does get caught, but on this side, the Centaur with his Stampede, he just used it to run into the enemies who are so freakishly strong. They've caught the Batrider. That's gonna be the other support, probably dead, and he does get taken down. This Luna does so much damage. Nobody wants to stay next to the throne because then the blade bounces will destroy both you and the throne as well. Pakaz turns around onto the tide and pops the BKB, breaks the tide. Nice buyback, but it does nothing for you. An ultra kill. Where's my Rampage? Running into it. Nessir doesn't want to give it, but he has no choice. The Luna is too strong. One Rampage. Give me another one. It will be denied by his teammates, but one is enough to win this game. It's gonna be an amazing performance coming out from the Pakaz Luna. I thought he could have done with more aggression, but this was more than good enough to win versus Team Sibe in game 1. Very nice performance from both teams. Amazing Dota. But in the end, it is gonna be Boom Esports that gets the victory. Sibe twice in a row, and those were the biggest mistakes they have made, but also they were very huge and really led to their demise in this game. You win a good fight, you have the area around the Roche controlled, you don't wait for your spells, but you force a fight over and over again. And the second time it happened, it was it for them in this game. The Luna getting the Aegis, the Luna getting the cheese, Luna getting all the power and wiping your team, and that was it. After that, it was a point of no return. But Sibe will be returning in game number 2 after the break.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
That was much more fun than our previous series here. As the previous series was a stomp, this game, it was pretty close. Back and forth, but 2 Roche fights really did cost Sibei the game in that game number 1. Hopefully, they can do something about it in game 2, because we wouldn't want to see them lose the same exact way. Who's gonna win? Doesn't matter, let the better one win, but we just don't want teams to be repeating their mistakes over and over again, because that's not fun. We want them to grow, we want them to be better, and then, yeah, we want them in the end to succeed. But there can only be one winner in the series. Sibei, so far, this is gonna be their first series. First map that they lost in their first series. They won with a score of 2-2 versus Marsbet, but they were close games. They weren't easy games for sure. So we can expect them to put up a fight. On the other hand though, I would like the other side to be a bit more aggressive to push their lead. I always, whenever I cast with bo3, he's from South America, he says South Americans love to farm, they love to hit creeps. It's like they hate the creeps, right? So it makes sense, right? In the end, this is a game. You want to have fun. If you're having fun by murdering innocent civilians, destroying those creeps, right? Then let's go for it. We don't mind. In Dota, there's no harm about it. Though who knows? Who knows? Maybe those creeps in the game really do have feelings, and just the evil ice frog doesn't want us to know, and we can. That's, I'm going into some really dark side stuff. I mean, somebody who has played 10,000 20,000 games like of Dota like me and is compassionate, I'm obviously not, would get depressed after that wording of mine. But hopefully we're gonna be seeing a fun game too. This is what we want to see. I don't think there was necessarily an outdraft on either side. Both the teams had a game plan, they executed it, and it was definitely one team better than the other. Boom Esports, they executed it better. The side of Sibei just not as good to get the victory. So I'm curious to see if they're gonna be adjusting in the draft department. I don't think there's necessarily a need to do so, but the Sibei draft was unconventional. Let's put it that way. When you have all of these fat frontliners protecting one, but it's not the 4 protect 1 a classic type of lineup where only one hero will be farming and everybody else won't, and they won't be scaling. But you really have these tanky heroes that want to stand their ground. The thing is that at the part of the game that they should have stood their ground, they were unable to do so. They were weaker. Then Sibei, I think their idea of finding openings for fights is better than that of Boom Esports, and they've proven it in the game a couple of times. So that is pretty okay, so I'm getting some info from my production. One of the players is not connecting, right? So there obviously is a problem. I'm gonna assume it's a South American player, though it doesn't have to be the case. We've seen a lot of Eastern European players actually have some internet issues. Ping, FPS is not an internet issue, but ping, packet loss and stuff. So hopefully whatever the issue is, it gets resolved in the quickest possible way so that we can get on with Dota. Why are we here? We're here for Dota, right? This is Dota, as the Mars would say. Yeah, what do we want? Dota. When do we want it? We want it now. I think if our viewers would get the chance to sometimes hear what the production is saying to us, how they entertain us, the casters, that would be amazing. Because, you know, I'm talking to a camera here. At some point, if I don't have a co-caster, I feel crazy, right? You guys can obviously hear me, and hopefully I'm bringing some joy and smiles to your faces, but I don't have anybody to talk to. It's kind of lonely here, right? But then the production says something, right? Something memey, right? Because they're not like us casters. We just have to spout things all the time, and then we poke at something that's actually funny. But they wait. They know when they're gonna say something that is funny, and then they tell it to us. So I think you guys would actually enjoy it quite a lot. I'm gonna tell production, yo, allow the viewers to hear you. That would be pretty fun if they make themselves public. No. Anyways, guys, as we're waiting for us to get into the draft, I just want to remind you we had 4 Pinnacle tournaments in this year, and now they're just trolling me with the cursor. So we had 4 Malta Vibes tournament in this year here at Pinnacle. It was $4 $50,000 tournament. Now this is the unfortunately the last one in the year. We don't really have that much time to organize another one, but it is a $100,000 tournament. We have 4 groups, 5 teams each, and 3 teams are going through into the playoffs. 2 teams are getting eliminated. Out of those 3 that are going through, 2 are going to be in the upper bracket, and 1 is going to be going into the lower bracket. We're going to have the playoff starting in a couple of days. Only today and 2 more days of the group stage are left. So this is the 8th day of the group stage. I actually can't believe it. The tournament has already been going for 8 days. It's just so that I haven't been casting every single day, and then it's going so slow because I'm not having as much fun. I am watching the games, right, and I love it when my colleagues cast, but it's just so much fun bringing you the joy of Dota myself, even though okay, so we are, I think, gonna be sending it onto a break because we're gonna have 3 more minutes of it. The reason for it, there's gonna be a stand-in for Sibe. I don't know exactly what the problem is, but we'll be getting back to you with the info once we are back here live. So stay with us. We'll be back soon. The 25-year anniversary show is back here with Harry Freak, and hopefully we're gonna be getting ourselves into the draft soon. There should have been stand-ins for Sibe, but it seems to be that the players are back. Even for a second, there was a chance that there were gonna be two players. There were gonna be two players that stand in for Sibe, but fortunately for us and fortunately for Sibe, they're gonna be with a full roster. So that is pretty big. I was hoping to get a fair game, because if Sibe came in with two stand-ins, one of which, I mean, I'm not gonna be revealing who the stand-ins could have been, it probably would have been a much easier task for Boom to win. But this way, it's gonna be a rough one, and I think we as viewers deserve a game 3. It is not fair. Like, whenever I'm casting, it's 2-0-2-0. What's happening? Give me a 3-game series. This is getting annoying. Of course, I would like there to be more 3-game series once I cast the playoffs with Kips. It's gonna be much more fun in a duo. But why not a couple of those now? Like, my colleagues are having so much fun. I'm just kidding. There were a lot of 2-0s in this tournament. Quite a lot. Boom Esports, they get the Primal Beast yet again. Sibe are really not paying attention to that hero. That is not something that you want to give away that easily twice in a row. No, it seems that they think that they can fight it. This time around, at least they're not going to be giving away both the Primal Beast and the Treant Protector, so at least the Treant will be going towards Sibe. We'll see if that's going to be enough for them. Maybe they're gonna be picking up Ancient Protector Luna. I know that Nesphere plays a hell of a Luna. Just wants to show Boom Esports that they can do the same thing. Though you never know. Could be Muerta again. The Weaver, however, is not gonna be a part of it. Or we might still see a melee hero. We've seen a lot of times in the current meta, there's just two melee heroes in the safe lane. Nobody cares. Nobody bats an eye. Boom Esports, they ban out the Dark Willow. I really love the Dark Willow banning portrait. Like, I would always like for the hero to be banned, even though I'm a big fan of the hero in the game. She just looks so beautiful, right? You know, that real beauty. Not the Instagram type filter, right? This old school filter type photos. They're amazing. Anyways, Boom Esports with their last ban of the second phase. What's it gonna be? What do you not want to play against? Grimstroke could be a hero that you want to get rid of. Primal Beast doesn't necessarily love playing versus the Grimstroke, as even if you have a BKB, the Inkswell will purge the Pulverize off of the enemy. So you don't want that to happen. So considering that they're banning out supports, I think Grimstroke is also high on the ban priority list, but they'll get rid of the Faceless Void. When the Primal Beast was added to Dota, there were two carries that were instantly considered at least laning counters to him. One was Faceless Void, the other one was the Morphling. So considering how the Morphling isn't really part of the meta nowadays, even though we see it from time to time, it's not something that people play quite a lot of. The Faceless Void, in terms of banning out carries, is a pretty solid choice. Sibe. I like the Pugna ban. Pugna is so freaking annoying to play versus. Don't want to pick it. Just get rid of it. The thing is, the hero can sometimes bore a player if he's been playing it for 10-15 games in a row. So sometimes you might just make their position. I mean, everybody here is a professional, but come on, it's still a game. You might let him play. The thing is that usually you're gonna lose super fast, because that annoyance, even though it's kind of boring, it's still a problem. Still a problem, is you'll probably lose the game versus the Pugna way too fast of a hero. The Grimstroke does come through, so I think that was the obvious choice from Sibe. These two supports give you everything. They give you laning, they give you solid team fight, they give you save, heal. Everything is there. So really not tower protection. They don't even give you tower push, but I mean, there's not really that many supports that give you tower push anyways. What is it? Shadow Shaman and a... Is that about it? Chantress Chen, okay. Jakiro. Overall, not too many that are being played currently by a lot. There will be a Skywrath Mage on the side of Boom Esports. The thing with the Skywrath Mage and the Primal Beast is that when you're pulverizing somebody, they are moving, so they're not gonna be staying in the Mystic Flare all the time. But still, Ancient Seal itself with the damage of the Primal Beast is a good enough reason to get this hero. The burst damage will be insane, but the Inkswell here now has become even more needed after minute 15. Good luck killing people if Grimstroke is in position. The Boom Esports, what's it gonna be? They'll be going for the Ogre Magi. Okay, so this is most likely gonna be a mid lane Ogre. This is something that we've been seeing somewhat of. I'm hoping it's a mid lane Ogre. I know I said it's probably gonna be. I'm just hoping it's gonna be a mid lane Ogre. It got banned out sometimes, but I'm a big fan for sure. I really love this hero. The only thing I don't like is now that he's officially a strength hero. He should be an intelligence hero. He's a genius though. An intelligence hero with 0 intelligence and 0 intelligence gain is... I just opened the Ogre Magi in Dota, and the sound when he's scratching his belly is so awesome. I think they literally got somebody with the belly to scratch it with long nails to record that sound. Like, there's no way they cheated on that. Literally, I don't know if that can be heard. Probably not. Who cares? Sibe will go for the center TA. This time around, this will be an offlane center. There's no doubt about that. You do want the pipe builder you're playing versus only magical damage, literally. You went for the TA versus Ignite, Mystic Flare, and the Trample. That can be a problem, though this could be a mid TA, not out of the question, though I would lean towards a Nesphere TA in this one. As a Chain Protector has so much physical damage, it does make sense that you want a hero that reduces the enemy armor in the lane, and then when he slaps them with the big arm, it really does hurt. I would like a Naga Siren here. Like, I would just literally pick a Naga Siren here. Then you can keep them guessing if this is a position 5 or a mid lane Ogre. And Naga is just so amazing here. Maybe you would suffer in lane a little bit versus the Grimstroke and the Centaur, but you're gonna be so amazing later on. Terrorblade would be good as well, though I've seen TAs in the later portions of the game buy a whoa, okay, that looks scary. That really does look scary, and that is literally a South American hero, right? My friend Bowie, our friend Bowie, the caster, the guy with a very successful YouTube channel. I think he has started getting videos out, so you should check him out. What you should also check out is the Pinnacle Esports Dota 2 channel on X, as we do have a couple of fun things there, including the Dota 2 bingo. So hopefully all of those little things do get crossed out, though the tournament is looking like we might not see all of the things there. But anyways, the Huskar, as I mentioned, our friend Bowie, he plays a ton of this hero. Be sure to follow him on X and follow me here if on X as well. We will be posting when we are live, when the games are coming. Of course, Pinnacle Esports Dota 2 will be doing that every single day with giving you the info, which casters are doing which series. Sibe, they ban out the Luna and the Morphling, so they're expecting Boom Esports to not play a mid lane Ogre, for this to be a mid lane Huskar. I'm still cheering for a mid lane Ogre. We'll see if my prayers are answered. Boom Esports, they ban out the Lina. The Coil ban I really like. The Spirit Vessel Builder early, Spirit Vessel Builder here would be amazing. With these bans, I'm leaning more to his Huskar being a mid laner. I still am okay with illusion-based heroes. So anyways, the story I was saying about the Terrorblade versus the TA, yeah, it's gonna be a lifestealer. No Ogre 4. Boo. About the Terrorblade versus the TA, later on, you buy the... what's called the upgraded Witchblade, and then you can actually deal well with him. That's a Dazzle. That's a pretty solid pick, as the Dazzle is a physical damage hero, so your spells can actually kill a Huskar. Shadow Wave is a problem for Huskar. He wants to get close and personal to the creeps. Bam, he's dead, right? So that's pretty cool. I like the Dazzle here. I'm kind of scared for him until he gets something like a Manta. I think that's probably going to be the item that he's going to be going for after the Aghanim Scepter. But once he has something to deal with the science of the Skyearth Mage, I think he'll be fine. To be honest, I think we're going to a game 3. I'm pretty sure we're going to a game 3. I really like their bootcamp though. The bootcamp always needs a big TV to analyze replays, right? The one that your coach is going to be standing at, showing you something, and you're just going to be acting like you're listening, but actually looking at something at your phone or chatting with friends or something. But overall, that is a nice looking bootcamp. Overall, though, I do think this Dazzle pick is amazing. If you get your Aghanim's Manta, I really would like to see a Manta on him, or at least something that's going to be allowing him to remove the silences, remove the slows, something that purges. I think this Dazzle is amazing, right? Really a big fan of this pick. On the other hand, a lot of comfort in a Huskar here for the South America team. So I think I'm still leaning towards this being a 3-game series. Maybe I'm biased because I just want to be here. I want to be casting more Dota, but I don't think so. I think the Dazzle pick was just amazing. I think it was something that they forgot about, banning out the Lina versus the Huskar. Wasn't the greatest of ideas, and you had a better one. It was the Dazzle. The enemies got it. They got the better end of you, and they can get the victory. They have a lot of minus armor. They have a lot of damage. Their lanes are solid. They have roach taking potential. They have timing. It's looking good. It's looking good. Let's get into the game to see if it's gonna be working good for them in the game as well. And there we are. Oh, look at the cute little Venno. Okay, you know, I'm not a big fan of snakes, lizards, or any kind of reptilians, but that's cute, right? It does look nasty, but it's cute. Like a kid that doesn't behave. They're cute, but you know, there's something evil about them.
Oh my god, no, not like this!
So anyways,
I'm really freaking out. I'm really freaking out.
see how they do it in this one. Boom. I actually completely forgot about this lifestealer. He's not the type of hero for me to threaten the TA and the Dazzle all that much. I feel like his strength in the laning phase is gonna be great. Sacred really wants to take down those trees. He is really playing with fire, but he'll be fine. That's a nicely placed ward. I doubt it's gonna be getting rewarded. Erase and Rain. Securing the rune, it is gonna be a 2-for-2. No big surprises. No first bloods. No wards taken down. No nothing. It's gonna be the easiest start to the game. I really like how that treant moves. It's pretty cool. He barely moves his legs, but he is covering a lot of space. And MJD starts with the Bloodlust. Okay, we'll see if he'll be able to satiate that Bloodlust on the Ogre Magi, or is that the Jakiro? I don't know. Like, Halloween is done, but Ogre Magi is still sporting the best costume. Look at that, 7 armor, 4.5 regen per second, and he's ready to club you to death. I'm a big fan of the Ogre. I was always a big fan of the Ogre. Especially in Dota 2 when they added the beautiful voice lines.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Let's go left. No, right. It's just, it's insane how cool the hero is. And this set is the best thing that has ever happened to him. And guys, please, if there's ever an amazing set, don't go crazy about it on Reddit and stuff, because then Valve are gonna understand and they're gonna put it as a set that is harder to get, so we're gonna have to buy more bundles to get it. So please don't just, oh, this set is okay, even though inside you know it's amazing. Then once we all get it, then we can say just how amazing it is. Magi continuing with the bloodlust coming forward. Usually we see the ignite level 1, so because he's in trouble. The blood grenade will connect, but he'll be fine. Classic Ruto didn't really want to dive there because the Lifestealer got his level 2, so he could have skilled up the rage if he wanted to. And the Ogre Magi went for the Fire Blast, so no ignite whatsoever. And Lifestealer, you see that he is keeping a skill point there, keeping a rage if need be for that Inkswell. So Slatams is doing well versus the Dazzle. The thing with the Huskar is that you have that inner fire, so once the poison touch is used, you can still just send the Dazzle away and get yourself out. If you make a mistake and you use the inner fire, that could be a problem. That really could be a problem, because then the Dazzle might run you down. And I really like him starting with a Wraith Band on the Huskar. Sacred gets the first blood. Nesphere is dead. Rain will kill Sacred. So a little bit of a slaughterhouse in the bottom lane. A 1-for-1, but of course it is gonna be Boom favored, as they did get the first blood, killing the enemy carry, and they're doing worse in terms of CS in that lane, so you do want to get out of the status quo. And Jay-Z take a lot of damage, he'll get the stun off. The Inkswell will pop, very nicely done there by Emptiness, just in time. The Stroke of Fate gets him low, not low enough to die, so MJZ will survive. He gets another buff there onto Pakaz. Meanwhile, top lane, Taker continues to farm. Now the creeps are very close to his tower, so he is screwed with the equilibrium. He got the first blood, but overall we're seeing that Sibe are doing better in terms of farming in the laning phase, especially on that top lane. Dazzle is not having fun. Slatams is applying pressure. So I guess after this wave, he should be ahead. There's the inner fire. Very nice dodge from him. But here comes Scavs, and that means that the race is that who's gonna get the kill. He made a mistake. He could have let the Skyrat Mage kill him. But that was a beautiful rotation, just in time. This is what these speedy heroes give you, right? He TPs to the base, he walks to the base, and you think he didn't cover enough ground because you're not used to heroes covering that much ground. But there's the courier that died, so that's a magic wand that's gone. There's a solid amount of spell spamming in the bottom lane, so Sacred is definitely gonna feel it. Nice dodge from Pakaz. But usually you don't want to get the rage that early on. The problem is that in that lane you have to. Yeah, the ward did get taken out by that sentry to the side. No, not again. Okay, this is... You went for that Dazzle. You thought you were gonna win the mid lane. Now you died twice in a row. And that is a catastrophe for sure. You cannot allow the Huskar to have an amazing start. He has more than an amazing start. He is completely untouched. Nesphere is also dying in the bottom lane right now. Quite a lot of slow. The blood grenade not gonna be enough. The leech seed will be healing him a solid amount. So Nesphere will be able to continue laning here in the lane as Pakaz uses the sticks just in time. Actually, the wand. Kasakruto won't be able to finish him off with the double edge. And Pakaz will be fine. Everyone will be fine. Apart from that Dazzle. At least his lane started off well. He was getting a solid amount of CS. At least he was equal with Slatams. Now he's a level behind. And one rotation from a support can actually bring you down if you're not careful. Huskar jumps on you with a life break, and That's about it. Rain. That's looking like a dead treant. Nope. Nesphere makes his presence known. And it is Kafs that needs to run away. He just has to get away from Nesphere. One hit from this TA would finish him off. But again, it is a very fast hero, the Skywrath Mage. Sometimes we don't even see the boots on the hero just because he has the movement speed necessary to run around. Nope. Dodging the dazzle, getting away from his slow. It is very tough, if not impossible. And there's the we could just look at this set. I don't even care about the game any longer.
Dire's bottom tower.
Of course, you guys that went to the pinnacle.gg/odds and put your money on one of these teams, you definitely do care. Of course, we do remind you guys that you have to be 18 plus, and we do advise you to bet responsibly and carefully. But if you want to spice it up, be sure to go there. And also, we have some other titles and future games as well, if that's something that you are you're interested in. Overall, Ray still not doing too well. He lost his ward in the mid lane. There's a TP to the bottom lane. They want that rune. How many heroes came here? 2 supports, and both of them are going to be taken down. They did steal the rune. That's okay. So I think that's fine, because you got the 2 wisdom runes. But the thing is that it is the Huskar that's getting so much. Now he's 1,000 gold ahead of the enemy mid laner. That's not going to be changing anytime soon. Once you get an armlet on the Huskar, there's really not going to be much you can do in terms of killing him. Especially if he plays it properly. Adios, payasos. Payasos. I think that's how he says it. Rain coming to the high ground. Kafs is there to wait for him. Sladam is just coming over. He has the armlet. Oh, he's coming in. And that's a little bit dangerous. You're going in to the stampede. He needs to get the armlet toggle off. If he does, it's gonna be a problem, but he doesn't. He dies. We'll be burning down the trees with him. Kafs TP's out. That was a long TP. That was so close. I think that Skywrath Mage, he's sweating. He is sweating quite a lot after that, but of course, a 1-for-1, still a win for Sibe. Yep, I think with that armlet, he thought, as I did, that he's unkillable, though when you're surrounded by 4 enemy heroes, plus the Stampede coming in handy as well, that's, doesn't really count. Hurricane onto Cluster Cruto goes in and fights Pakaz. Like, why are you torturing me? MJZ will be here, meaning that Cluster Cruto, he cannot TP away. He's dead. It's just a matter of time before he dies. He's gonna do his best. Actually, the denies come in from Pakaz, not even allowing him to get these creeps. A nice stun connects. There's a stun from MJZ coming in. He just wants to give vision. There's the stun. A couple of hits from the Lifestealer. It's gonna be enough. He was hoping for the creep to kill him. Not gonna be happening. The Lifestealer made sure of it by leaving only 1 creep, and that would be very, very hard for that one guy to get the kill. Guess the healing Lotus might pay with his life because of it. The silence will pop, doing even more damage to him. Now it will be refreshed, so no onslaught for you. Sladams has the armlet. He's low, but it's a Huskar. You always want to be low. Thinking about jumping on the TA. Won't be doing it for now though. You want to open up the bottom lane as fast as possible so that during daytime you can actually go for a Roche between minute 10 and 15. There is that possibility. So if you get Sebe to constantly think about that possibility, it's definitely going to be hindering their ability to farm the map than to play the map the way that they would want to.
Radiant are scanning.
The Oscar can't do it. There was a scan used there, so whenever you use a scan in the triangle and you know that the Huskar is there, you know that he's farming at low HP. Sometimes we even see Huskars make a mistake and die when farming. So it's pretty normal that they would want to go there and try to find him. But for now, he's pretty decently protected. Stampede used. Kafs will get the signs, going for a TP out, and they cannot stop him. Silence lasts long enough. Sacred, he's gonna be silenced as well. Who gets the kill? It's gonna be necessary. His attack flies faster than the one from the Grimstroke, though both of them would have dealt the finishing blow. Now it's pretty close for Sacred to survive, get himself into the trees. Not close enough. he gets taken down. That means that the TA is now topping the network chart. This is something that is pretty necessary for the hero. Hero is a fast farmer, but there is a point in the game where you fall off. Then you come back into it when you get hit level 25, but he needs a lot of time for that to happen. Dazzle pushing in the waves in the mid lane. He's not looking to get a Manta in this game. I really would like him though. It is something that you should get. As the Leisler top lane in some trouble. There is an overgrowth ready. You need to kill that creep, but it is pretty speedy. Swell is used. Kill not enough. The silence connects on the creep. Here comes Slatums. Will be jumping in on emptiness. They have the overgrowth. They want to go for that one. The double silence will connect as well. Is it time to run? It seems like yes for now. In with the dazzle, Pakaz being slowed down with the traps as well. Slatums, nice armor toggle. He's standing his ground and fighting, but he's not going to be surviving. That healing wave now, the stampede coming through. Pakaz in a lot of trouble. Coming in, the Inkswell is there. The slows will connect, and the Inkswell will not on Pakaz. Lifestealer still super fast. MJZ, not so much. This guy, he is not moving. He should have lost some weight earlier, and he would have been able to run away faster, but that was not the case. Sibe, they're starting to overwhelm this early mid game.
What sort of
Radiant's bottom tower
It
is under
looked
attack.
for a second in this game that the Huskar is gonna be able to destroy everybody, but the thing is,
Dire's top tower
so much gold, experience, everything going their way. The thing is that after that death in the mid lane, it was a problem, and it's usually like that with the Huskar. Even one death is a big issue for you, especially if you don't get anything of value, because he gets the rage off. Stun will connect on him, but only for a short period. He does remove the silence. Links, well, coming for him. He doesn't have the infest, but still has the armlet and 21 charges.
Radiant's
So
bottom
Pakaz was
tower
basically
is under
baiting.
attack.
Or at least wanting his enemies to think that what he was doing. Does have the infest, goes for the armlet and the wand, and now we see just how hard it is to finish him off. He's going forward for Klasno Kruto. There is no stampede. Nobody's coming in to assist the lifestealer, and he's just baiting with the stun. Now he's the one that could be in trouble without the rage, as he does get the infest into the range creep. We will have the move speed necessary. Speaking about being able to survive, that's gonna be the soulbind on Sacred, but nobody close to him really. MJZ a little bit too close to the tower, cannot go through the trees. There's one blocking his way, one unexpectedly big one, and it is gonna be a kill for Nesphere. So it's only Sibader getting kills, and that Dazzle that was 1,000 gold behind the Huskar is now ahead. A race. Didn't have a good start to the laning stage, but his continuation of the game is looking really decent. Pakaz still staying on the top lane. This is what the Lifestealer does. The stun will connect. Where's the silence? It does connect as well. Inkswell, pop. Oh, a little bit too late. Now Pakaz turning around. There will be a stampede usage. TP away. Not gonna be happening. He's looking towards Klasno Kruto. No! He went for the armlet toggle because he's laughing, but this is no laughing matter. MJZ will come over. Klasno Kruto, I don't think he's too afraid of MJZ, especially not of him alone. The thing is he aware that the Ogre Magi is alone? Seems to be the case. Pakaz dying there. He could have killed both of the enemy heroes. Went for the armlet toggle at a bad time. Race turning around to fight Slatums. He's definitely losing this one. It's just a matter of time before he burns out, and that's the second that the grave does end. So Slatums will be getting himself an easy kill. Finally, he gets a hand of his mid lane counterpart. If it's you and me, buddy, we know who comes out on top. Huskar having the blink. Very interesting
Radiant's middle tower
choice
is
of
under
items.
attack.
Not something I expected, but I saw it in his quick buy. Wasn't sure if that's something that he's going to be focusing on. I
Dire's
would
bottom
have
tower is under attack.
hoped to see a halberd, and now he's going for a Sange. So that's most likely going to be the next item that he's going to be looking for. They're hunting for the TA. They saw him on vision, so they know roughly where the Templar Assassin is. There's the cute flying snake. And now they see the TA quite nicely. Nesphere is dead. You're not getting out of this one alive. TP out. Mystic Flare. The damage should be more than enough. The Huskar alone wouldn't be able to get the kill, but that's just too much. Oh, that's gonna be a Stampede coming in. The Inkswell is there as well. Can they kill the Huskar? Yep, with the Inkswell, it's gonna be easy. Now Sacred next on the menu, but you don't really have your spells, so this is gonna be dangerous. Stampede gonna be used slowing down the big beast, so the Prime Beast can't do it. Also with the trample, he cannot remove the silence. As the champion from the center, he's surrounded by enemy heroes, does have a tier 2 to protect him, and everybody here is kind of lowish on the armor department. Besides the Primal Beast, so the dive won't be happening. But that's 3 heroes dead from Sibe, and boom, only losing the Huskar. So I wanted to see a mid lane Ogre Magi with the Midas. Doesn't matter, I'm gonna be seeing a 5 Ogre Magi with the Midas. Boom Esports, with those 3 kills, they equalize the game once again. So again, it's gonna be greed versus greed. This time Greed though is giving us a lot more kills. As Boom Esports, they are making some plays. Calves will be dying. Overstate is welcome in the bottom lane. None of the towers of Sibe had dropped just yet, so if you're that far out on the map, it is a problem. So we talked about the bottom tower dropping before minute 10, before the daytime. It definitely needs to drop before the next daytime, because if it doesn't, it's gonna be so easy for Sibe to control Rose, right? You're gonna have the Deso at that point. Oh, you already do. Nobody's doing anything to Pakaz. If he hadn't died there with the armor toggle, I think Sacred Relic would probably just be flying out to him, as probably he would have killed the Centaur there as well. But we'll see just how fast he can get his Radiance. Tasukuta and GZ brings the smoke. And the Inkswell was used. Can they get on top of him? The Phantom's Embrace connects. There's gonna be an Inkswell as well. Follow-up stun. You're not getting out of this one alive. It's just so much damage with the double edge. And nice blink out as well from Klasokruta, as he didn't use it to jump in. He went to the high ground, got stunned, and that was about it. Dazzle now has the Ags, so Shadow Wave is pretty huge. It can cast it on enemies as well. Kaz gets the silence, gets the slow, he's looking dead. No, actually no. With that Stroke of Fate not connected, nah, it's just not gonna be enough. Inkswell damage, more than enough for a kill. They used the dust, wasn't necessary, but they wanted to see their enemy die. Jump in. There's gonna be an overgrowth immediately with the silence and the stampede. They're turning around, the double hoof stomp, the infest, not enough to save his life. Sacred gets himself away. He got silence in a second earlier. Cavs just dying to the Deso shots. Nesphere so freaking strong. Now he's going for Pakaz. The silence does connect. He's gonna be dealing with it during his rage. They did lose the Dazzle, but got so much in return. That's gonna be the 4th one. MJZ is not getting out of this one alive. Nesphere just coming over the body blocks from Rain. They're not allowing him to move. There's just one hit from Nesphere that will be taking it down. Klasno Kruto actually will be the hero that ends his life. But Sibe, they overwhelmed Boom here in the mid lane. And even with the Lifestealer coming over to save his Huskar, it wasn't nearly good enough. You don't have anything to get out of the silence. You don't have anything to get out of the overgrowth. You're not gonna live through that. Plus, he was missing 2 of his supports. So this is the type of South American Dota that I want to see. I don't want to see the farming South American Dota. I want to see the crazy one. And yeah, that's gonna be a very, very dead Lifestealer, because he has been a lot more active than in the previous game, but not with much success.
Dire are scanning.
The Bay. They're looking towards a Huskar. He has been found. The Inkswell and the stun will connect. Ah, that's a very dead Huskar. There's no way that you're surviving. Okay, this game is getting out of hand now for Boom. I'm not sure how you bring it back. You really need the Roche, you need the towers, all those things that you don't have. Lifestealer is a hero that in the later portions of the game is a problem. Both the Lifestealer and the Huskar can actually build into a Halberd, which is insane versus both the TA and the Dazzle. But they're not your only concerns. Yeah, obviously you have a ton of concerns here, because Sibe are just running towards you. They put an Inkswell on a hero who jumps in, and whatever spell you use is just gonna get instantly purged off. This tower on the bottom lane needs to die, and that's why Emptiness is coming over, but he cannot stop it from dying. 4 points in Phantom's Embrace. That spell is a big problem. If it connects on the Primal Beast, any TP could very easily kill him. Nobody from Sibe though seems interested. What they are interested in is taking the top tier 2, and it's gonna be taken down by Nesphere. 1 or 2 more hits are needed. Oh, it's gonna be 2. Barely though. because he has his Radiance. Gonna be going for the Manta next. Definitely need that. We want to be able to shove out the waves. It's pretty necessary here. So MJZ is going for a 4-staff. You need some saves from the Blink Hoof Stomp Inkswell, or at least to get your players, your heroes, in a bit of a more defensive position. It will be going for the Tormentor. We'll see who's gonna be the lucky guy to get the shard, and it is gonna be MJZ. So Fire Shield be available. Pretty nice.
Dire's bottom tower is
So
under
you have
attack.
your own refraction. It's not as strong, doesn't last as long, but it is definitely cool. Does help the Huskar, maybe Armlet Toggle, Lifestealer as well. Those are things that can change the game. Now it's Roche time, so we talked about you taking down that tower, but it took so long and so much of your resources. Now Sibe are so strong they just walk into the pit. Plus, they're the Radiant side, so they have the TP to the outpost still. You just wanted to take that huge advantage away from them, but the advantage is still gonna be there. So that's gonna be an Aegis on the TA. Ideally you would have wanted it on your Huskar, but it's gonna be on the other side, on the ideal hero to have it. Both lineups that are very reliant on the Roche taking potential. And well, Sibe, they're gonna get it for the first time in this series, because in the previous game, both of the times their enemies just walked into the pit and took it away from them. Kruto Inkswell gets used too early. This could be a problem, especially with the silence there. The Huskar in the back lines is killing the Grimstroke, and this could be a very dead centaur. Kruto, he goes for the Stampede, trying to run himself away. Nah, he's not going to be able to blink out, meaning he's not going to be able to get out of this one alive. One more hit. Now this is going to be the concussive shot that ends the centaur. So also, Sacred has been found trying to get himself away. The TA does way too much damage. There will be a grave on the Dazzle himself. Slatums, he did use the inner fire, but he didn't catch the main one. Did kill the Dazzle in the end. It is a 3 for 2, and you really want to fight right now. This Lifestealer, he is no joke. Can they stop the TP? Rain finds a really nice spot. They're protected by the 2 trees, literally 2 guardians guarding their brother while he's TPing out of danger. Big thing with this fight, you are delaying the Aegis quite a lot. They could have taken all of your outer towers, considering that the tier 2 on the top lane was already taken, so you want it to expire as fast as possible. It has another 3 minutes on it, and the respawn times currently aren't that great, but it gives you some time to shove out the waves and prepare for next fight. Sacred, he almost grabbed him. The TA quick there on the fingers. Nice fear will be fine. Two of their supports are both seen. Rain, blink in. Gonna be able to get the hit. Now finally reveals his position. He was over the sentry, however, though they're in the mid lane. Very nice sentry placement from Boom. Because once the Manta and the Shard, really not gonna be that much damage. Jump in from the center, he gets the stun off, the does disconnect. Very dead hero. Cavs just dies from 1 melt strike. It's not even fair. Even if you have a Ghost Scepter, that's just it's not good. It's gonna be a break on the Ogre Magi. Nobody's coming, even they're not even thinking of assisting him. There is a shard on Erase as well, meaning that the Dazzle has that hex. It's really nothing to laugh at. He's going for a BKB next. I have the Vizier as well. The range of his spells is insane. Sacred has been found. Overgrowth is there, meaning you can't run away. It's so hard to do so. Actually, he got way too close to him there, Rain. If he was on the side that managed to use the Overgrowth, he would have been able to stop that onslaught to the low ground. This way, they won't be getting an extra kill. There's a BKB on the Huskar. Still doesn't have the Halberd, but that is an item that you do want at some point. If Boom can get to a point where you can make the fight longer with you not losing heroes, you have much more sustain from the Feast, from the Huskar passive. Dazzle, sure, he heals, but that's gonna be your main target. If it's just constant punching in a fight with the TA being disarmed, those are the types of fights that can benefit Boom. So despite them not being in a comfortable position currently, I can still see them winning this game. But they need to hold on to that last auto tower on the bottom lane. You need to have something to rally around if there is going to be a huge fight on the defensive. I've already lost 2 tier 2s, 26 minutes into the game with a Huskar on your side. It's not nice. Okay, there used to be a Huskar there, an enemy mid laner. The Ado made short work of him. This is what happens when you have the Silver Edge. You just get into his face. The inner fire just didn't come out in time. And the thing is, you cannot be ready for those things. He comes out of the invis. Just in an instant, 3 heroes appear around you. You have half a second to react. If you're looking at something else, if you're buying an item, it's over. Sentry will be placed. Trying to get the ward down. The knife from MJZ doesn't do it. Didn't want to club down his own ward that he just placed. There will be a gem bought on Boom. So in Dota, usually buy a gem either when you're winning super hard or when you're losing super hard. When the game is even, it is a tough decision to go for that, because then one fight could cost you the game. But you're definitely gonna make it easier for you. But these are the situations when you buy it, right? Boom doesn't have much to lose now. If you don't buy that gem, you might not ever get a chance to have a decent fight. But if you do get it, it is at least going to give you an edge in an area that you are trying to control, that you are trying to fight around. And you have to know that. You see, the Skywrath Mage now is going through the map, just getting some info to his team. You can farm here, you can farm here, you can farm here, right? You clean out the map, you give yourself a little bit of more info or less info to the enemies, and you keep the status quo for now until an opportunity arises. Rain slows down Slatums. These type of pokes are used to force out reactions from the enemies. If you force out reaction with TP, you know they don't have TPs for quite some time. You know where they are, and then it is much easier to make decisions when you have so much info on the map. Skywrath Mage is very close to that ward. Very nice ward placement. Place where the Skywrath Mage really doesn't want to be. You don't want to go to the low ground. Then again, if you're not in the low ground, your enemies are gonna know where you are anyways, and that's a very dead primal beast. That's without the overgrowth being used. He just went over a ward. He thought he was not gonna be seen, but that's just it. Sebe, they have a really nice ward giving them vision of what's going on. I like the lights that are going for an AC. You need to itemize for physical damage. That's what you're gonna be up against. We talked about the Revenant's Brooch though. If it does come to it, the TA, if she sees that she's not doing enough damage, she will go for that one. But Halbert, huge one, because he needs to rage. He mustn't get hexed. If he does, it's gonna be a problem. Problem with going rage instantly before the poison touch connects is that you don't purge it off. So if the dazzle punches you a couple of times once your rage is done, you're kind of screwed. He does have a manta, however, so should be fine in that regard. He's level 20 on the lifestealer as well, so things are looking pretty okay for him. Went for the 50 ghoul frenzy slow, so he wants, if he gets a top of the target, for it not to move. Just like Cavs didn't move, Slatums has to pop the BKB, turns around onto a race. Who's trying to run away, does have the Inkswell on him, but the Huskar is relentless. You have to be very careful. Your BKB is out, so now you're just gonna die. Actually, if they're coming in, there's gonna be a double flank. He gets out, the Infest comes out as well. Slatums trying to fight. There's gonna be a Hex, not a very long one. Has to be careful because of the poison touch, but from the side, Nesphere from the high ground, he's just gonna be jumping in and destroying everybody. Side blades going through them, because standing his ground and fighting with rage, really not taking that much damage, but the dazzle gets so much HP back because stunned up, he still has the rage, it will be expiring, he's fighting, he's gonna get broken, and Nesphere, he still stands his ground, he'll be fine. That's gonna be 5 heroes dead. Sibe, they've only lost 2 cores, but 2 of their supports and their main hero, their win condition TA, still standing, meaning that the last outer tower of Boom isn't gonna be standing for long. The positioning of Nesphere coming from the perfect angle, killing the Huskar, and the lifestealer, he survived for such a long time. Slatham's pulling his team into an unfavorable fight, into a catastrophic fight. Well, it seems, look at this, his BKB is ending. I have no idea what he's doing, thinking that the Ogre Shield is gonna protect him enough. The Lifestealer did his best. Used the Manta, used the Infest to save his life. And this blink away from the Dazzle, all of it was beautiful, buying time for the TA to come in. Look at Nesfir with the side blades. Pakaz was actually surviving quite a lot. I'm liking that Nesfir switched it out on Sacred, as he was missing on Pakaz way too much. Lifestealer is scary though. If there's a fight where he can disarm the TA, the Lifestealer goes through everybody and then he sits on the TA, it's a problem. Not any longer though. MKB makes it so much easier for the TA to play Dota.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The Roche is up. Is the Treant Protector taller than Roche? I mean, that's
Radiant's middle
yeah.
tower is under attack.
Man, now Roche has just been sitting on the PC for way too long, so he's just all slouched up. But overall, this Treant is huge.
Is under attack.
It would be pretty desirable on the dating scene. As Boom Esports, they're in a smoke. They need to get there fast. The Roche is gone. Second Roche, Aegis Cheese will be going into the hands of Sibe. The question is, do Boom want to fight? They don't seem too eager though. Even though they're all buffed up by the Ogre. The Fire Shield is there. They're still not going to be staying.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Understandable.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sphere
Radiant's
will be
middle
going
tower
for a
is
Swift Blink
falling.
next. He's 6 slotted at the moment. Has the Enchanted Quiver as well. That first attack from the TA is insane. And that's the thing. It's just enough to kill the Huskar. You just jump in, you destroy him. You want to be low in the Huskar. And versus this hero with the Enchanted Quiver, I don't know if you can. Sacred is protected by the Glimmer. The AC is ready for the Lifestealer. So there are some big items coming out for Boom. Neither the Lifestealer nor the Huskar are in the base. He's gonna be going for an Orchid, so definitely wants a Bloodthorn. The Huskar is gonna be the Satanic on the menu, though I'm not sure how easy it is gonna be for him to get it. Zarm, the TA, Swell is there, doesn't have to be afraid. Hex connects there from the Poison Touch, and Pakaz doesn't even care. He has the TP, Vindicator's Axe. I like that. If you're getting stunned, you're doing a lot of damage. If you're getting stunned, you're not taking a lot of damage. If you're silenced, you're doing a lot of damage. And he already has 44 armor. Look at that now. The Treant is chasing him down. If he can cancel the
Radiant's top
TP,
tower is under
that's gonna
attack.
be huge. Team can then go for more. Maybe he's just gonna be following him for his team to come over. Oh, not gonna be happening. Rain has revealed his positioning. One with the gem now. Octarine Core on the Dazzle, spamming the spell is gonna be even easier now. He also has the cheese, so he can definitely be using that bad juju so much, refreshing the spells, refreshing the items. Then he still has something to give him his HP back. Level 21 on the Dazzle as well. Level 25 on the TA, that's the one that we should be looking at. I'm also curious to see if Primal Beast will be going for the armor talent. A lot of reasons to do it in this game. Gonna be so much. That's +7 armor per stack. So much armor. You can have like 100 when you pop the Uproar, and then good luck killing that guy. There will be a Hex on the Centaur, so even more lockdown. Not a lot of saves on Boom. Their best bet is the Fire Shield. Mind you, this game still isn't over. The lineup of Boom is scary, especially the Lifestealer. I'm not sure about the Orchid though. Is that really the best item, especially versus the Inkswell that is just purging everything off? Plus the enemies are super far ahead, meaning that they can counter it quite easily. I don't know. I'd be okay with a Skadi, let's say. Maybe a Daedalus even. We'll see what he decides to do on Pakaz. There's the Hex, where are the saves? Jump in from Slatums, the disarm onto the TA. That means that the Lifestealer will survive. The MKB, it's not something to take lightly. He will infest into the Ogre Magi. If you click on his HP, the enemies will know that he's infested because there's no way this fatty guy has 4k HP. He's going for an a hex on the Ogre Magi, meaning multiple hexes might connect. Hex is there. Slatums sees Piggy once more. Array's got a little bit too deep. He'll get the grave up, but Pakaz is still gonna sit on him. Let's see. He does have the cheese. He can use it if he wants to. He got stunned up onto the fire shield, but he's still alive, and now the cheese is gonna be used. Ooh, that was so dangerous for a second there for Arrays, but in the end, nobody dies, meaning that the Aegis is gonna expire in 40 seconds, and boom, it seems that they have protected their base so far. Going into the later portions of the game, it's gonna be scary. Scary for Sibe, especially because they can lose the series 2-0. Just not another 2-0 yet again. Let's go. 3 games, finally, to end the day.
Illusion.
31-18. A gold for Sibe.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Is a solid lead, insurmountable by any means. Boom, they've only taken down tier 1s. They haven't even touched tier 2 towers in this game. Whereas Sibe, all the other towers are gone, and even tier 3s are starting to get chipped down. So in terms of structural damage, in terms of gold lead, in terms of everything, Sibe are ahead. Once there's a hex on the Ogre, I think this game changes. Right? Because there could be multi-hexes in a fight. And that's huge. Stun. But the Sacred Primal Beast, the Soulbind does connect. It has been broken, still fine. The Hex connects as well there from the Poison Touch. Those are protecting the Centaur. He'll be fine. They're just taking it slow. Sacred gets himself away, has the upper armor and the infest, so he's fine. What did the Primal Beast take in terms of talents on level 20? That's pretty important. So he went for the trample attack multiplier. He probably thinks that the upper armor is already good enough, and we saw he wasn't taking that much damage, but I'm still a big fan of that when I see it in some games. I think this could have been a good one for it. I'm really liking how slowly both of the teams are approaching the fights. Nobody's committing. They understand how dangerous it is to commit, as there's potential for burst from the other side. Oh, they found the Centaur. He's trying to get himself away. He's gonna get hexed up. The grave does keep him alive, though. I don't think he's getting out of this one. Ogre still towed him into the river, and he does have the pipe protecting him from the magical damage. The Dazzle will keep him alive. Cluster Kruto survives. That bad juju, it does hurt the Dazzle quite a lot, but it does save Cluster Kruto. I was 100% certain he's not getting out of that one alive, but the Dazzle keeping his buddy safe. He had that pipe and everything he needed. Grimstroke will get the Martyr's Plate. So just looking to defend his teammates on Grimstroke, which is cool, right? Because you're getting healed up. And he has a Hex as well. Okay, that's going to be double Hexes. Poor MJZ. We talked about not committing. Now they want to go because they have the numbers advantage. The Onslaught doesn't work. Uproar. Now it's going to be there. So the damage not going to be insane. Glimmer Cape protecting him. The attack from the TA not going to be enough. He gets himself to the high ground. That extra armor is just insane. Roche can be up in 30 seconds. We still don't know exactly when. The players, they'll never know. But of course, there's going to be traps from this sphere, so he's going to have some kind of a day. Immediately, he does get disarmed. There will be a Hex on the Huskar protected by the Glimmer Cave. The silence will be there. Slatums, think about jumping in. He decides against it, and Silver Edge will protect the TA for now. Meanwhile, backline, Pakaz has to be careful. He needs some help. He might get hexed up. Nice dodge there on the Poison Touch. Still needs to run, but the stun will connect. If the Hex connects as well, Pakaz is as good as dead. There's only the Poison Touch Hex, and there will be a Glimmer Cave protecting him. The dust off the mark. Meanwhile, on the other side, the TA has been caught TPs to the base, but is the Fountain region gonna be enough? The Grave is allowing him to heal, and S-Sphere does survive. What's happening? The Sibe heroes, they're getting their faces kicked in, but they're still living through the pain. Boom Esports, they're getting so close to cracking this one, but Sibe, they just won't let through. tension is insane in this game. If anybody was sleepy before this game and you thought you needed a coffee, you probably think differently right now, because everybody's wide awake. JC will get infested. He does have the hex on the Ogre Magi, so we could have a double hex on one side, have a quadruple on the other. Huskar caught, Huskar dead. That's gonna be an opening now with the Stampede coming forward. Calves gets himself out with DP. You're gonna be seeing it. Now that means Tormentor. Not gonna be there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rain in a really good position. Placing some vision in the enemy base. There is no gem. There is no Skywrath Mage. Nice jump from Nesphere. I don't know how you can just be prancing around your base like that. That's crazy. That should be a tier 3 dead. They're gonna have another glyph refresh. Pakazan Sacred going for the Tormentor will be able to get it. Sacred is the one who got the shard, so Rock Throw is available. He has the Great Healing Lotus as well, of course. Great Healing Lotus, not that great now. You need the greater one for it to really make a difference. The Raxes have fallen. Still have one more glyph. That's a buffed up tower. It is gonna be glyphed right now. Double hex connects. There's the multicast coming in handy. Still not enough to keep them in place long enough, but they have defended their base. It did cost them 2 glyphs and the lane of Rax. They're still in the game. Roche is also in the game. That is a huge deal. Sibe, they get the 3rd Roche. They want that Aghanim Scepter as well. We'll see who's gonna be the one to get it. Guessing you could give it to the Grimstroke. Though even the Treant Protector is insane. Raze was thinking about stealing that Tormentor, but very quickly he decides against it. Does have the Arcane Blink on the Dazzle. It's just gonna be, he's gonna be dancing around in fight. 7-second cooldown on the Blink, and then you use the bad Juju's 2-second cooldown. It's dumb. There's also a Lincoln Sphere on the TA now, and Shard in the Lifestealer. He has the Orchid as well. We'll see how well that works for him, especially versus the Inkswell. They're coming over. Roche is dropping. That's gonna be an Aghanim Scepter. Aegis Cheese as well. Nesphere making sure that Roche is dead. Lincoln's was broken. Klasno Kruto. Nice hex there. He stops the onslaught into the pit. So no infested Lifestealer to come over. Sladham jumps in. He wants the cheese. Oh, he could have gotten it, but he didn't. Jumps to the side trying to run away. The Amulet Toggle. He does survive. There will be a slow from the trap. But now they're smashing the TA into the ground. He's still gonna be saved by the grave. Now healed up as well by the Healing Lotuses. They can't kill him. They can't kill him even once because he's running away. They want the Dazzle. They will be able to slaughter him. He doesn't have a buyback. Buybacks from Sladham, however. He did save up for one. And the Lifestealer, he's going onto the TA, trying to fight it for now. He's not really losing. He uses the Manta. The Inkswell will pop, giving him even more HP. He's trying to get him down. He's trying to win this fight. And Pakaz is gonna win it. Eat up everybody. He is the master now. Not gonna be answering to anybody any longer. Sladham's though is coming back. Now he's standing his ground. They needed this arm, and he's gonna be able to get him with the Armlet Toggle. He's running away as a little piggy. They really want to eat that meat, and now healing up with the open wounds. He wants the TA as well. Popping the rage, destroying the sphere. They are turning it around. Pakaz just cannot die. Rain will be next on the menu. He just bought back, and yes, we do want your life. Once again, the Huskar, he burns down trees just so easily as Sibe. They lose this fight around Roche. Roche has been the bane of their existence in game 1. And now, in game 2, when they have taken 3 Roches, still not good enough. The cheese, is it still in the pit? That is the question. I think not. No. It was taken. Oh, it wasn't taken by the Dazzle. Who took it? Oh, it was Pakaz. It was Pakaz who took it there mid-fight. That was quite huge. Oh, somebody else was found. That's gonna be the Grimstroke dead again. This is... We're just looking at Pakaz here. Look at what he's doing to him. The open wounds, the cheese. They did like 10,000, 20,000 damage to Pakaz in that fight. Not enough. This Armlet Toggle here, after the disarm, beautiful. And then another open wounds. Just insane. The buyback from the Grimstroke does come out. 15 seconds for the TA. Doesn't have a buyback. You have to be very careful. You're going to be losing this tower. You have one more glyph to play with. Oscar, no buyback, has to be careful. Force Steph out. He's okay.
Radiant's middle barracks are
20 seconds. They're gonna have their full lineup. Another 20 seconds. Pro used.
Radiant's middle
They'll be taking down the Raxes. That equalizes the Raxes count. Still, tier 2 standing on Sibe, and they've taken one more tier 3 from Boom. This is a fake back. Klasno Kruto, is he baiting or is he just dying? I guess baiting. He thinks, well, he'll be fine. Scan is used. They know exactly where Boom are, and with Pakaz coming back, it's time to leave the base. Lifestealer, he's level 27. That is insane. After that fight, he hit level 25 in it. He did go for the rage duration, so wants to be able to be in that one. Stampede used, MJZ gets the Hex off. BKB was already there. That was a 4-time multicast on the Hex. Caps gets himself out. That's a dieback on the Ogre Magi. Pretty huge, actually. I'm surprised he allowed himself to get caught. You should TP out in those kind of situations. Your Lifestealer already went away. So he's going for a Skadi next. I definitely would have preferred it over the Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn isn't bad though for breaking Lincolns, but Basher would have been pretty good as well. Let's see, Sibe. What do you do? Going high ground, even in a 4 versus 5 scenario, is dangerous. The Lifestealer does have a buyback. He's gonna be using his illusions, however, to push out the waves. Easily taking care of the poison touch. Mixer coming over. It's gonna be disarmed instantly. Removes it. Another disarm is there. This Centaur is playing with his life. The open moves though immediately removed by the Inkswell. Soulbind keeping them away. It's on the 2 most important heroes. You do have the glyph. You want to use it for the range racks? No. For the melee though, I think that's gonna be the case. Yasvir, he can remove the inner fire easily. Deny from Pakaz. Just goes to show he doesn't care. Now, Sibe are again 1 racks up. They're waiting for their Ogre Magi. I think this might be the time for you to go in. The Hex connects. The Slatters, it will be okay. Jumping in onto the TA. Can they pull her out? They do have the Grave. Overgrowth will be coming out. And Slatters lost his life. There's going to be another dieback. Because what do you do? Last time he was able to win all on his own, but he still got some help in the end. This time around, he really doesn't have that much to help him. Sacred did buyback. They're gonna have the Ogre, but this time around they're missing on a core. Nesfir getting gone on his level 27. You really need a lot of time to go through all of those refractions. So Kruto pushing aggressively. 4 versus 5 because it's all on you. You have the buyback. He's going forward. Uses the Manta. No overgrowth to stop him. But the force for the TA, he'll be fine. Nice force up there onto the high ground. Sacred will be fine. There's the double Hex. They're really using quite a lot of those force staff on because he's dying. Goes for the rage. Turns around. He's trying to heal up. And he's healing up with the open wounds. He's opening Cluster Hulto completely eating on the inside. But it's gonna be enough. There will be a Hex. Now the Hex onto the Lifestealer as well. But it's just the poison touch one. Melt Strike does finish him off. He does have a buyback. Will be coming back. The Rock Throw will be slowing them down, but still not enough to keep them in place. Sibe, still all of their heroes are alive. They need to find a race in the back line. This Dazzle cannot live for this long without the Huskar. What do you do? They don't have the glyph any longer. Need to be careful. Nesfir, use the Swift Blink. You destroy the Raxes so freakishly fast. Only 1 more Rax here. Sibe, they want to end it right here, right now. They have the buyback on the TA. The other heroes, not so much. Everybody else is lacking on it. Skyroot maybe might have friends soon. Maybe going to the Lincolns. Lotus Soul protecting him. MJ's even about going in. Sacred, he needs a force that. He'll be fine. Soulbind keeping in place. Lyster into the backlines, going for the TA, slowing him down. But there's gonna be a stampede, so the movement speed is fine. Rock Throw not hitting on anybody. Sacred needs to go back in the base. Nice infest from the Lifestealer. That range creep definitely helping, but it's gonna be taken down because he gets out. 4 seconds until the Husker is back. It's gonna be a 5 versus 5 yet again. No megas for Sibe yet.
Down. Scanning.
It's her looking pretty grim for Boom, but it is not over. Looking very, very dangerous. Hexes are flying out left and right. Let's Dazzle. He has a shard. He has a Hex. He's just spamming those Soulbind as well because I still think he might need the Abyssal Blade. Having the Basher, having the Abyssal is so huge. It could be a problem for you versus the Lotus Orb. You can make a mistake, but once the Stampede is used, you really cannot stay on top of a target. Skadi is good though. You are playing versus heals. You are playing versus range heroes. If you get only one hit on the TA, it will significantly reduce her damage. Halberd on the Ogre. Pretty big as well. Yeah. Aghanim Scepter on the Lifestealer would be cool if he goes that route. He's thinking about the Lincolns right now. I can understand why he's uncertain about his items. It's very hard now thinking about the Abyssal. It is a tough Lifestealer. It's a tough anybody game to itemize, really. But I think Basher might be the most obvious choice. What the hell is Sacred doing? He's playing with the ninja gear, though, to be honest, Primal Beast doesn't really have the physical capabilities to be a ninja. So Centaur got level 25. Which talent did he go for? Let's see that. So it is gonna be a hoof stomp duration. So much potential for the for lockdown. Yeah. Nobody cares about retaliate. Don't care about kills. So Skyrith Mage, he has the Ghost Scepter. No Nullifier on the side of Sibe. No Revenant's Brooch, so once you use it, you're pretty much gonna be fine. This Ogre Magi, he's such a big deal for Boom. You need those disarms, you need those hexes. That is what you're relying on. Again, the Treant Protector will get a ward in the enemy base. And Roche, that's gonna be another Aghanim Scepter. There's always already a Psionic Projection on the TA who gets the other Aghanims. I think it was the Grimstroke. So he'll be having the Dark Portrait. Grimstroke Picasso reporting for duty. Oh, they're gonna have the Lifestealer Illusion. If he gets that, that's so huge. Emptiness is such a huge part of these fights, the supports. Very important. The side of Boom, they really need to get into the backline somehow. Pop the BKB on